5:30 p.m. And so I'd like to call our Monday, August 14, 2023 City Council meeting to order. And if Madam Clerk will take roll, thank you.
Sorry, one moment. All right. Councilmember Burton.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
6 present. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is if there's any agenda changes, additions, or deletions, City Manager.
Actually, Mayor, did you want to make a statement on the opening and adjournment first?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So good evening. As we convene our meeting, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence and share that we will be adjourning our meeting this evening in memory of the victims, their families, and communities impacted by the wildfires in Maui. I'm sure we're all devastated by the horrific images of the fire and its aftermath. This is a terrible reminder of the dangers of wildfire, as well as other extreme weather events that are becoming all too common and affect us all. Our hearts and prayers are with the residents and visitors on Maui, and we stand together as communities of support through these difficult times and the recovery efforts ahead. With that, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In terms of agenda changes for this evening, we do have one change. Agenda item number 3 on your consent calendar. Staff is recommending removal of that. We will re-agendize that at a future meeting. We noted that the title really, since this item relates to the Castellea School development, would like to retitle it to make it more explicit and ensure that community members are aware of that. So we will put that back on a future agenda. That's the only change this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata. And with that, we'll go to public comments. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Patty Irish.
Madam Mayor and council members, I am here to discuss the commons on El Camino Way. I am Patty Irish, a 16-year resident of Channing House. Earlier in my life, I served 10 years on the Palo Alto Housing Corporation Board, Alta Housing now, on the staff of Peninsula Habitat for Humanity for San Mateo County, 9 years on the Channing House Board of Trustees, and more recently on the Stevenson House Board. The Commons was built over 30 years ago by Bill Reller and his wife. Bill Reller has been a major contributor to Palo Alto and the wider community. He received the Tall Tree Award and many other recognitions. But like me, he is from the older group of residents here, and some of you may not know him. The Commons offers services for persons who need assisted living, skilled nursing, and dementia care. Those living in our community who have a need can apply. I have known of over 10 persons who have lived out their lives there and received extremely good care. When I was on the Channing House Board, CEO Mel Matsumoto led an out-of-the-box task force to visits at the best dementia programs in the region. We went from Los Gatos to Mount Tam. The only one we visited here was the Commons to see their excellent program. You may realize the many skills necessary to operate dementia programs. Dedicated trained staff, and they need safety in protective environments. That's why most rooms are placed away from entrances and public spaces. The Commons is a nonprofit business created to serve our community, and I call them a jewel here. I hope you will move away from mainly responding to the politics of grievance that is so powerful here in Palo Alto. Desmond, in his book, Poverty by America, says that is the way those of us with privilege stymie many of the creative efforts people use trying to shift our priorities to serve others who want to be part of Palo Alto. I hope you will have a chance to find out more about the Commons and all they stand for, and the dedication they have for caring, quality, cost-conscious services. Thank you for your attention to this issue.
Our next speaker is Ken Horowitz.
Okay, thank you. She's going to put a picture up. And first of all, I want to thank the council for the moment of silence for the people of Maui, and particularly those that live in Lahaina. There's a Hawaiian saying that says, honor our past, but grow the future, which is why my item for tonight is to talk to you about something that's going to appear on your agenda next week in closed session, and that is conference with property negotiators regarding 4,000 Middlefield Road, which you know as Cubberley. And so I wanted to just show you a picture that was from the working group back about 5 years ago, the Concordia Working Group, of what what Cubberley Community Center could look like. It is so beautiful, and that's something that we need to look at, when we're planning the future for Cubberley. You may have read recently that David Hirsch, who's on the Architectural Review Board, an architect, proposed that you can do the remodeling, the reconstruction in 2 phases. But you'll see on the picture, swimming pools, pickleball courts, gymnasiums, gardens, and it's so different than what Cubberley looks like today. So I'm encouraging you, when you go into your closed session next Monday night, that you have a picture in your mind what you think Cubberley could look like. And redoing Cubberley will do so much for Palo Alto and all the residents that are going to live here in the future. Obviously, this is going to take a long time to develop, probably a decade. But this is the legacy that you guys will leave for the future of Palo Alto. So thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Bill Ross, speaking on behalf of a group of 10 people. Mayor, how much time shall I give?
Let's go with 10 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bill Ross. I'm a resident, and I don't know, 57 years ago, I had the pleasure of participating in Stanford athletics. I'm going to hold up the back page of Saturday's Wall Street Journal. It says Stanford is stranded by the Pac-12 implosion. Now, does this have to do with football and sports and, the jocks? Yes, it does. But it also has to do with rivalry, tradition, the establishment of diversity, and a conference that led the nation in that and its economic impact on the city. What do I mean? I'm wearing right now what's a common Stanford NCAA tournament jersey. This is from last spring. One very much like this was worn by an NCAA champion and an NCAA All-American. There have been 541 individual NCAA champions, and there have been 134 NCAA team champions at Stanford. You can't have a team or individual championship unless there are 6 teams. The implosion of a week ago Thursday, this coming Thursday, effectively gutted the Pac-12. What do I mean about NCAA championship sports? Well, at Stanford, it's men and women's cross country, men and women's golf, men and women's tennis, men and women's swimming, men and women's rowing, men and women's gymnastics, men and women's fencing, wrestling, and a variety of other sports that were recognized as national champions. Below all those are also individuals who were All-Americans, meaning they placed in the top 8 or top 12. There are hundreds of those individuals. They are a fabric of this city. They are your doctors. They are your lawyers. They are your teachers. They are your neighbors. The fabric that has been initiated in the late 60s and early 70s with the athletic tradition at Stanford is something to be preserved. Does it have an economic impact? I'll get to that in a moment. But certainly other individuals who have commented on this sudden demolition of the Pac-12 conference should be recognized also. A trustee of the University of Michigan, his name's Acker, commented last Friday saying that the economic logic of the traveling times for University of Michigan athletes from Ann Arbor, Michigan to Eugene, Oregon is outdistanced by non-charter air travel by Ann Arbor athletes to Christ College in London. Should we schedule athletic events with London university institutions as opposed to those in the Pac-12? I think it's critical to note that in the early 60s, a tradition began that was amplified between USC and Stanford. That tradition has lasted 101 years. I believe that's 17 years longer than the big game with Cal. What was so important about that? Athletes like Jim Plunkett, Gene Washington, Dave Lewis in basketball, Don Griffin, Chuck Moore, had immediate contact with individuals at the University of Southern California and its coach, John McKay. That interplay and that rivalry was amplified in John McKay's refusal in 1971 when his team went to Alabama and they were refused equal lodging. That coach, who has characterized his hate for Stanford as beating them by 2,000 points, regularly complimented those athletes and others that were involved in that matter. Is there an economic impact associated with the demise of the Pac-12? It's not just 5 or 6 weekends in the fall in the press box with overpriced hors d'oeuvres. It's literally every weekend. An example, out of the 36 teams, 30 of those teams offer summer camps. They have between 800 and 1,000 participants spread out over the summer. They don't stay in the dorms, they stay in the hotels. In a situation, individual sports will have an impact. Certainly, this last year, I believe there were 8 basketball games. where almost 8,000 people attended, they have an impact. Women's basketball. The same is true for men and women's volleyball. Maybe a less obvious situation would be one sport on September 8th and 9th that has a nonprofit Olympic training club with it is hosting an instructional event for 350 high school students. It will also involve 25 coaches from throughout the United States and their staffs. All those people stay in Palo Alto hotels and have an impact. The impact of college game day, or national television cannot be estimated. I'm not asking for you to, hire a consultant and figure out exactly what it is. But the point is, every weekend, there is a financial impact. What can you do? Your sister city is your sibling city is Bloomington, Indiana. It's a member of the Big Ten. I think it would be very appropriate to direct the communication to the mayor of Bloomington, along with the athletic director and the athletic director at Stanford. The last competition between Stanford and Indiana was the women's water polo, I believe, about 6 months ago. I'll just say it diplomatically, Stanford blew them out of the water. In 2014, in an NCAA regional playoff with the baseball team, Stanford won in a knockoff home run in the 9th inning to advance in the NCAA baseball tournament. What would this do? It would cement something that would afford interplay between, I believe, at least 24 of Indiana's sports and 24 of the 36 sports at Stanford. Again, I understand your impression is that of, why is this a big deal? This is only athletics. I'm going to suggest to the contrary. People come to Stanford because they want to compete at the highest level in every one of those 36 sports, right? It served as a bellwether for several of Palo Alto High School graduates. I think it's unique that one of those graduates, Jim Harbaugh, 1982 from Pali High, says, as the current coach of the University of Michigan, this should be regional. This cross-country model and this media model won't work. In any event, I think you should write the mayor, request that you begin to schedule competition between those teams at Indiana that exist in here at Stanford. I think the difference is very subtle. One of your members is an undergraduate. I know that. I'm also was fortunate to be raised near a Big Ten city, Iowa City, and I can often say that the comparison between the two is Siberia and paradise. I don't know that I'd go that far, but I think it's an impact. It's an impact that will go well beyond what the media contracts are. It's something that you need to be involved in. It's something that's not on the periphery. It's something that impacts lives. I can't tell you how many individuals from, let's say, economically stressed backgrounds, through the involvement of individual coaches and alumni, have been afforded the opportunity to attend Stanford University and compete at the highest athletic level. That is in danger now. You have to ask the own question about why Embarcadero Media isn't doing it, why people have to read about it in the Wall Street Journal. If there was more local analysis of this issue, it would be an issue of which more people were aware. But I think the number is significant. Is the university itself part of the problem? I'd say it is. The same 3 people that terminated 11 sports in July of 2020 are guiding the university's efforts. Again, I encourage your communication with your sibling city on an economic and a social justice issue. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we're going to stop taking comments after the next speaker. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fenmosi Soundrarahan.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, council members. My name is Thenmori Soundarajan, and I am a member of the Californians. We are sponsors of the bill SB 403 to end caste discrimination. And I am also a fellow at the South Asian Center at Stanford. And my expertise and work there is around caste equity in the United States. I wanted to really encourage the city of Palo Alto to be very thoughtful about the engagement on caste. I know that members of our coalition have reached out to have meetings because we are very concerned about the culture of bigotry that surrounds our important civil rights bill. And we really would love to be able to work with the city of Palo Alto's Human Relations Commission to design a process to discuss caste equity in the city and that centers safety and empathy for all. And one of the reasons we have to do this is that caste discrimination is a serious issue in the city and across the state. Over 1 in 4 caste oppressed people face physical assault, 1 in 3 educational discrimination, and 2 out of 3 workplace discrimination. We need a remedy, and this bill is a wonderful historic process towards allowing hundreds of thousands of caste oppressed people to come out of the closet and speak our issues. And certainly in the city of Palo Alto, we have many caste oppressed folks who work in companies based in Palo Alto, like Meta, as well as in the Stanford campus. And so we would ask the city to be thoughtful and engaging on it. Oftentimes when opponents of the bill engage on this issue, they bring about violence. And in fact, you know, last year when I spoke about caste equity, I had to live in a safe house because of assaults and attempts to silence me and target my family. And even this year, when we were giving testimony at the Capitol, I was shoved and had my ACL torn. So it's not easy for caste oppressed people to come out of the closet and work with the city to talk about the safety that we need to be able to work on our civil rights. But we're confident that Palo Alto will do the right thing and really work with us to create a thoughtful process to allow the bill SB 403 to continue its way in the Capitol and allow that democratic process to occur, and for the city to not create an emboldened bigotry against caste oppressed people. Because again, we already face physical violence. We're already, you know, coming forward with threats to our livelihood, with threats to our immigration status. And this is all for the purpose of us being able to fight for our right to be human, for our right to have dignity. And so we really just encourage the city of Palo Alto is to take those meetings, to be thoughtful about that process, and do not work to embolden bigots, but embolden human rights and freedom. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Muni.
Good evening, Mayor and the Council. My name is Muni Madhipatla. I live in Cupertino. Thank you for my opportunity to speak. I'll read a statement from a friend, a doctor friend that was born and raised here. I was born in the United States, and I feel compelled to speak today because this is really personal to me as an American. My family is from Singapore. We have been part of Indian diaspora for generations, and the caste is irrelevant to us. But because I look Indian, I'm subjected to assumptions about caste. I'm a physician. About 10 years ago, I walked into the clinic and my nurse looked at me strangely. She says, "Hey, doc, my son is in school and he's learning about the caste system." And I can see her frowning. We have worked together for years and we have examined patients together and socialized together. But now our son has learned this awful stereotype about Indians. The fact that, I'm a second generation American is irrelevant. I look Indian, my name is Indian, and I'm expected to have an answer for this. Similarly, another doctor friend's family is from Fiji. She descended from the Indian indentured servants, that slaves the British brought in 1800s from India to Fiji. She remarks to me, "My white coworker is asking me about caste. My friend has never been to India and doesn't know anything about caste. My friend was asked that question because in the dominant perspective, caste is associated with anyone who looks South Asian. My friend and I are in our 40s, and that was an awful feeling for us. Think about how this feels for a brown kid. When I was a student, California passed a Proposition 187. Anyone who was suspected of being an illegal immigrant could be questioned by a citizen and reported. There was a huge outcry from the Hispanic and Asian communities. They said, no, this will lead to profiling. You aren't going to question the European looking person, but you are going to question the brown person. That proposition was ultimately deemed to be illegal. We know discrimination is covered by existing laws. Why do we need a third generation American kids need to have the state stereotype them? I've been a doctor for over 20 years. The amazing thing about the healthcare teams is our camaraderie. Every medical team I've served with has at least 2 South Asians. Discrimination has never come up. I can't find a good reason for labeling a minority immigrant community in this way. I'm convinced that those people who think this is right have not thought it through the same way the Proposition 187 was not thought through from the perspective of a brown kid. So please, as an elected representative of Palo Alto, please take a stance and stand with the community and write to the assembly members opposing this bill because we are being stereotyped and stigmatized. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Satish.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, City Council Mayor. Great to be here. I would like to echo the sentiments of the Speaker Muni, who just spoke about it. I am against all kind of discriminations, and SB 403 definitely divides our community. The bill itself is unconstitutional. It denies equal rights and due process. It's xenophobic. It codifies profiling. And the supporters of the bill, the so-called supporters, are providing zero data. It's all the false data. It's not been proven in any kind of US courts. The only case was the Cisco case, which was thrown out of the court. And but we are very concerned that the current version of SB 403 will lead to, first, further overreach by the Civil Rights Department of California. Second, selective enforcement. Third, racial profiling. We have 3 suggestions to make the bad bill a little bit better. In the Cisco case, the CRD overreach and violated the First Amendment, assigning caste to Sundar Iyer, who is defendant, and 50 plus Cisco co-workers. We want explicit language in SB 403 to prevent caste from ever being assigned to anyone to ensure that this ever happens again. Second, in the Cisco case, the CRD selectively enforced those whom they perceived as upper caste and falsely accused them of operating a caste hierarchy. We ask you to remove the word hierarchy so that no caste is ever considered upper or lower by law and can never be selective targeted by SB 403. We are deeply concerned about being racially profiled. In the Cisco case, CRD accused thousands of Indian Americans of physical assaults, rape, and even spitting allegations on Dalit Americans with no corroborative evidence. The Cisco judge denied all the data and all the anecdotal claims of caste discrimination as not evidence, in alignment with the suggestion put forth by the other members within, and we propose the initiation of bipartisan study or survey prior to any voting on this bill to ensure that we are working on the real data, not anecdotes which cannot be corroborated. And this is my humble request that you all write to the legislation that this bill is totally false data. Whatever the speaker, she spoke about it, about 1/3 or 2/3 or 3/3, that's all the crap. They're disguised in hyenas and trying to demean, and we lost one
Your
of the
time is
lives.
up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council members. I hope you are doing well. And thank you so much to Mayor Ku for your moment of silence at the beginning of this meeting. I'm Julia Zeitlin, and I am the co-founder of PASC, the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I'm here today to urge the City Council to implement a green jobs training program for communities disproportionately affected by climate change, so we can create a workforce of individuals who are experts in electrification and sustainable development. As agencies such as the Bay Area Air Quality Management District begin to phase out the sale of natural gas appliances and more municipalities begin transitioning towards electrification through aggressive green building reach codes, demand for skilled workers able to electrify entire communities will increase. We have the opportunity to partner with surrounding cities to implement a program with community colleges, vocational and trade schools in order to both empower a population of individuals adversely affected by the climate crisis and create a pathway for students to enter an emerging workforce. Cities across the country have begun successful programs such as Boston's PowerCore Boston and LA and Oakland's partnership with Grid Alternatives. There is a big opportunity to create an equity-centered program that will encourage young adults to enter the field of green jobs and support the increased need we will be seeing as more and more of the community electrifies. We at PASC look forward to getting in touch with you to further the ideas and recommendations we are presenting both this evening and last Monday. This council has an incredible opportunity to stand out and be remembered as a group of leaders that not only set ambitious climate targets, but also held themselves accountable to achieve them through innovative, creative, and equitable means. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vinoy Rai.
Hello? Hello, council member and mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk on, give me a public comment. So my public comment is on the, again, Bill SB 403. And I second the talk given by Satish and Muniji. I'm a Hindu American here. I've lived in this country for 53 years. And I'm an American citizen. I'm really grateful for the culture provided by this country. It's a great country. And what is being done, I've never faced any caste discrimination. But what is happening is by Equality Lab, she's spreading false data as a Hindu hate. You can go on the video where she's abusing Hindu religion and she has no respect for any humanity. And this is going to create a lot of Hindu phobia, where our children and our people are very afraid that we are being targeted and profiled. And the case against Sundar Iyer was based on this Equality Lab data, and the data was thrown out of the court, and CRD also had to withdraw this case, but they ended up destroying his life and his career of 3.5 years. And he was sued by this Mr. John Doe as a Dalit, who was given 4.5 million or something in equity. So this is like not oppression what they are talking about. This is just pure Hindu hate and dividing the Hindu community and denigrating our religion. And that's our religious practice. There's no due process. And this abuse cannot be allowed, because this has already been thrown out by the court. And just because they have brutal majority in the Senate and the House, they are going to try to do this kind of thing. So this is totally unacceptable. As a Hindu American and proud American citizen, I ask you to reject this bill and give equal right to all of us, all the religion. This has never happened to anybody. This is profiling and stigmatizing, which has never happened to anybody. It seemed like Japanese Americans were profiled. This is the second time after 100 years is happening. So I ask you to please give a consideration and give respect. You know, we are hardworking and then law-abiding citizens, and we cannot be put out behind the false narrative to be accused of being casteist and bigot. You know, she's using the word bigot. She's calling all of us bigots, rapists, and all that. And there's no single case of caste discrimination convicted. Even the DA of Santa Clara County, DA Jeff Rezon, has said there's no caste discrimination here, and the bill, current civil rights bills cover this. but they want to create a special bill to hammer the Hindu Americans and bring them down and create fear in our future children, like the other speakers have talked about.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mia Kaiser.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Mia Kaiser. I am an intern with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I am here to highlight our local birds. May I please see the first slide, please? Thank you.
Has your presentation been sent to the city clerks?
It was, yes.
Unfortunately, we did not receive it.
Okay, I will just go with the script then. Today, I will be talking with you about the San Francisco common yellowthroat. The San Francisco common yellowthroat is a subspecies of the common yellowthroat that can be found in the Baylands Nature Preserve in Palo Alto. It is a subspecies of the common yellowthroat and it is endemic to the Bay Area, meaning that it is a native species that can only be found here. Unfortunately, the San Francisco common yellowthroat has suffered population decline and is therefore considered a subspecies of special concern, meaning it can potentially become threatened or endangered. Next slide, please. The San Francisco common yellowthroat is not a migratory bird and can be found year-round in brackish marshes and wetlands along the bay and in riparian ecosystems near the bay. The San Francisco common yellowthroat nests are usually close to the ground, where water, insects, and spiders are abundant and can be easily accessed. Next slide, please. This beautiful bird subspecies has connections to Palo Alto and is frequently observed in the Baylands Nature Reserve. It is an endemic species to the Bay Area, and as I mentioned before, this bird has suffered loss of wetland habitats and population decline, and is designated as subspecies of special concern. The loss of wetlands is most likely the greatest threat to this subspecies population and reproductive success. It is extremely important to sustain our wetlands to preserve biodiversity in the Bay Area and promote the future of the San Francisco common yellowthroat. Furthermore, the San Francisco common yellowthroat's nesting habits, unfortunately, make them easy targets for cat predation, as the nests are commonly found closer to the ground. By reducing the population of feral cats and making sure to keep pets indoors, it is possible to improve the chances of chick survival and reproductive success for the species. These threats pose a risk to the Bay Area's biodiversity as a whole and could wipe out a subspecies that is unique and special to the San Francisco Bay Area. Taking action to protect this subspecies by protecting wetlands and preventing the release of feral cats, we can save a subspecies that is truly special to the Bay Area. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed learning about one of our bird residents.
Our next speaker is Kamaljit. Kamaljit, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Kamaljit, and I'm calling in support of Senate Bill SB 403. Caste is a serious issue. Like Tinamoji reported, 1 in 4 people face physical assault, 1 in 3 in education discriminatory, and 2 in 3 workplace discrimination. I asked the city council to be thoughtful in engagement on caste. Please communicate with the civil rights organization who have insight on this issue and who could provide trustworthy information. Don't let the dishonesty and prejudice endanger the rights of anyone. SB 403 bill is a crucial bill that tackles caste discrimination, a form of injustice that affects thousands of Californians. The bill has the support of the ACLU, South Asian Bar Association, as well as mine, and the California Labor Federation, who all champion equal opportunity for all individuals. Please communicate with the civil rights organization who have insight on this issue and can provide trustworthy information. SB 403 only affects those who perpetrate caste discrimination. SB 403 only affects those who perpetrate caste discrimination. Again, this bill does not hurt anybody. It's a civil rights bill. It protects everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vinny.
If I may just say something, if what you're gonna say is similar to what was the previous speaker, please just indicate that and we can shorten some of our time. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Dashwinder Vinny, and I'm strongly supporting Bill SB 403. Dear council member, we are from Caste Equity, and we are bill sponsor for SB 403. I represent caste oppressed people in the Bay Area and the city. Caste is a serious matter. It's 1 in 4 people face physical assault. 2 in 3 workplaces have work discrimination. We need remedy, and SB 403 has been incredible for our community to come out of the closet around caste discrimination, and we hope City of Palo Alto will also stand for caste equity. Furthermore, we ask Palo Alto City Council to be thoughtful in engagement and on caste. As caste oppressed people, we face violence, and we would like to work with the Palo Alto Human Relations Commission to design a process that ensures safety and empathy for all and centers caste oppressed people who have experienced discrimination. Once again, this bill protects everybody, and it will only affect the people who discriminate in the great country of USA and our state of California. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Sandeep L.
My name is Sandeep, and I'm here to urge you to strongly support the bill SB 403. I would like to tell you my personal story. I'm a tech worker, and I have faced discrimination in California. In fact, the discrimination occurred not too far from where you are sitting tonight in the Palo Alto City Council office. Now, I was called a chamar, a bloody chamar. And council members, the word chamar is a casteist slur. It's an insult of the highest possible order. What this word denotes is it essentially denies my humanity, my dignity, and it has been used in South Asia, not just in one particular country, but all of South Asia for centuries and centuries. And chamar is just one of the many caste oppressed communities that are out there. My ancestors faced the discrimination, and when I left South Asia, when I came to the United States, never in my wildest dreams, I would have imagined that I will face that casteist slur by South Asians who knew my identity. Caste operates in the South Asian networks in a very pervasive manner. It is deep and it's embedded. If you don't believe me, there are people before me spoke and said caste discrimination does not exist, so-called discrimination. I call them bigots. When I call them bigots, and shame on them, because they are standing here before you and speaking and saying that my discrimination, my personal story does not matter. Shame on them, really, because we came to this country, the land of the free, home of the brave, to build a life and to escape that vicious cycle of discrimination. But come to find out, those same people, caste privileged people, discriminate against us. And council members, if you don't believe me, there are a lot of Indian newspapers that get published in California, Hi India, many others. You can Google them. And under the newspapers, you will see a matrimonial section where people look for marriage alliances. You will see that these people practice endogamy, and they always say a groom or a bride wanted only from this caste. And often they will say scheduled caste people excuse, which means Dalits or caste oppressed people excuse, we do not want to intermarry with you. Now, they can marry whoever they want in their personal lives, but that mindset is pervasive. It comes into the workplaces, and that's where people like me face discrimination at the hands of these caste privileged people. And I urge you, council members, to seriously look into this. Your job is to protect minority of people who suffer. Please do the right thing. Listen to American Bar Association, ACLU, Me Too, and all these other legal experts who have said there is nothing in this bill that targets any particular religion or a community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Sunita Singh.
Hello, good evening, Council Member and Mayor of Palo Alto. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me the time to tell my personal story. I agree with 100% with everybody that spoke before me in regards to SB 403. And what Sandeep Loy just said, I totally agree with him as well, because I also have faced discrimination here in America. Since I've been here, I have been here since 1981. I am a proud American, and I want to be able to live as a proud American, not as somebody telling me I'm a Dalit. I don't have to write the work in next to that person, or I have the right to eat where they sit and eat. Who is that person? Who do they think they are? How can they tell me that I am any lower than them? If I am educated, I have earned the right to my job. I should be able to sit where I need to sit, not because someone thinks, do they have a different God than I do? I have the same God who's created me and them. It's the same thing. And everybody sitting in that hall where you guys are today. It's just beyond me. It's beyond my understanding how they can stand in front of people and say, this bill is a fraud. Only if they do a little bit of research and learn to live the way we live under them, maybe then they can realize that how we have been suffering for 5,000 years. And the reason we left India is to get away from all this. And now we're learning that it is following us here. We got here. I did not teach my kid what caste was. The reason? Because I don't want them to learn about caste. And if they think their kids are afraid, what do you think our kids are? Are they not humans? So, Palo Alto City members, I urge you to stand strongly with SB 403 and please pass the resolution that is going to support every single human being. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is BAWS curriculum.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Respected council member and mayor, my name is Dr. Singh. I'm a physician, a medicine physician, and I disagree with one of the physician fellow who talked about the caste discrimination does not exist. I think that is a complete lie. I have faced as a physician working in a hospital, the caste-based discrimination where they passed very demeaning comments on the affirmative action. And I was very, very stunned that I left India to avoid this caste discrimination. And now I'm here after passing my medical licensing exam and doing all the required things and performing very well. And that one point literally disturbed me for a week, and I could not focus and I could not pay much attention to my patients. I was going back and forth. This was like a PTSD, a trauma that triggered me to think over and over again that why these people are doing the same caste discrimination here. So it does exist. It's a mental trauma, and I don't want my kids to suffer the same mental trauma when they grew up here. The only people I can see who are against this bill is so-called or so designated, self-designated upper caste. Other than that, no one is in opposition of this bill. ECLU, SABA, ABA, CalFed Union, all the organizations are in support of this bill. And so I really strongly urge and request council members to stand on the people who are caste oppressed and support their civil rights bill SB 403. And you can imagine how much trauma you go through when you are discriminated. So I don't want anyone to suffer any sort of discrimination. And moreover, I think one of the fellow members said, oh, they are targeting Hindu. That's a big lie. My in-laws, they are Hindu. They are from Delhi. They have 100 people. They've been settled in the US for the last 35 years. And all of them are supportive of this bill. Saying that this is targeting one religion is a very, very false statement. So I strongly urge again, the council members and mayor, please stand against any sort of discrimination and be supportive of our civil rights bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Ambedkar.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks for saying that we are from Ambedkar. Actually, we are from Ambedkar King Study Circle, and we strongly support SB 403. Caste is a 2,000-year-old menace of graded inequality with origins in Southeast Asia. It has surprisingly survived in spite of scientific and many social revolutions. Also capitalism. It has not only survived but flourished and internationalized itself here in USA, which is evident from the BAPS temple issue and numerous other instances, likely the Chicago caste murder in January of 2008. The 400 plus testimonies by caste oppressed people in the legislation to ban caste-based discrimination in Seattle are further testament of this. My personal experience with caste discrimination has been with respect to segregation based on food in university campuses and housing, where dominant caste people will not allow accommodation based on food preference. There is a sense of purity attached to the vegetarian food, and meat is considered impure and outcast, and hence an avenue for social boycott. So I urge City of Palo Alto to stand in support of a strong SB 403 to uproot caste-based discrimination in housing and employment in California. I just want to impress upon the council members that the only progressive position here to take is to strongly support, and in abstaining or waiting or diluting, the bill will only help propagating the hierarchical caste structures in USA. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Lalita Duperon.
Thank you so much. I am Dr. Lalita Duperon, and I work at and represent the Center for South Asia at Stanford. I would urge the council members to inform yourselves about caste through historical study and academic inquiry. We at the Center for South Asia at Stanford are happy to provide you with any further information that any of the council members require. We have caste-oppressed students, fellows, and colleagues who would benefit from the protections that would be offered by SB 403. We also have many caste-privileged colleagues and students who support this important bill. For caste-privileged people to say caste is not an issue would be like me, a cisgender white woman, stating that white supremacy is not a thing and racism does not exist. And I know this because I have never had racism happen to me. We at the Stanford Center for South Asia have organized multiple conferences and workshops on the topic of caste. At each one, we have had to implement additional security measures because of the threats made by those who are against any discussion of the matter. The only people being targeted and subjected to threats of violence are those of us who research caste and who are in support of additional protections for caste-oppressed people. I would urge you to not comment on SB 403 unless you have a considered process which will provide safety for all. The Stanford Center for South Asia would be delighted to answer any questions you have about this incredibly important topic. As a scholar of South Asia, I urge you to avail yourselves of historical facts and not political propaganda. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sai N.
Good evening, respected city mayor and city council members. I'm an active community leader with a background in public policy strategy and decades of exponential positive impact to American communities, both in the East and West Coast. SB 403, while cloaked in the guise of progress, is fundamentally flawed to its core. You've all probably heard by now that it's not facially neutral, that any legislation should have in our great United States of America. And instead, it results in the implicit profiling, stereotyping, and stigmatization of entire communities based on their perceived ethnic and religious affiliations. At best, SB 403 is discriminatory and unconstitutional, while at its worst, when you really look at the core, it's an affront to our shared values of decency, respect, and human dignity. In many ways, it brings back the chilling echoes of history simply because of misguided, misunderstood, myopic interpretation of who they stood for. And therefore, if one were somehow had an issue with a person, they took it upon everyone else and cast them all as those that didn't deserve the dignity of basic respect and human dignity. I would ask this council to consider this. Would you today sit and support any bill that, for instance, targets African Americans, that targets Jewish Americans, or Mormons, Muslims, or anybody on a special characteristic simply because of what one perceives an entire class of that diaspora does based on what we hear, based on anecdotal evidence or news reports? Yesterday, we had over 50 people attack a Nordstrom in LA and loot that. Anybody watching that video could quickly come to a conclusion as to the nature of what that crime. Yet we would not even for a moment consider in good conscience with passing any law that singularly targets, profiles, and stigmatizes, folks with that particular characteristic or perceived characteristic. And let's also not forget that not too long ago, so-called scholars, doctors, and physicians actually recommended that folks with lung disease should take to smoking, or those that had blood disorders should resort to leaching their blood simply because that was considered to be, quote unquote, the science of the day. So while it's easy for us to sit here and get, distracted, potentially even entertained by those that support this bill, let's not forget that what those in opposition to this bill ask for is simply that we respect the US Constitution, that is the supreme law of our nation. We stand against any and all forms of discrimination and ask you to reject SB 403 and the hate machinery around it that seeks to distract and misguide you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Harsh Singh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, council members, for this opportunity. I'm here to talk about SB 403, or rather, against why this bill is so racist and it targets a certain community. I want to first directly address some of the data that was presented by the founder of Equality Labs, a for-profit organization, Ms. Sundarajan. The data she presented has been rejected thoroughly by the courts, as other people have stated in the Cisco case. It has also been, there has been doubt cast on it by Carnegie Endowment for its faulty methodology for collecting the data. Yet she continues to push this as the truth. Clearly, she believes if she repeats a lie enough times, it will become the truth. We urge you not to be taken in by this data and look deeper, like another person has suggested. So let's do a study. Let's actually find out what's going on in the society, right? That's what we stand for. And even if you doubt what I'm saying right now, just let's take a closer look at the data she presented. 1 in 4 caste oppressed people have been assaulted. Based on this data, it would mean about 50,000 or more individuals have been attacked or raped. Yet, you will not find a single case. I ask why. The fact is that Equality Labs is a for-profit organization which is reporting made-up data, creating a narrative to financially benefit from it. The fact is that the supporters of this bill have physically assaulted those who are against the bill, yet paint in the pictures on the other side. A fellow activist from the oppressed caste lost his life after he testified at the Cupertino Council after he was shot. Moreover, caste will target South Asians, regardless of what you hear. You don't have to believe me. Just ask yourself, what is your caste? And where was the first time you learned about caste? It was in the school system associated with Hinduism. So clearly, caste is associated with a particular minority group. Also, current law, right? If you look at current law, is sufficient to address this kind of discrimination. As Cisco case proved, people did have recourse to the courts. So for those who have faced this kind of discrimination, I stand behind you. I urge you to file those cases, and all of us will be behind you, right? We are against any sort of discrimination, and we don't want to be discriminated against. And the 14th Amendment protects our right against discrimination. So let's not discriminate in order to stop discrimination. And let's stop this false narrative and lies that has been pushed. Let's look closer at the data, what has been presented. And let's be serious about tackling this rather than benefiting from it. And Equality Lab should stay as far away from this as possible because they are vested in this movement. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rajinder Momi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi. Thank you, City Council and Mayor of Palo Alto. SB 403 is a landmark bill that addresses caste discrimination, a serious problem that affects thousands of Californians. The ACLU, South Asian Bar Association, Me Too, and California Labor Federation all endorse this bill and urge you to do the same. Please listen to the civil rights organizations. We have worked on this issue and know the facts. Don't let false claims and bias interfere with the rights of any Californian. SB 403 only targets those who practice caste discrimination. I support SB 403 strongly. SB 403 is a civil rights bill. We so-called untouchables want the discrimination based on caste to end, period. I myself have experienced caste-related humiliation and discrimination not once, several times in my lifetime. Most recent was just a few weeks ago here in California. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Sana Q.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be with everyone this evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to share. I think one thing that is incredibly important for everyone to understand is that caste-based discrimination exists beyond any religion. There are caste systems all around the world, and people discriminate along those lines. And it is not much like racism and prejudice that exists beyond any group of people. Caste-based discrimination also exists in that same way. So this bill does not, in fact, target any community, because if you look at any community in the world, there are people, members of that community, that engage in caste-based discrimination. My personal story is that I grew up in the middle of nowhere. I was born here, and I was discriminated against and called a dirty Muslim for 4 years. And a dirty Muslim is an epithet that is directed towards members of my community, as 90% of our ancestors converted in the hope of escaping the caste system. And so much so that the two dominant caste girls had convinced my soccer captain to not invite me to our sectional pasta dinner. And it's something that you can't escape, even if you're under a rock. And I know a lot of people are talking about this and that, it doesn't exist or whatever. It exists. You can't escape it. It's a reality that bears on you anywhere you go, whatever you do. And this evening, unfortunately, we're hearing from, people who would like to dehumanize, diminish, and gaslight our caste oppressed communities. And this is exactly the violent bigotry we're working to stop with SB 403. If the city of Palo Alto would like to engage in this conversation without a thoughtful process to ensure safety, we're going to embolden casteism throughout the city. In fact, what we're looking at this evening is we're seeing more of the same. We're seeing that this is being proliferated. This casteist talk is being proliferated and not being engaged in a thoughtful way. And I would really encourage city officials to really be thoughtful, as we have thousands of caste oppressed community members who are living with this every day, where it impacts our housing, our education, our healthcare, every aspect of our lives. I mean, so much so that every single South Asian nation.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Gayatri Giraran.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Gayatri, and I'm a dominant caste Hindu Indian American, and I'm a proud supporter of SB 403. We've heard a lot of stories tonight about how caste protections target Indian Americans. And as an Indian American, I can say that SB 403 is a response to the existing targeting of caste oppressed South Asians, and the fact that their immigration status, job status, or housing could be threatened by the majority dominant caste community. I can attest to hearing fellow dominant caste people who hold management positions speak negatively of caste oppressed people and cultures, instinctively try to isolate caste oppressed people because the prejudice is so ingrained, and then because they comprise the majority of immigrants and have power and social networks, they're able to do so. The opposition you are hearing today are the equivalent of when white people oppose discussions of racism. It's bigotry. There are so many articles by caste oppressed people speaking out about this discrimination and isolation they faced in housing, jobs, schools, etc. Part of the reason they were able to share these stories was because caste protections made it safe to do so. We would like for the council to consider that every major civil rights legal association is in support of the bill, including the American Bar Association, South Asian Bar Association, Asian American Bar Association, Asian Law Caucus. Ultimately, as a dominant caste Hindu Indian American, SB 403 is 100% necessary for the protections of all of our communities, especially the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Param Desai.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council members, for having me. I'm Param Desai, President of Cascade Park Association for Democratic Values. I'm here to urge the Council to completely and totally reject SB 403. It's a sham. By their own admission, the sponsors of SB 403 have said that existing laws provide protection against all forms of discrimination. Why then those testifying here before me claiming caste discrimination have not filed any legal cases? Why have we not seen these reports in press, in media, in law? Even the professor, Stanford professor, I would urge her, if students there have faced caste discrimination, why has she herself not filed any cases with Stanford administration? Secondly, the sponsors of this bill, Equality Labs, which is a for-profit organization which will benefit from DEI trainings mandated when this bill will pass, have basically story. My last name is Desai. It is derived from two words, Desh and Shahi. Desh means land, Shahi means revenue. my predecessors worked for the provincial governments to collect land revenue on behalf of the land. Okay, we were just property tax collectors. We were just sales tax collectors. How does my last name then claim that I am a bigot or a caste oppressor? What is the definition of caste in the United States of America? My previous speaker said she's a Muslim and there is caste existing in every religion. I want to ask every council member, do you have a caste? I do not. Also, this particular bill tries to define caste as a perceived position. It also introduces terms like inherited status. I ask you, who in America has inherited status by any means? So please reject this sham of SB 403. Please support equality. Please support justice. Please do not support further divisions of the community. Please reject SB 403. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dharmesh Mandalia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for taking my comments. My name is Dharmesh Mandalia. I'm a proud Hindu American, and I've lived in this country for almost 30 years. I'm compelled to speak to you today about a pernicious piece of legislation working its way through the California legislature, which is SB 403. SB 403 claims to promote religious freedom and tolerance. However, it does the exact opposite by singling out the Hindu American community. It propagates the harmful and false narrative that caste discrimination is inherent in Hindu teachings. This is simply untrue and an offensive mischaracterization of Hinduism. Caste discrimination was outlawed in India over 70 years ago. Here in the United States, Hindu Americans come from all backgrounds, ethnicities, and social strata. In all my life, living and working in this country, I have never come across even one instance of caste discrimination. No one has asked me what my caste is, and I haven't asked about anyone else's caste either. It simply was not a concern. Writing caste discrimination into California law where none exists will reinforce false stereotypes. The so-called champion of caste, Equality Labs, has been unable to provide a single shred of evidence that caste is an actual issue worth legislating. Their so-called study on caste discrimination was thrown out by the court, as was the case against the two engineers at Cisco. This bill is propped up by falsified data and a massive attempt at misdirection by creating a problem where none exists. Rather than bringing people together, this bill would promote dangerous stereotyping and unjustly scrutinize an entire community. It goes against the values of inclusion and religious freedom that California strives for. It is unconstitutional, xenophobic, and violates our First Amendment rights. I urge you, in the strongest possible words, I urge you to stand up against discrimination by opposing SB 403. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mohan Gumalam, speaking on behalf of a total of 9 people.
Thank you so much, council members. May I request I'm sorry, I always have trouble pronouncing your name. Mahiliani, thank you, Mahiliani, to present slides. And I'm going to go through the slide deck that I had the opportunity to present to a few of you. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to reach more today. First and foremost, I'm standing on behalf of 9 other people. So hopefully I will be given some extra time to go over the slide deck. So today I just want to talk about Hindu phobia. A lot of people have talked about it here before. I just wanted to go to the next slide and talk about Hindu phobia that has existed for a very long time. There was back in 1970s and 80s, there was this concept called dot busters that existed. And dot busters was nothing but people thought that the dots that Hindus put on their forehead was target practice. And humans were targeted, and we were able to squash that. FBI was able to squash that. And we are fortunate that things continued from there on well for Hindus. Conversion to Christianity was something that is required nowadays. If you want to stand for elections, you have seen Bobby Jindal, and you have heard of Nikki Haley, who had to change their religion in order to contest, and also heard about Vivek Ramaswamy, who also had to change his, who also is being under threat for being a Hindu. There are a lot of satanic comparisons of Hindus in Christian media, in other places as well. There's a stereotypical portrayal and misrepresentation of Hindus in mainstream media. There's a Twitter feed that I actually had a chance to show a few people. It just shows how, when Hindu gods are shown as idols, it's idolatry. But when it is shown as idols in other religions, it's not shown as idolatry. We also have reports by Hindu American Foundation, which says that 1 in 3 Hindu American students report anti-Hindu bullying in schools. The Just University, also titled Anti-Hindu Disinformation, details how hate messages in social media actually translates into bullying in real life for Hindu people. And then, of course, the final topic here is the introduction of the bill SB 403 in California, yet another act of attacking Hindus. Let me just talk a little bit about myself. I'm not upper caste Hindu. I just want to be very clear, right? And I'm here to protect us being profiled. So let's talk about SB 403. Next slide. So we'll talk about what is SB 403, what is it based on, why is this a problem? Who is Equality Labs? You have heard Tenmuri Soundarajan speak earlier. We will try to expose who she is. What is Santa Clara County's stance on this issue? And why is this being rushed through the legislation? And please reject it, because many other cities have. So next slide. SB 403 was authored by Fremont Senator Ayesha Wahab. She was elected into her role in November last year. She took her role in January. The first thing she does is gets this legislation across. In January, she takes her role, and February, this bill comes out. Wow, that's the first thing she wants to work on? The intent of this bill was to add caste to the list of protected classes in state civil rights, alongside race, gender, and sexual orientation. The current status is that the bill has passed the California Senate with 34-1 vote, California Assembly Judiciary Committee with 9-0 vote. It's right now at the Appropriations Committee at Assembly, and it's going to be discussed, I believe, tomorrow. Next, it'll go to California Assembly floor for voting, and then finally at the desk of Governor for a signature. So what have been the efforts by people, right? Assembly Judiciary Chair Brian Manshine from San Diego made a lot of effort to try to get the word caste out of this bill, but Senator Wahab wouldn't agree. Assembly members Alex Lee from Fremont and Evan Lowe from Cupertino, actually they really worked hard behind the scenes, right? And also they were able to get it down to a subcategory rather than being a top level item. He also requested further studies on this topic, and we are hoping that people will go through further studies. Next slide. So let's talk about the Cisco caste case. A lot has been said about the discrimination that's going on. So this was a fabricated case. The person, John Doe, who filed a claim against Sundar Iyer and Ramana Kampella, claimed that just for a few $1,000s of his salary raise was not given when he was awarded millions of dollars in stock equity. And I won't go into the details of the case, but there's a lot of information already at castgate.org. The California Civil Rights Department, they gave a whole lot of trouble to Sundar Iyer, right? They actually withheld evidence. They fabricated data. They had constitutional violations, as in they assigned Sundar Iyer a religion and a caste when he said he was an atheist. And there was a whole lot of prosecutorial abuse. Until CRD was sanctioned, they kept on pushing the case. And the minute they were sanctioned, they withdrew the case. So much so, even the lead prosecutor was fired by Gavin Newsom, the governor. CRD withdrew the case against the defendants, and a lot more information is available at castgate.org. Now let's talk about the survey data that Equality Labs keeps on throwing around like it's no big deal. 1 in 4 have been raped. 1 in 3 have been attacked. I don't know, all the numbers that they have been putting out. The survey data that they have shared is by their own acknowledgement, right? Unscientific. There has been no validation of the data that they have put together. They have cherry-picked results. When the results didn't meet their needs, they changed it or they discarded it. And participants around the world were asked to participate in this data, in this survey. And when they said that they were out of the country, they were given a zip code in San Jose to enter so that the data could sound as though they're all coming from United States. The Cisco judge threw out this data just because it just didn't make sense and it was all fabricated. It just didn't stand the sniff test. Carnegie Institute and Pew Research have debunked the caste discrimination claims that Equality Labs parades around in every conversation everywhere. Now, somebody else brought up the Hindu temple case earlier. They said that this was yet another example of caste discrimination. The raids were conducted by FBI. It came out the same time in New York Times that the FBI is conducting raids. Surprised that the raids were known to New York Times at the time it was happening. They wanted to document discriminatory pay practices of low-caste people. Turns out these workers were being coerced. They were being made promises that they are going to get citizenship if they file a grievance. And these workers have now withdrawn their claims. So really, there are no established cases of caste discrimination in the United States. The two things that they talk about is Cisco caste case, which has been thrown out, and the Hindu temple case, which has again been invalid. Next slide. So why is this a problem? It's a problem because discrimination is based on ancestry. Discrimination based on ancestry is already covered by existing laws. Well, you already heard the Cisco case. It was filed before SB 403 was even introduced. So yes, it is covered in existing laws. Hell, I'm sorry, bad use of the word. We also heard Senator Wahab mention that she is against the existing laws already cover this issue. Can I get some more time, please?
No, I'm sorry. We have to keep it to our time. Thank you.
I was given only 8 minutes.
Can you just wrap it up?
Can I just play 2 videos really quick?
Oh, no. We've already gone extended beyond. You had 10 minutes. So we're going to conclude. Please wrap up.
Okay. The 2 videos are of, okay, I really would request, I wish I'd known that it was 10 minutes. The 2 videos are really crucial. If I can get a chance to play those 2 videos, and I will not speak.
I would prefer if you just send it to city.council@cityofpaloalto.org. We'll all get it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank everybody who came out to testify and to speak about the different topics at public comments. We will now move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. If there's anybody who would like to speak, please turn on your light. At the count of 3, we're going to move forward. 1, 2, 3. We're moving to consent calendar. I'll take a motion now. I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. So Vice Mayor seconded. Is there any public comments on the consent items?
No hands are raised and no requests to speak in person.
Awesome. Will you please take our vote?
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes. Yes. Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I request the city clerk assistance with a few slides? Thank you. Next slide, please. Actually, I think back one. All right, thank you. On the topic of constituent email responses, just want to make members of the community aware that this is largely a back-end process, but nonetheless, that we are starting to pilot a new system for ensuring that emails that are received by the city council or to the city manager have a tracking system associated with them. So as of tomorrow, we'll be implementing what we're referring to as the Zendesk platform for tracking email requests and follow-up. In addition, as we roll this out, there will also be a ability for people who frequently send emails to the city council that involve requests that you can check on the status of your requests. So again, more information will be forthcoming on this, but did want to make folks aware of this new backend system. Also want to note that our baseline system for requests to the city on a variety of issues is our Palo Alto 311 system. You see here a website for it, cityofpaloalto.org/311. We also have an app, a mobile app that can be used to send in requests directly. And that way it's ensured to get to the right hands as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. City clerk is definitely multitasking, so apologies for adding to that load. Just want to make sure everyone's aware that Code Art will be back in town this October 12th through the 14th. This is a really popular, largely technology-based art, temporary art installations throughout downtown. And as such, really look forward to having this come back. It is October 12th through 14th in the evening from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and additional information will be forthcoming on specific locations. But here we have our website, cityofpaloalto.org/codeart. Next slide, please. Then just want to note that we are beginning outreach on City Council's recent approvals of expanded renter protections. There's article information provided with general information, and you will see us doing expanded outreach to ensure both landlords and tenants are aware of the recent approvals of expanded renter protections. Next slide, please. Then in terms of upcoming events, want to note that Third Thursdays will be back at California Avenue this Thursday, August 17th from 6 to 9 p.m. Number of events and related activities. Next slide, please. Also, specific engagement opportunities coming up. One related to our ongoing King Plaza Artist in Residence program, a couple of upcoming sessions with the next artist that is doing outreach and discussions on awareness around housing, equity, and belonging in Palo Alto at Rinconada Library late this month, as well as an upcoming session related to the Palo Alto Airport long-range plan. And this session will be held in East Palo Alto at Bloom House on August 24th. Next slide, please. Then I just want to highlight that in your packet this evening, in the City Council agenda packet, under our informational reports, which are listed at the end of the agenda, we have a number of items that are described in our July recess report, a variety of activities that occurred throughout the month of July. Next slide, please. And then finally, looking forward at upcoming City Council agendas next week, we have an action item related to the Regional Water Quality Control Plan. Also, we will be issuing an amended agenda to add a special order at the front end of next week's agenda related to our sibling city relationship with Bloomington, Indiana. Then looking forward, since you have no meeting on the 28th, we will have our next meeting on Tuesday following Labor Day. That's September 5th, where we'll have your Architectural Review Board applicant interviews, as well as action item related to the 340 Portage development proposal. Then coming up on September 11th, the following Monday, pre-screening for 3265 El Camino Real, the permanent parklet program coming back, and Human Relations Committee, HISRAP funding recommendations, as well as, I believe, item related to the Human Relations Commission referrals on dates of special recognition. Then finally, your last meeting in September, since there's no meeting on September 25th, September 18th will be a few planning items. One, a proposed priority development area in the San Antonio corridor, and Ellsworth Place development proposal, and the Stanford University Medical Center Development Agreement Amendment.
Thank you. Kind of makes me wonder what am I going to do on the 28th? There's no meeting. So I wanted to ask my colleagues, on the agenda, we have a break, but it's pretty early at this meeting. So I was just wondering if we might be able to take action item number 5 before we go on break. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, council member. So we will go ahead with item number 5, which is the adoption of a comprehensive economic development strategy to guide city priorities, initiatives, and project outcomes. And we'll go back to city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let me ask our Assistant City Manager, Kylie Nose, to lead off for staff.
Good evening, City Council. Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager, and really I am here by proxy for who you've seen through this whole process, Steve Guagliardo, who's been in charge of and working through our economic development initiatives. Next slide, please. So before you tonight is a continuation of Council's economic development City Council priority. And the first objective out of that priority, which is for you to adopt a comprehensive economic development strategy. So tonight is ultimately the final step of an over year-long process that we've gone through with the council and community to develop this strategy, and is really foundational to us continuing to work on the economic development priority and the various objectives council's already identified, as well as new ones that are included in this report. This really does provide a roadmap of sorts, and ultimately a framing as well as guiding kind of policies and principles to help us continue to support economic development throughout our city through various actions. As you can probably see in the report, there's no silver bullet. There are a number of recommendations, a number of action items that the city can take to help facilitate and support development throughout the community. So ultimately tonight we are seeking your discussion, this final discussion with our consultant StreetSense, also helped by HDL, who are here with us this evening, and are seeking your adoption of the recommendations and the recommended actions. It's super important for the council and the community to realize that even through the adoption of this plan, all of the recommendations, all of the subsequent actions that are in this are subsequent activities that staff will take up with the council. So there will be further engagement, there will be further discussion with the council to execute the recommendations contained herein. This is really that strategy to help us focus our efforts where we can be most effective and efficient in supporting development throughout the community and the ecosystem within. So with that, I will actually turn it over to Larissa and Ashley from Street Sense to move through the final report.
Yep, there. Hi, good evening. We're really pleased to be here. Can we move to our first slide? Wonderful, thank you. I'm Larissa Ortiz. I'm the Managing Director of the Public Nonprofit Solutions Group at Street Sense. Very pleased to be here. As Kylie mentioned, we're here on behalf of Street Sense and HDL. We've been part of a year-long process to develop this strategy, and I'll walk through that with you in a moment. A little bit about myself. I've been doing this work in downtowns for over 25 years. I've worked in hundreds of communities of all kinds and types and sizes and scales in this country and abroad. I also served for 7 years as a New York City Planning Commissioner. You can go to the next slide. So we're really thrilled to be here because this is an opportunity for us to share and culminate a year-long process of collecting information, both qualitative and quantitative, that begins with understanding the market. You asked us here to help you understand the challenges and issues that you face so we can help define a set of interventions, policies, and strategies that will guide the efforts of your economic development team here. And we're here to present the final phase of this. This is really a three-phase process, which began with immersion and discovery, what we call very much a listening exercise, and you were part of that. We came to Palo Alto, we conducted field work, we conducted targeted stakeholder engagement, and we presented at a city council study session, which was our opportunity to share with you what we heard, get your feedback, ground truth, and continue forward. The next phase was what we call a diagnostic, which is collecting market information, trying to understand where we have gaps, where Palo Alto is serving its local businesses, and where there are opportunities to sort of fix systems that might be broken. We presented the diagnostic, which is quite a detailed exercise in March. Again, to you, got feedback and on the guiding principles and used that to begin to develop the economic development strategy. So nothing you see here today should really come as a surprise. We're really pleased to have sort of walked this through this process with you over the past year. And this last piece of the project, we also conducted resident and stakeholder engagement through an online forum, through a Zoom meeting. And we're here today to present this to you. So next slide. So our diagnostic looked at really our areas of business concentration. Our goal here was to help you understand where your resources, where your time, we're going to have the most impact on the economic development activities here in Palo Alto. And we really began by looking at your regional and super regional centers. So downtown and Stanford Shopping Center, which collectively, they represent 37% of your sales tax base. Those two districts alone. They also face the greatest competition for visitors. And rightly so, they have to maintain a best-in-class status within the region to remain competitive. We then looked at your community serving centers, smaller in scale, California Avenue and Town and Country Village, which together have 5.2% of your sales, all your sales tax revenue, 5.2% collectively are California Avenue and Town and Country Village. And then lastly, looking at your neighborhood serving centers, of which Midtown and Charlestown were really representative of most of your neighborhood shopping centers. understanding, sort of developing a toolkit for those two shopping centers that can be applied to others. When we look at Midtown and Charleston collectively, their tax base is about 1%. They generate 1% of the sales tax for Palo Alto. And when we looked at the sales tax over time, not to say that they have not been hurt over time, but they were least impacted by COVID from a sales tax perspective. Next slide. So, I do want a little bit of table setting. I've been doing this work a long time, and the retail ecosystem, it's important to say that it's complicated. There are landlords who have spaces, tenants who are looking for spaces, whether it's here or Palo Alto. There are consumers who have certain interests, and understanding how all of these players work together and how they interface with one another. Our job is to triangulate that for you and determine where the public sector can play a role, because the public sector influences but does not control the decisions of many of these stakeholders. And I think that's really important. If I've learned anything over the years, we want to give you a roadmap and a set of tools that you can actually execute. And so everything you see here in bold and underlined are opportunities where the public sector can make a difference, whether it becomes risk mitigation through resources to landlords that help them take on smaller tenants who may not be as well capitalized, whether it's helping tenants support their co-tenancy, focusing on certain kinds of businesses that you'd like to see, focusing on creating brands and brand alignment so that tenants understand what they're getting into when they occupy space in any of these districts. And finally, where I think it's most critical is the opportunity to impact the consumer, creating a wonderful sense of place in the public realm, addressing events, safety, cleanliness, accessibility, convenience. Those are all areas where you can absolutely make a difference. And this is not a silver bullet plan. It is a very comprehensive plan that sort of attacks each of these elements in turn. Next slide. So all of this is happening in a very complicated global environment. We know that retail trends are affecting footprints. We know that businesses are going online and needing less brick and mortar space. We know that your spending habits have likely changed. I usually ask the question, who's bought something at Amazon this past week? We know these things are affecting the number of businesses that are in business in our downtowns, and we're seeing this across the country. And tenants right now are in the driver's seat. Palo Alto is competing in a way it has never before had to compete for tenants who are looking at other places in this market. And so you have to recognize that this is sort of the environment we're in. And of course, the continued implications of hybrid work, which are affecting the amount of retail you can support. Next slide. So really, the diagnostic takeaways, we looked at sort of 4 categories of analysis. And I think the biggest takeaway is the recovery has been very uneven across all of your key tax generating districts. And so we crafted a strategy that acknowledges that, where can we make the most difference with public resources, time and money? Stanford Shopping Center, which represents 1/4 of all of your sales tax revenue, has nearly fully recovered. And I should say beyond fully recovered. They've actually improved beyond what they were in 2019. Their vacancy rate now, as of Q1, was 4%, which is lower than our national average. Downtown Palo Alto, however, what we was surprised to find was that it was declining in terms of its sales tax impact since before the pandemic, and still has not fully recovered and is experiencing continued vacancy. And in fact, the majority of vacancy in all of Palo Alto is found in downtown Palo Alto. Town and Country Village, again, almost fully recovered, is experiencing moderate vacancy. But where we're having the most vacancy is California Avenue, where we're seeing 15% as of Q1. And then neighborhood centers, which also have seen impacts. But in some cases, what we've noticed is that because they're grocery anchored, they have been able to maintain themselves, and it's a fairly stable asset class at this time. Next slide. So each of these districts is facing these challenges. We know you have a discerning customer base that has many options in this market. Tenants also have options in this market. We know that this is a very highly competitive market with lots of regional and local serving establishments in and around Palo Alto. We know the market dynamics are changing with hybrid work. We have estimated that you will have, and you're not alone in this, a retail oversupply and likely persistent vacancies over time owing to some of these market changes. And then small businesses have clearly been experiencing increased costs in doing business for many reasons that are not limited to simply one issue. Next slide. And so, these challenges are exacerbated in some cases by a number of policies that make it harder for businesses to succeed in this environment. We know you have a very restrictive regulatory environment, which we've discussed with you before. You have a number of regulations that make it hard for retail to right size and to be other things if it wants to be. We know you have challenges in terms of lack of active stewardship. Today, we spent some time in Burlingame, and it's clear there's a steward, there's someone caring for that downtown. And that's something that you need here. And we know you need physical improvements and investments in the public and the private realm, especially in places where you have lots of owners who are challenged in terms of their ability to work with one another. And finally, we know there are opportunities to address access and connectivity, which Ashley will get into in a moment.
Thanks, Larissa. Next slide, please. And thanks again for having us. For the record, my name is Ashley Labadie, Senior Project Director with StreetSense. So as a result of the diagnostic findings and the stakeholder engagement process, 3 guiding principles were identified and presented to Council back in March. These principles are about creating environments where businesses succeed. This requires reinforcing each district's distinct scale and offerings by focusing on the public realm improvements and activation, improving accessibility in terms of walking and biking, and also addressing parking issues. And finally, addressing the regulatory environment as it relates to the changing market conditions. Next slide. The next 3 and final slides consist of the strategy recommendations and actions at a glance, and they're all organized by those 3 guiding principles. I won't go into all of these in great detail, but we're happy to answer any questions, of course, afterwards. So in regards to guiding principle number 1, we suggest first and foremost upgrading highly used and visible public and private realm spaces to promote that district distinct definition. In a time where we have high regional competition, Palo Alto's districts have to upgrade physically to compete. And so we recommend redesigning University Avenue's streetscape. It's at the end of its life cycle. It needs updating to balance the multiple functions it is required to serve as downtown's core. We recommend continuing to explore the Car-Free Streets initiative for California Avenue and Ramona Street and determine whether they make sense for business retention and attraction. Supporting outdoor dining and gathering options, both on the sidewalk and in the on-street parklets. We've seen that this is effective in terms of business retention and driving sales, especially in districts that are heavily reliant on food and beverage like downtown and California Avenue. And then also investing in cohesive district branding, again, to reinforce identity. The second recommendation is to encourage the creation of district management entities, those stewards that are carrying some of these recommendations forward where the city cannot. They do district promotion, programming, maintenance, they tackle safety issues, things like that beyond what the city can provide. They also serve as that conduit or the advocate for the stakeholders in that particular community. So for downtown in particular, we recommend creating a task force to explore how regional DMEs are addressed in other downtown areas to determine the best practice for downtown Palo Alto, whether that's a bid or a different type of DME moving forward. All best-in-class districts have DMEs, and so we highly recommend something like that, especially for our downtown and California Avenue. The third is to pursue business retention, development, and traction initiatives for our local and small businesses. We need to do what we can to retain local businesses and their growth in Palo Alto. We don't want them going again to other regional areas to where they've grown up here in Palo Alto. We want to keep them here. So that's we recommend creating public-private, small and local business incubation and vacant storefront programs, especially to connect landlords that are experiencing high vacancy and connecting them with businesses that want to be in brick and mortar. This is also an opportunity to partner further with organizations like UVFM, where we have market tested businesses, small businesses that are ready to grow. And then also consider allocating funds towards that local e-gift card program for local patronage. And then lastly, for guiding principle 1 is to promote tourism citywide to increase our longer business travel. Palo Alto has high travel during the week for business travel historically, but there's opportunity to extend those into the weekend time to based on all of the local destination assets available here. We would do that through an easy-to-use online platform and app that shares the amenities, how to get there, itineraries, things like that, similar to what Los Gatos provides. Next slide. Guiding principle 2, again, is improving accessibility and through walking and biking and addressing parking issues. And this is really all about broadening the customer base through equitable means and capturing spending in Palo Alto. So paying attention to broken pedestrian and cycling links and fixing those small things to make a cohesive system and a safer system altogether. So, looking at correcting signage, providing wayfinding, and frankly, better bicycle lane markings in particularly high traveled routes, mid-block pedestrian crossings, removing free rights, and all of this would be addressed in future bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update to come. Investing in that first and last mile transportation options like micromobility and the pilot program, continuing that forward for the on-demand transit service. We know the impacts of these first and last mile transportation options, and we go through that in a particular detail in the report, and its impacts on local sales tax and the tax base. We recommend reinforcing walkability within the districts and encouraging longer duration of stay. So this is really about activation, making sure people feel safe enough and are interested enough to stay longer and spend their time and also spend their money. The last is to update and simplify those parking policies, the systems, and the signage to ease navigation. So embracing technology by incorporating digital signage. You already do this in the California Avenue parking garage, and it's fantastic. We definitely recommend carrying those sorts of policies forward, but people also need navigating within the district itself. So putting in digital signage within the district, strategically located to help people get to the actual parking locations easier. And then considering a small business employee access program for parking and other means. And this is especially helpful for small businesses that rely on lower wage service workers. We need, again, to help those small businesses retain employees as much as possible as they were hit especially hard by the pandemic. And next slide, please. And lastly, guiding principle number 3, adopting policies that reflect the changing market conditions. And so this is really targeting Palo Alto's ability to be business friendly, which is a goal of the comprehensive plan. So first and foremost, streamlining, updating, and or removing unnecessary use restrictions to enable tenancy and competitiveness. So we want to ensure more predictability, easier and more consistent interpretation, and ultimately what this does is reduces time and risk associated with tenancy. And so consider removing or consolidating some of those overlays, especially in districts that are experiencing high vacancy. More over-the-counter approvals, especially just for minor changes. Reevaluating the citywide retail preservation ordinance so that we are concentrating retail where there is demand. And then enabling more growth of those neighborhood goods and services along California Avenue specifically through potential update to the formula retail ordinance. And then lastly is to grow the market by enabling residential development in select areas of downtown Palo Alto and California Avenue. And this is really about rebuilding a reliable daytime spending base that has dwindled post-pandemic due to the hybrid work environment in which we now live. And so ways in which we would increase residential in these areas would be by potentially allowing a modest height or FAR increase in parts of downtown. This is about opening up more options, especially for those tight sites or irregularly shaped sites, specifically those that are narrow and long. Allowing exclusively residential projects, including on the ground floor and those along secondary. And finally, prioritizing residential development on underutilized property as identified in your housing element most recently. These are really your low-hanging fruit sites that the council and the community have recently backed. So we definitely recommend starting there for sure. And that's a broad highlight of our strategy recommendations and how we got there. And we're more than happy to take your questions.
Okay. Councilmember Vincourt.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. Just quickly, in our packet on page 176, I don't know if this was part of the Street Sense report and recommendations or if this is more for our city manager, but a question I had was there was a comment and recommendation about an Office of Economic Development, and if now is an appropriate time to ask about that. My question is simply, I'd like to know a little more about the proposed scope. It mentions key partners, who those are. What are the staffing expectations? Have we looked at other cities, even our sibling city that has an Office of Economic Development? Or is that something better for later in our evening?
I'll get started on that. What we've found is that, an action plan such as this often requires targeted and dedicated focus to support execution. So, and embedded in some of the language is recommendation and a hope that you need the capacity to get this done. You have sort of a one-man show right now, and that in order to execute this, you'll have to think through, precisely how that gets done administratively, and so that was the recommendation there.
And just to add to that, Council, if you recall, so we do have one position that the Council had authorized in the City Manager's office, and through your FY 2024 budget, we added one more position. It is a support position in nature, but that does add additional capacity for staff to begin to take on actually the coordination and ultimately implementation of this strategy. But it's not just Office of Economic Development, as Larissa identified. One of the things that we will look to do is to coordinate the efforts across departments. So if you look at the recommendations in here and were to reconcile that with, say, your council objectives, some of these are already included in there and impact departments such as the Office of Transportation, Planning and Development Services. And so ultimately, staff will pull together with those, the mighty team of two, once both positions are filled, and start working through any gaps in resources. As you likely saw, some of these recommended actions we've identified as not resourced and long-term projects. And those are areas that we are going to have to look at adding additional resources and capacity in order to fully execute. But we do have a lot to bite off now with what council already has as priorities, and that we would look to use our current resources that the council has allocated accordingly.
Thank you. I did see the reference to the current employee and one other in the budget, and this plan will go beyond FY 2024. So the question is, is it expected to be a continued ramp, or is it more just interacting with other departments? Is it more just implementation of this, or is it creative strategy making? What type of staffing and scope are we expecting from this office?
Sure. And I think that beyond what's currently allocated, that's an unknown. And really does depend on how aggressively the council wishes to attack the action plan and the various projects within it juxtaposed to your other priorities, frankly. And so if ultimately council were to provide staff the direction, we love this, we want everything done in 24 months, we would say, yes, we need more resources. But if we are going to take this as a strategic plan to continue activities that are currently underway and inform our future activities with a more economic development focused lens, I would say staff will have to come back with what those actual resources are at that time.
So it's sort of to be determined. And right below that, it was talking about the creation of an interagency economic development committee led by the Office of Economic Development and consisting of key partners and city staff. Tell me who the key partners are you have in mind.
Sure. It's going to be those project leads on the different action items that touch other departments. So we talked about the Office of Transportation, and the bike ped plan was one of the areas that was referenced that will have touch points with this plan. Another one is the car-free streets initiative that the council has prioritized, and we have staff working on that now. So ultimately, with the two positions to create the quote unquote Office of Economic Development, they will coordinate across the organization to strategize and monitor and support the various projects identified that are tie with what's currently underway.
Okay, I thought that's what OED was supposed to be, but that's also what this interagency economic development committee
Can
is?
I jump in? And, I will add, the way we see economic development, it's not something that is owned necessarily by an agency, right? There are elements of this that fall under planning, their regulatory nature. There's an acknowledgement that there's transportation issues. All of that is part of what I talked about, this ecosystem. And I see, these individuals in the office as being the quarterbacks of a team that has to be interagency in nature, because otherwise you're not going to get many of these things done.
Okay, so interagency being the different agencies within the city, not outside of the city. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liz Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just to follow on my colleague's question about the Office of Economic Development, could you ballpark for us what you would expect a city of our size and budget to have by way of an enhanced Office of Economic Development? Our general fund is approximately $250 million. Overall, we're close to $1 billion. We're a city of 68,000 people. Give us is this an office of 5? If we got 1 and plus 1 is allocated for next year, and we're sort of saying, it kind of depends on what y'all are going to do. Like, what are you recommending we do? Are you recommending that we add 5 more staff or 3 more staff?
So Actually, we can get back to you on that question. We have been doing work with a number of cities of similar size and scale. I just don't have, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head, but it's information that we can make sure we get back to you.
Could you roughly ballpark it?
In terms of
when you look
number-
at the fact that we have two?
So you can, I would prefer to get back to you on that because we actually have a number of instances and examples. And I think one of the things that makes this and why we want to make a recommendation for the interagency team is an acknowledgement that right now you have, 1-2 staff that are focused on this, and we don't like to make recommendations that can't be executed with or that are sort of don't have resources for execution. So this idea that, and if you look at every recommendation, there are different partners that are responsible. We work very, very closely with the Office of Planning on every single element of the regulatory piece. So it's not that the Office of Economic Development would lead that at all, but rather they would track and maintain and be able to report on all of these recommendations on a quarterly basis. So I do think there are ways in which you can get away with 1 or 2 staff. And then, we can get back to give you examples of comparables that are precisely comparable to Palo Alto.
We're going to go to Councilmember Burt, but then after Councilmember Burt, we'll go to the public for public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the things I want to ask about is what are really the ultimate goals here? And certainly you've laid out clearly the economic benefit goals to the community, but is it part of your plan and deliberate framework that we recognize the value of services and retail to the community as a community benefit in and of itself?
I would say that we used and took cues from Palo Alto's own comprehensive plan, the 2030 plan, to inform the goals. And the 3 points that come up are, a desire to be business friendly and thriving. Acknowledging that businesses of all types, from neighborhood businesses, small businesses, need to succeed in this environment. The second is, acknowledgement of the changes in land use that need to happen. This is from Palo Alto's own plan that, before we arrived, the updates to the municipal code to support diversification of land uses, which I think gets to your point, an acknowledgement that these land uses are important and part of a successful economic development strategy for the city. And then finally, issues of transportation and access, walkability, bikeability. So I would say those are the objectives. And I'm skirting around your question.
Yeah, I'm not sure that
I'm not answering it directly because we didn't, that precise principle, I think is woven through here, but it's not explicit.
Yeah. Okay. And I think that's something we may want to discuss of really what are the guiding principles from which all the rest of this flows. And you referenced the comp plan. Within the comp plan, and in your outline, you referenced 2 neighborhood centers, Midtown and Charleston, but we actually have 4 that are defined, and the other 2 were omitted, Alma and Edgewood. In terms of the kind of the opportunity for renovation, I'd probably rank Midtown the highest, but all 4 have been defined in our comp plan. Plus, we talk about the importance of the El Camino corridor and its needs. And so are there reasons that those were not explicitly laid out in terms of target areas?
Sure. I mean, some of those decisions preceded our engagement in terms of defining study area. So, we sort of walked into this with an acknowledgement of where we have concentrations of retail. So that was the beginning. The second is that, the 2 study areas that were defined that were neighborhood serving, I think we took those as emblematic of, corridors and types of small districts that with this toolkit that you now have of improvements, it's not limited to what can be done at Midtown or what can be done at Charleston. The ability to, I think of access and visibility and connectivity, which are so critical to successful corridors, as being applicable to each and every one of these districts. And so you will have a toolkit, and you do outlined here, how can we make it easier for Palo Altans to bike, to walk to these districts? That's going to help the success of these business areas. So, I think that's what we're trying to get at, that this toolkit is applicable to districts that were not specifically studied from the tax base implications, from the vacancy implications. So.
Okay, so I think that the toolkit will be helpful on all the areas, but my read of the report was not really that so much that it would apply and help these other unstated and not defined as focus areas. And so that's a concern I would have, is that we make sure that we include them, and El Camino in particular, El Camino for the southern half of Palo Alto is the largest retail sector of South Palo Alto. And so omitting it is something that I wouldn't want to do. I think it needs a focus area. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take the comments? And then can you please let me know how many speakers we have?
We have we have 12 speakers total, and one of those speakers is speaking on behalf of 5 people.
So council members, obviously this is an important topic, so I'd like to find out your thoughts about giving the speakers 3 minutes on this so that we can hear their views, especially since they are residents and they frequent these businesses. Thank you. All right, 3 minutes, please.
Our first speaker is Annette Glankoff. Mayor Koo?
Yes, she'll have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Koo. Council, Annette Kleinkoff speaking for the Midtown Residents Association, since Chair Sherry and our business liaison is enjoying themselves in Europe. I'd like to make a few overall comments about the report, its assumptions for Midtown, and then focus on 5 specific high priority recommendations for Midtown shopping. At first blush, the report looks very analytical and professional, but in delving into it, and I've read it about 15 times, it is clear to me that this is standard content and recommendations from studies from other cities with some Palo Alto statistics sprinkled in. The examples are from cities not similar to Palo Alto: New York, Philadelphia, San Jose, San Diego, Oakland, not our sister cities or our local surrounding cities. As I said at the last council meeting, the report did not adequately address the main cause of retail loss, which is the unsustainable, insatiable rent demands, increasing operations and utility costs, and difficulty in finding and retaining staff. And we just lost this month another business in downtown, a shoe store. Until these systemic issues are addressed, many of the report suggestions, branding, signage, curb cuts, bike pass racks, the bike share program, which has failed in many other cities, public art, websites, A-frames and banners, which I shudder to think about that one, are merely cosmetic. With the 25 recommendations in the report, who is really going to prioritize them? Are you? Is the one person on our staff? Are we going to do more studies? So now I'd like to turn to the 4 assumptions of the report regarding Midtown that I'd like to challenge. 1, that the neighborhood centers were the least impacted during the pandemic. Midtown has lost 15 businesses, not counting the 4 that were lost during the fire. 15. 2, there is a local customer base with little need for promotion. Midtown Shopping does have its local patrons and customers, but there's no advertising, promotion, shares, ideas, etc. It's sorely needed. And that's why we, thank you, Mike Wallow, are in the process of restarting the Merchants Association. For years, Midtown residents has offered to send out blurbs and promotions for the merchants if they provide copy. To no avail. They don't have the time, skill, or priority to do so. 3, on the comment that we have an excess of retail. The study reports that we now have about 100,000 square feet, an oversupply of retail, and if nothing's done, and the future will have 460,000 square feet. The critical question for me to ask is, where is this oversupply located and where is it needed? I say the neighborhood centers. With the influx of several thousand new South Palo Alto residents will need more walkable neighborhood serving retail, not just coffee shops. Otherwise, our residents will find their needs in other cities. 4, on the suggestion to scrap the ground floor retail preservation ordinance for the neighborhood centers, no, no, no. Where is retail needed? In the established neighborhood centers. With these thousands of new residents, I suggest we may even want to consider another neighborhood center in South Palo Alto, on El Camino, thank you, Councilmember Byrd, on San Antonio. Even with the ground floor retail overlay, Midtown has seen multiple violations and difficulties with code enforcement to act on our complaints for non-ground floor retail. An example was the Asian Box, who used their space for offices. Now, from what I understand, there's another office use that's moving into the space. Retail begets retail. For Midtown, there's no real reason to come to one store and then sort of browse around other stores, since there are few true retail establishments. Midtown Center has primarily personal services, 5 beauty salons, 13 sites for youth activity. Midtown is out of balance, with little true retail and a surplus of personal services. So what's to be done? Let me give you 5 high priority recommendations for Midtown. The low and medium priorities are in my August 3rd long letter to council, which I have a copy of, and I'm gonna leave with the city clerk. Recommendation 1, the city needs to be more aggressive in its actions to preserve and revitalize retail. For years, the city economic function has been just bean counting. We need to change that. The city council and staff should actively pursue new ground floor retail. And what I really mean is go out and get them. The city staff needs to seek out and encourage the right retail for the right location. We need charismatic staff who really understand retail and can work with new small business serving retail, as well as property managers, to persuade these new businesses to locate in the right areas. And of course, where should that be? Neighborhood centers. 2, and we've talked about this before, assign an ombudsman for these new small retail businesses to help them through the permitting and installation process. The city needs a better approach to help new retail business get established. The words on the street and small business has heard horror stories about the time to move through the permitting and inspection process. We must find a better way to bring retail to our city. 3, city staff and council should work aggressively with property owners to reduce or stabilize rent. And a comment on Mike's Dinner Bar. We are very concerned that if the negotiation mediation doesn't work for Mike's, This may be the nail in the coffin for Midtown. Would any new retail business want to locate here? 4, we need to revive the dilapidated Midtown shopping building structures which are dated 1955. The city has not spent any money in Midtown for a very long time, since I can remember, but we continually fund downtown and Cal Ave, and that's not a problem, but we want more for Midtown. You fund them with landscaping, lighting, public art, benches, sidewalks, and more. Put funding in your budget for these things for Midtown. Finally, Midtown needs balance. I feel the permitted use definition is too flexible for neighborhood centers. And we've talked about the balance on Cal Ave in the past, so perhaps modify the definition specifically for neighborhood centers to limit personal services and conditional uses, again, for balance. In closing, get involved, and I have to thank Mayor Aku and Vice Mayor Greer for your efforts and interest in doing so. Help us save mics, and please consider the 5 recommendations I've mentioned, as well as the others in the longer report that I sent to council, which I'm about to give our city clerk. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Charlie Wendas.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ku, City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. This year, we, the Chamber, have been very active in participating as a stakeholder with Street Sense, and we appreciate council and staff taking the time to study these next steps tonight. The Chamber supports the staff recommendations to approve the comprehensive economic development strategy developed by Street Sense and use these strategies to guide, inform, and support ongoing economic vitality. An important factor for us in these studies is the fact that Chamber members fit right into the major categories identified: downtown, University Avenue, Stanford Shopping Center, Cal Ave, Town and Country Village, Midtown. After reviewing the most recent report from Street Sense and strategy recommendations, we agree with the key strategies to promote downtown as a destination for visitors and residents, including providing the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce with resources to promote tourism citywide, invest in redesigning University Avenue with cohesive branding initiative to define downtown as a destination spot, streamline, update, or remove unnecessary use restrictions, and we particularly agree that recent trends in retail and changing work patterns warrant revisiting Palo Alto zoning, in particular downtown and Cal Ave. We ask that you look at a more flexible zoning structure and provide more clarity of what is allowed and what is not allowed to aid tenants. This type of rezoning can encourage more variety in business and offering to fill vacancies. On behalf of the Chamber, I want you to know that we are here to help serve as stewards, partners in economic development, including managing a citywide tourism website and app, which we are currently reviewing now, participate in a task force that explores and informs the right approach for downtown, participate in future public processes involving regulatory reform to improve economic development, and find ways to help local businesses. The Chamber has been on the cutting edge of these issues identified in the Street Sense report. We've hosted dozens of town hall meetings and small business focus groups over the last 3 years to discuss COVID recovery, branding of business districts, utilization of outdoor areas, and many other issues that are described in the report. Therefore, we are very much looking forward to supporting Street Sense initiatives once they become the policies of the city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Len Philpott.
Hi, everyone. I'm Len Philpott. I served on the committee that rewrote the city's latest comprehensive plan. Policy L4.18 essentially directs the city to maintain Midtown Shopping Center as an attractive, pedestrian-oriented neighborhood center with diverse local serving uses and gathering places, and it encourages retention of Midtown's variety of neighborhood retail shops and services. Mike's Diner in Midtown is facing an existential crisis because he missed paying rent by 1 day. You've seen the news stories. Our local press underscores the widespread public outrage this action has ignited. Our petition to save Mike's has gathered 1,300 signatures in just 9 days. It asks the city to do whatever it can to help find a solution to this potential eviction. I now ask Mike's supporters in the audience to quietly raise their hands, and I thank them for coming, for showing up. We thank Mayor Koo and Councilmember Burt for their help, and we ask all of you to live up to the guidelines, goals, and policies of our comprehensive plan. Mike's has been in business for 29 years, and it's the crown jewel of Midtown. His eviction would leave a dark, ominous, foreshadowing question mark in Midtown's future. Mike's Palo Alto roots run deep. He grew up in Midtown, right on Middlefield Road. As a boy, he climbed the very trees that are still growing along his restaurant's parking lot. You are the current caretakers of our city's mythic tall tree. And Mike's represents a sturdy, beloved branch. We beseech you to protect it from being summarily chopped off. Please help us find a way to save Mike's. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to ask that we, it's really great speech and I really appreciate it. Please let's not clap. We want this space to be a safe space, and also we want to kind of move it along also. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Walu.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and City Manager. I just wanted to come, and I'm Mike Walu. I'm the owner of Mike's Diner Bar, Midtown Palo Alto. And I just wanted to thank you, first of all, for your support. It's been really, really reassuring, and during this difficult and challenging time, much appreciated. So briefly, I just, as a native Palo Alton and native Midtown person, in my particular situation, I had a great relationship with the owners of the property, the parents, for 25 years almost. And the situation now is like unreasonable. You know, I've done all these improvements. I want to make it the crown jewel of Midtown. I want to provide for the community I live in, Midtown, to have a place to go and gather and enjoy. And I'm willing to pay above market rent because the rent's been going up during this extensive remodel that took over 2 years. I think that process, based on the age of the building and the required work, was incredibly longer than I thought and more expensive. But that being said, it was all going fine until COVID happened. So then with COVID happening and the lack of compassion from the property owners on any of these counts, the rent just kept going up during the remodel, during COVID and everything else. And so in spite of the efforts, it seems there's nothing I can do, because I'm hoping to get the eviction set aside. But if they try to do that to you when you're 1 day late, it makes me worried for the future, even if I'm going to be able to stay there and have a working relationship with the property owner. So I don't know if there's a way to mediate it, or if there's a way to do anything to keep small business, not just Mike's, but hopefully for the greater good, to keep some small business and family-owned businesses in town, in Midtown and in Palo Alto in general, because I think it's a dying breed, and it just seems like if it keeps going the way it's going, we'll lose a lot of the character and characters in Palo Alto, so in Midtown, and I just want to see if there's any way we can learn to mediate the situation between merchants, tenants, and property owners to make it better for everybody. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Selena Tracy.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council. I'm here to support Saving Mike's Diner Restaurant in Midtown. My name is Selena Tracy. I've been lucky to live right next door to Mike's Restaurant since 2000. And I've raised my 3 children to the yummy aroma of garlic and the sounds over the fence of happy, full tummies of our Palo Alto community members. It has actually been fun living next door to Mike's. Mike has been a great neighbor and has taken pride in his restaurant and the property since he's been there. It's a neighborhood gem, community hub, a favorite place to eat, and an important piece of Palo Alto's heart. It can be walked to or biked to easily. My children have grown up there. We can go there anytime and run into neighbors and friends. I've had many lunches there, Mother's Day, teachers' lunches, work meetings, date night dinners, birthday celebrations, and on and on. 2 of my 3 children have worked at Mike's Restaurant. Mike hired them when they had no experience at all. He was their first employer. When I look at the Midtown Shopping Center, I'm always confused about all the garbage on the ground, the weeds along the sidewalk, and the rundown state of it all. Mike Walu's restaurant is the only Midtown business that has been updated and always looks cared for. The new remodel is gorgeous. He invested to make the space beautiful, and it's always kept very clean with fresh flowers, new parking, new paint, etc. I'm here to help protect what little part of Palo Alto's heart that is left. Palo Alto continues to lose its heart. We no longer have a toy store, a bakery, a bowling alley. We continue to lose more and more of Palo Alto's traditional, family-friendly, and locally owned businesses. Please help save Mike's Diner and save what's left of Palo Alto's heart. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Levy.
Good evening. I came to encourage you to adopt the framework, the economic development strategy framework, knowing that, as both Kylie and Larissa said, the implementation details, the stuff we heard tonight, will come later. This is my first chance to publicly thank Larissa and Ashley and Kylie and Steve, who is on paternity leave. I have 2 comments as a professional economist and then 2 comments as a resident of downtown. My experience is that the retail trends for store retail are challenging, not unique to Palo Alto, but countrywide, with malls and downtowns having to adjust, as the consultant said, to changing circumstances. On the business side, I don't know how many of you have eaten out lately, but both the restaurants and the retail are facing enormously increases in labor cost. I happen to be happy for the workers, but also increases in input cost and distribution cost. On the consumer side, my wife and I are part of a pre-pandemic growing and sustained number of people who enjoy shopping online. We find it convenient. As the population ages and there's more disability, online and the delivery services are a godsend to many, and that trend will not reverse. On the other hand, both our family and nationwide spending on services is soaring. Not just personal services, I don't know exactly what that means. So let me get to as a resident. I favor recommendation 10 to build more housing downtown. Housing of the type where I live, where the units go in less than a week, and housing of the type that your staff just talked about for low-income residents, for example, on the downtown parking lots. I think both of those things speak to building a customer base, but they also speak to moving towards a compliant housing element. And for filling the vacancies and for making downtown vital, I would go for services. That's where we spend our money. And I'll leave you with an anecdote. Nancy and I went to the Stanford Theater, 3:30 on Sunday. It was packed. Those people all came out on the street and not one of them went for a car. They're all there, activities to build customers for the restaurants and the retail. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. Thank you for taking up this important topic, which is vital to the well-being of our community. I'm on the executive committee for Palo Alto Neighborhoods, that's PAN, which sent a letter outlining its concerns about the study. I'd like to summarize some of those. First, we're pleased to see Midtown Retail Center and Charleston Plaza included in the strategy, but Edgewood Plaza, Alma Plaza, and El Camino are not mentioned. We urge you to study and keep all our community-serving retail areas in the mix. El Camino, south of Page Mill, is a key neighborhood retail area that particularly needs your attention. It used to be possible to meet many needs by shopping just on El Camino and at Alma Plaza. That's not true anymore. Meanwhile, as Councilmember Burt mentioned, we're planning to pack many more residents into the El Camino corridor south of Oregon, but not looking at their retail needs. We also want to emphasize that the uncertainty of Cal Ave's future is a major barrier for some businesses trying to decide whether to invest in that area. Overall, ground floor retail protection is critical to our success in revitalizing retail. Reducing the requirement for ground floor retail will only push up rental rates, shrink the number of viable retailers, and discourage visitors to our shopping areas. We'd also like to underscore that viewing retail from a city tax revenue basis overlooks other ways they add value, including increasing community cohesion by creating central gathering places for friends and families, reducing car trips and the length of car trips, encouraging healthy, bikeable and walkable neighborhoods, creating safe places for our children to congregate, and providing more activities and destinations for all residents and visitors. PAN believes a charismatic enabler is needed who can bring stakeholders together, close deals, and get things done. Without focus and direction, opportunities like reopening the Middlefield Loma Verde shops will take too long. We are sure that with the right person at the helm, with clear goals, community collaborations, and swift enforcement, we can revive and sustain a thriving retail sector for all who live, work in, and visit Palo Alto to enjoy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Shank.
Thank you, Mayor Koo and members of the council and staff and Street Sense. I'm John Shank with Thwaites Brothers. We've been an integral part of Palo Alto's downtown for more than 130 years. We love it and we want the best for all. I want to reiterate again the immediate need for vast improvements to safety and cleanliness. The feeling of safety continues to deteriorate in our macro neighborhoods. And to help downtown, I ask again that you reinstate the police foot patrols and bike patrols that were very effective. Cleanliness is a second but critical component to support our retailers. Our streets and sidewalks are greasy and stained. Our tree wells are tripping hazards. Our sidewalks are heaved and broken. Our parklets are unsafe and fail to comply with basic building codes. Our public walkways, like Centennial Way, are uninviting and more like a back alley than a beautiful public way that aids retail vibrancy. Such a lost opportunity. Our downtown is tired and functionally obsolete, as street census also concluded. This city has sat idly by for far too long, counting on the work of the past and the reputations built by those no longer involved. We must now work together, and I beg of you to defer to the experts, the retailers, the retail property owners, the retail brokers, and qualified staff members to do this work. Please do not think you can curate the retailers you want or you think residents want. We need you to create the physical infrastructure and the zoning codes to enable the retail market to thrive. The Street Sense report says this. Empowering staff to work with the downtown community has been successful in significantly improving retail vibrancy, jobs, and housing in Burlingame and Redwood City and other cities. I, along with many other downtown representatives, engaged and spoke repeatedly in the past to revise the retail zoning ordinance, and our pleas were ignored in favor of a consultant's report. Please direct staff to work with us again to address the zoning maps and the permitted uses. We've suffered far too long. I'm hopeful that with this report as a jumping off point, that will begin a collaborative effort to revamp the downtown and to be competitive and attractive again. This huge report is interesting, but most critical is to focus on our ancient street design and to partner with the property owners on a new design. I even submitted one to you 3 years ago that can be acted upon. As for specific recommendations, I don't have enough time to address each, but I'll tell you 1.1 is critical and it's shown as being expensive in long term, and we have to find a way to make it less expensive and to happen much more quickly. That addresses 1.3. 1.2 is not retail vibrancy friendly. We don't need closed streets that serve some food service folks who've done extraordinarily well economically because of it. The parking assessment district can act as the committee that y'all were talking about to work on marketing and messaging and all of that, because it is the people, the retailers and the landlords that make up that committee. The retail zoning ordinance can be updated. We don't need a new ordinance that deals with temporary uses or anything else.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
I apologize. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. We'll come back to council, and I see we have a light. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to staff and the consultants for this report. Really excited about our conversation and some opportunities that we have. But I think what so many in the community really want to know, and especially many in this room, is what in your opinion can be done to be able to protect small businesses in this community, especially businesses like Mike's Cafe in Midtown. I know you heard tonight he's facing eviction after missing his rent by 1 day. And I think so many of us feel that eviction letter was unjust, unfair, and just absolute crap. We talked a lot about renter protections for residential, but we've never really discussed protections for commercial lessees. And I'm curious what kind of reasonable protections exist in other municipalities that we could look into. I did notice on page 204 of the staff report, but it contains your consultant report, you advised against a vacancy tax to protect vacant storefronts. So I'm just curious, what else, if anything, out there exists in order to be able to prevent those type of situations in the future?
Sure. I think we have to begin with the acknowledgement that, again, you influence but don't control the actions of private property owners. It's so what do you do in that case, right? One of the reasons why we didn't touch or discuss sort of the redevelopment of private property is because it's not public property, right? We're here to help you understand your lane and the investments that you can make that will create better business conditions. So issues of accessibility, improving, every business will tell you, if my customers can get to me easily and conveniently better than they can get to other places, that's a benefit for my business. So, you know, this is very much as I said, it's not a silver bullet plan. There are many pieces of this. Back to the influence piece. What I've seen work in other communities is over time, as staff, as chambers of commerce, or whether it's a business improvement district or other kind of entity, have built relationships over time with property owners, have contributed and supported them, and built not antagonistic relationships, but supportive relationships, so that in an instance like this, the relationship is there to make the call and to ask for some sort of opening or discussion, or what is it that we can do? Because again, it's about influencing, not controlling. And, that's what we've seen work when you have the infrastructure and you've built these relationships and you have a trusting relationship with property owners. You often get a receptive ear. They will answer the phone. They will have a conversation. I will say that oftentimes businesses have to anticipate what a lease says at the beginning when you sign it is probably the most important thing that a small business can do to protect itself. Because once the lease is signed and the decisions are made around what rights you have once you've invested in your property, that basically it's too late, right, at the end of a lease term. So other cities, what they've done is supported small businesses in developing better leases with their landlords, so that when it comes time for renewal, they're in better shape. After they've made investments, they're in better shape, and they won't end up, or they have some sort of time period during which there's a few days late on rent. That's usually written in the lease, and I'm not a real estate attorney, so oftentimes we will engage real estate attorneys to develop leases that offer protections that would prevent this from happening. So there's a whole slew of things that can be done, could be done, some things, and I don't know the specific of this instance, but I would say if you're in this situation right now, it's about making a call, asking what can be done, negotiating, as the request was made. And that's what you can do. That's the best that you can do at this point in time.
Thank you. No, and I appreciate the difficult situation and the issue with the public-private kind of ownerships there. And so you haven't seen, I mean, you mentioned reasonable landlords, and I think those relationships can go so far in those circumstances. Have you seen I guess, other cities create regulations in order to be able to address those who are unreasonable, like sometimes, again, we see in the landlord-tenant type of relationships?
I would say that my perspective on that is that, I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen a lot of well-intentioned regulations sort of end up working against a community, and not intentionally, of course. And so, we tend to suggest, and I think, it was suggested earlier that often regulation or zoning is a very, very blunt tool that doesn't get at the very particular thing that you're trying to address or solve for. And so, my professional recommendation is often, let's enable some flexibility. If you look at where you have challenges filling spaces right now, California Ave and University Ave have, some of the highest vacancy rates in the city. They are also the most highly regulated areas of the city, where you have restrictions on services, on neighborhood goods and services on California Ave. Those are precisely the things that people can't buy online right now. When you look at California Ave, there's 31,000 square feet of vacant retail on California Ave. That's the equivalent of a neighborhood shopping center on California Ave. So we can accomplish these things that I think folks are asking for, more neighborhood services in places that have vacancies that we want to fill. We talked to a business owner, property owner, who wants a boxing gym within his space. That boxing gym has struggled to open now for quite some time because the regulations limit that use. That's precisely the kind of activity, fitness, the things you do on a Saturday that you want to see in California Ave. It's wanting to be a neighborhood and community center that's missing elements, right? So I would say, before you jump to regulation as the solution, there are other ways in which we can resolve and address the issues.
Thank you. I appreciate your professional insight on that. And I liked your suggestion of perhaps the city being able to help businesses with their leases, creating some templates there. I think one of our public speakers also made a similar suggestion. So I'm curious to discuss that further, but I'm out of time.
May I add to Larissa's points briefly? We do have a recommendation 3.1 that's precisely about connecting vacant properties with businesses that want to be in brick and mortar, and the intermediary, the Office of Economic Development, would be the conduit that brings everything together, that works with them on leases, that works with them on the regulations and navigating that process and helping them improve the property. So it's a program that the Office of Economic Development would need to create if they were given the direction to do so with the adoption of this plan. So we do very much recognize the need to help support small and local businesses, and that recommendation precisely gets at that issue. I also wanted to emphasize that districts are a place of many uses and often symbiotic uses. You don't want to go to a place where all they have is restaurants, because you're not going to go from one restaurant to another restaurant to another restaurant for 4 hours. You're going to go to this use, to go kickboxing, and then you're going to follow up with a protein shake at the next place, and then you might buy a book or something like that. It's about symbiotic uses and supporting those neighborhood goods and services that are currently restricted.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much for this report. I thought it was very insightful. It seemed like largely, I think you guys hit the nail on the head. And so I hope my colleagues will largely follow your recommendation here. A few comments. So on 1.1, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of the property owners came together and they proposed a redesign of this area. And I know we're having a plan to eventually do this, but it's like the 5-10 year plan. But it seems like we should accelerate that because, like you said, if it's not best in class design, people have options of going other places. So I think that we should collaborate with the owners, because I think, like to your prior response, this is not our property, right? This is property that we have to influence. And so I think making sure that the owners are on board is really important. On 2.1, I think that in general I like the idea, but I think that having a task force of the people who actually control those properties, I think would be really important. So kind of like what the downtown parking assessment district used to do. I think that would be a good idea. And maybe, someone from council, someone from public works, police department. I think in my early years of council, we used to have something like that. And then I think also kind of empowering that group to actually, because they have every incentive to get their properties filled, I think giving them some agency in terms of how that money is spent, I think would also be good. And then on 4.1, 4.1, I think that, yeah, I kind of talked about that. And then 3.1, yeah, so in general, I like public-private partnerships, but also I think speed's important. It's a competitive world. You look at other downtowns, Burlingame, you look at the Road City, and there's just vibrant downtowns. And I think, in general, public-private partnerships are good, but speed's also important. And so I think prioritizing that a bit would be a really good idea. And number 8 here. Yeah, so I think this is a no-brainer. I think if you make it easy for people for shoppers to show up, they're going to buy, right? So I think that's an easy one. And same thing with 9. I think, when we have such vacancies, like on Cal Ave, and having a ban on certain retail, I think is just, having a vacancy is like a black hole. It kind of takes other things with it. And I think we need to be a lot more flexible here, and having something filled, like I said, a boxing gym or something like that is better than nothing, right? Which is what's happening right now, because I think that nothingness kind of grows and it spreads and it's unstoppable, unfortunately. So I think we need to help with that. And then for 10, yeah, I think Cal Ave, a lot of those buildings are only a single story, right? They don't even have a second story. And I think and we now have the Cal Ave parking garages there. I think there's so much more we can do with that if we increase the density. So I think that's something that we should do more of. And then let me see, 3. I've got a minute here. So 3, yeah, so I think this is the other thing, which is that like the retail, the first floor mandate, or losing the privilege of having office if you fill it with office. So, I mean, if you don't, or having convert over to retail, you don't fill it with office. I think that's also causes more vacancies because people are going to be hesitant to renting out those properties. And then on 7.1. Yeah, so I think this is just kind of what you were saying earlier, which is basically walkability. Like Centennial Way, I think we have to make sure that the public right-of-way is clear and easy, and that there's people's junk and trash isn't kind of stored in those areas. I think is important. And then let's see. Okay, I'm out of time. I'll do the rest of my next round. Thank you.
Mayor, if I might comment, Councilmember Tanaka, I think your comments actually perhaps provide a good segue as you're starting to refer to specific actions and setting priorities here. Recognizing the time, one option for the council to consider for this evening would be that if we can get direction on the overall plan and any particular areas that you think additional follow-up may be necessary, that we come back for a deeper dive on the priorities themselves. If I could perhaps refer you to packet pages 195 to 197 that have the at a glance recommendations. They provide some annotation where we're basically noting the actions that are already underway versus those that perhaps are either midterm or near term, and again, to the earlier discussion, may require some additional resources. But again, suggestion here for this evening might be to get direction on the overall strategy, and then have us come back for further discussion on priorities within the strategy.
Thank you, City Manager, for that suggestion. I don't see any other lights. Okay, Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. Very long, comprehensive report. And I've tried in my own study for a number of hours, as well as tonight, to kind of focus in on some core items here. I do agree that we might want to come back on some of the, I'll call more minor points. But I think maybe like Councilmember Burt was thinking, I started this first of all by saying, what's the whole point of retail? What is our responsibility for retail? And then from that to go, what makes it work? And really our responsibility, as was said by one of the speakers, Mr. Levinsky, is really for all the neighborhoods, not just the ones that bring in the most tax revenue. But we have that kind of responsibility. And what we're trying to do is create really great experiences for our residents and for our visitors. And that's sort of the whole, from ambiance to meeting their wants and needs, as it says in the econ books. So to do that, we have to take a broad view and understand your purview is limited, but ours isn't. So we need to take that further with other neighborhoods. But what makes retail work? Well, retailers call it the draw, right? How do we draw in customers? And so first of all, it's the appeal of the shops themselves, the assortment, the uniqueness of the items, whether they're needed or whether they're needs instead of wants. Our role in that is to help the tenant get into the shop. That's kind of our leverage point there. Ambiance of the shopping area is critical, including, as one of the fellow speakers talked about, safety and cleanliness. Unfortunately, that's becoming more of a problem in some of our areas. Easy access and certainly parking if someone comes by car. Really, it's partly community building. And so entertainment and meeting your friends in a retail area for other things other than just going in there and buying your groceries is one of the objectives that I think we have. And then from a retailer standpoint, it's really their responsibility to differentiate these days from online and do things in a store that you can't do online. Now, that could be, I can taste something in the store. I can't do that online. I can read part of a book. I can open the box of the puzzle, thinking of Cal Ave. The pressure here is on the merchant. The selection of tenants is definitely on the landlord. That's not our job at all, but we can, help whenever possible. And so all of the above kind of creates a positive experience with the customer, which we've always referred to, I think, fairly as vibrant retail that also brings them back. So I could comment on a lot of the areas, but the areas that I think that we can have the highest leverage as council and the biggest retail impacts is clearly, unquestionably, on items 9 and 10, also on 1.1, but there's also a downtown study barely underway to address that as well. So, streamlining or reducing restrictions on getting into a lease, such as requiring fewer CUP requirements or easing required parking ratios for restaurants. We've talked about that on council and on PTC actually for years. Speed up permitting, which help encourage new tenants to come in and change our reputation as a city that we're hard to work with. That's not going to happen overnight, but that would be excellent. I think that particularly in the context of the housing elements, that allowing housing more broadly on Cal Ave and downtown in terms of types and heights and FAR, just absolutely has to be looked at. And I think it's consistent with what the planning department is looking at right now in the context of the housing element. Obviously, bringing more housing to these places brings people to that area every day because they live there. So I would encourage us, very soon, like even tonight, on something that's that big, to get beyond, discussing it for another year. And we planning and transportation office are very capable of driving all this without external consultants. And I have some thoughts on how to structure this if we wanted to address it tonight or other times. I think I'm getting close to the end. So, well, let me ask one more question. At the original beginning of your discussion, you talked about, I think, setting up your branding across neighborhoods. You set up that reinforce each district's scale and offerings, reinforce downtown as destination, embrace California Avenue as community and neighborhood serving place. That doesn't say anything to me. It's just, too broad. If what you're going to try to do is then actually have these, I call them merchants associations, you call it the development management, whatever it's called, have them really set up what they stand for as brands. That really has to be quite distinct in the two neighborhoods and quite compatible and negotiated so that they actually do have a place to stand. I just think that's going to be really hard to do because they all have restaurants and retail and grocery stores and, just saying, well, that's a destination and that's community serving. I don't think that communicates. So if you're going to go into branding, if you were going to do things like, okay, we're going to turn California Avenue into discount stores. Okay, that's understandable. Or an arts district with galleries and design groups, that's understandable. But if you're just going to kind of work around the edges on that, I don't see how you can get a real distinctiveness in the branding. So my time's up, but I want to get that on the table.
Is that a question?
That's up to the mayor.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Sure, and we can both sort of respond to that. When you speak to brand and those recommendations specifically, if we were to take each of them, so stabilizing and reinforcing downtown as a destination, that is about creating a best-in-class environment, recognizing that if you are a destination, you're competing against other regional destinations, and the investments in public realm are really critical to advancing that goal. You wouldn't make that level of investment in many places, but you need to make that level of investment on University Ave, in our opinion. The second is embracing California Ave as a community and neighborhood serving place. Right now, your regulatory framework actually eliminates many of the uses that are in fact neighborhood serving. And so if you want to make sure that the DNA of that place is so community and neighborhood serving, and for whatever reason, the zoning doesn't reflect that, there's a mismatch. And we're just making a recommendation that you fix what we see as sort of a regulatory oversight so that we can get more businesses. You have a 15% vacancy rate and 31,000 square feet vacant. We want to fill that space.
Yeah, I got that. So what you're saying is you're not necessarily saying that the two areas have to have a separate distinctive brand relative to the shops or the ambiance or anything like that.
No, and
That's
each
helpful.
of these has, a very unique and distinct set of offerings that if these merchants came together and coordinated and discussed, they could in fact determine for themselves. It's not for us to decide what that brand is,
Totally
but
correct.
it's really rooted in what's true and authentic and unique to that place. And that's their decision.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Councilmember Vinker.
Well, Mike, before he leaves, I don't know if he's walking out the door. Darn. I wanted to thank Mike and the supporters and everyone who came out and talked to us tonight. And thanks to Street Sense, because reading your report was quite helpful, but also hearing the reflections from the chamber and all the various people who spoke was really helpful to me to put context around it. And I would just say that with respect to Mike's, we took a relative that came into town from 2,000 miles away to brunch there, then another one that came up from LA to brunch there. And then we ran out of relatives, so we went to date night there. And, if the landlord's listening and your advice about relationships, boy, I would feel very happy with that landlord if things went well for Mike. But what I wanted to just make one comment and ask one question going along with the city manager's advice that we be succinct here. One comment was about the 1.2 exploring the car-free streets initiative for Cal Ave and Ramona. I'm just wondering if part of that could be exploring, I guess you call them bollards that block off streets, ones that could be retractable. In other words, it seems that there might be weekday needs and uses that differ from weekend needs or use other times, such that places like California Avenue, I could see sometimes we might want it to be car accessible and other times not. I don't know, and that would be something we would want to study and discern with the input, but just leaving that flexibility is something I haven't heard a lot about and just wanted to mention. The question I have gets at this ground floor retail ordinance discussion we've been having. And listening and to the comments and also your report, it seems that with respect to the regional centers and the community serving centers, that some of the advocates of those areas are more supportive of adjusting our ground floor retail requirement, and those talking about the neighborhood serving areas are less so. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on whether or not we could distinguish from, I mean, you've made distinctions here about the attributes of those type of centers. What if we were to change the ordinance for the first two and not the third? And what if we were to say that it could go to services or go to residential, but not office space? Have you seen things like that? So it's not so all or nothing, it's more tailored?
That's exactly what we're recommending,
Oh,
which
okay.
is a review of the policy, because right now it's a blanket policy that is creating some challenges. It's citywide. So we're suggesting the opportunity and the focus. Where do you really want concentrated retail activity? Someone said before, retail begets retail. It's true.
Right.
Co-location is very important for retailers. So the focus of that ordinance on areas where you want retail continuity, I think is important, but letting go of places where you're not going to have retail, you're probably not going to get it. Retail doesn't want to be in those locations, and it would frankly do a business a disservice to put them in a place where they're not going to do very well as a business. And you want to give property owners flexibility to occupy those spaces with other uses, because of course, as a city, you don't want vacancies either. So that's what we're suggesting. It's not yanking it away and removing it, but rather being much more tailored and precise in a surgical way.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear, because I do agree that retail begets retail in many instances, but when it doesn't, being able to tailor it would be a helpful thing. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And
all I have,
Councilmember Vinker, the removable bollards is part of the scope for the Car-Free Streets consulting work.
For the what? I'm sorry.
The Car-Free Streets consulting work.
Excellent.
So as part of that project, the idea of flexibility is part of the scope.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So having touched on the importance of retail and services as community serving benefits, I want to now focus on really the economic part of it. And we call this an economic development plan, but I see it overwhelmingly, almost entirely focused on discussions about retail. So Kylie, can you quickly remind us the revenue we get from our hotels, our TOT versus our sales tax in the city? And within that sales tax, a good portion of that is business to business, not even retail.
Sure. Let me go look at that, but I believe pre-pandemic, those two revenues were rather close in terms of total, but one second.
Okay. And we've seen a rebound in our hotels. We have some several, not only the Marriott hotels, but we have the conversion of the President Hotel to the Graduate. We have reopening the Cardinal Hotel and a lot of hotel activity. One of the worst decisions I think was made in recent years was a few years ago when we went along with a recommendation to abandon I think they had renamed themselves Silicon Valley Visitors Bureau. It was are you familiar that we had engaged with them, and we had certain advocates on the chamber in that community who thought they could do it better. And what we've seen since then is, from what I can tell, no real promotion in the way that entity was promoting Palo Alto and our assets. And you touched a little bit on the community assets as attractions, but there's far more than what's there. And many of them are not just the additional Palo Alto assets that are not listed, but Stanford. And Palo Alto and Stanford are, for visitors, treated as one and the same. And Stanford is an international draw, as the shopping center itself is an international draw. You alluded to other regional competition, but Stanford Shopping Center is an international destination. And in its own way, you touched on the fact that downtown and Stanford Shopping Center to some degree compete with one another. Very much the case. If you go up in some of the other peninsula cities in Burlingame, you will see stores that we see at the Stanford Shopping Center or on their main street. And we would have them there if not for Stanford Shopping Center. From a sales tax standpoint, we do better than any of them as a result of Stanford Shopping Center. But from our downtown retail vitality and selling goods, we don't. So part of the thing that I think we need to look at too is the connectedness between the shopping center and the hospitals and the downtown. And it's really the university in there. We really have, they're a short physical distance and they are separated like they're a wall between the two. We've never really resolved that through how we connect through the intermodal center and make that a place of vibrancy. One of the other things that I think isn't dwelled on enough is the transformation in who is supporting our retailers and when. So we have our local folks who are in many ways supporting retail even more than we ever have through food and beverage. We've just all, like many places, embraced and valued our local services even more than we ever have as a result of kind of COVID and those pressures. But what for our downtown and Cal Ave, they were they were both highly dependent on office workers. Now, in many of the cases, that was diminished by us allowing a whole bunch of food and beverage and services to be provided on site, and those office workers didn't necessarily support our retailers, but others did. The Cal Ave area, we built a giant parking garage to accommodate a lunch hour peak. And it's now largely vacant at lunch hour. The vitality of Cal Ave is more in the evening than during the daytime. And I think we need to be looking at not only where there are dollars being spent, but when those dollars are being spent. And that can help inform us on maybe how we can help support rejuvenating that daytime business. In particular, as Stanford Research Park returns. So, there were, in that greater area of the Research Park and the greater Cal Ave area, over 30,000 workers. And today there's maybe a third of them in the offices on a typical day. So that's a huge transformation. Some of that will recover over time. And we need to factor in that that's not going to remain stagnant. The Research Park will gradually have a return to office. It's not going to be overnight. And then I also just want to mention that I want to support what John Schenk had said about, about how cleanliness and safety are really important. And that helps support the whole vibrancy and I think in particular downtown, but really all of our areas, Midtown as well. That's a lot of private property, but I think that's something we really want to look at what we can do in short-term measures that will really give a shot in the arm in the near term.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Ms. Ortiz and Ms. Labadie from Street Sense for your hard work on our behalf. We appreciate you, and to staff for their work and their report as well. I know we all want to be back and raring to go, and we don't want our neighboring cities to beat us out for retail dollars when we have so much to offer here in Palo Alto, and there's no city quite like Palo Alto. I want to join the chorus speaking up for Mike's, the first grown-up restaurant we took our kids to when they were toddlers, meaning they didn't have plastic menus. And my kids are now 22 and 24. And the thought of this gem of the city being no more, I know makes many of us sad. And I'm glad to know that colleagues are making efforts at helping to navigate and perhaps mediate this troubling situation. In terms of the report, I want to say that I really like recommendation 9, that we streamline and ease the regulatory framework, and recommendation 10, that we enable more residential in select areas of downtown and Cal Ave. I like the kind of innovative thinking expressed in statements like increasing resident and visitor desire for memorable experiences unable to be replicated in online environments. I like the small solutions like the shop local e-gift card that I know the Chamber is working on, and the idea of carrots rather than sticks, like recommendation 3.1 modeled after Santa Cruz, where the city might offer a master lease and sublease to start up bricks and mortar retail for 6 months for a guaranteed rent of 5% of monthly gross. All of that sounds really exciting to me. The open question for me here, as has been mentioned by other colleagues, is South Palo Alto. Our draft housing element contemplates thousands of future residents on our southeastern border with Mountain View and on or near El Camino on the south end. And few of our current retail districts serve the southern part of the city to start with. And if you dive into your analysis, it looks like we're planning to keep it that way, which means thousands of new residents will be shopping for groceries and built on its northern border with us. I'd like to know what the plan is to ensure that that doesn't happen. We want residents to be able to shop where they live, and we need their dollars. That's my first question.
I will say, well, to Mayor Burt, much of what you said, I agree with wholeheartedly. So I think we didn't get a chance to respond to that. But with respect to a lot of the new development, we didn't look at the new development or the housing plan. But given what you shared and generally what I would recommend is looking to see how to make sure that connectivity and ease and reducing the friction of access from those places to your existing concentration of retail is comfortable, is safe. Where are your bike lanes? How are people? I would say e-mobility in particular is such a powerful tool. So if you were to look at the distance of, where you're planning for a lot of this new development and your existing districts, because you can't support a new district, right? A new district would likely undermine your existing areas where we're looking to fill vacancies right now. So what can we do about that? Let's make it fun. Let's make it easy. I've always said within the sweet spot of e-mobility is between 1 to 2 miles. Okay. If you can make sure that happens here in Palo Alto, all of a sudden you have opportunities to connect those people to your downtowns as opposed to downtowns and commercial areas in other places.
Thank you. I notice, as did Vice Mayor Stone, that you're recommending against a vacancy tax, and I'd love to hear why that is a bad idea. That stick for creating an economic incentive for them to find a tenant is not a recommendation. The last thing that I want to offer is CalAv strikes me as a great place to promote not consumerism, which is really celebrated downtown and at Stanford Shopping Center, but humanism, the makers, the artists, the craftspeople, like the guy who owns the cobblery and the guy who runs Gamelandia. These are places where people enjoy coming and hanging out and being exquisitely human. It strikes me that Cal Ave, dedicated to craftsmen, makers, artisans, perhaps with dense housing atop that's affordable for artists, might be a way to revitalize Cal Ave. And I wonder, I know we can't tell landlords who to rent to, but what can we do to make that concept more attractive?
So I'll be pretty frank on the first one. When you've identified a structural oversupply of retail, and then you've also prevented businesses from doing other things, you can't then penalize them for having a vacancy. You've created a nearly impossible situation for a property owner. So that's one of the reasons why a vacancy tax doesn't make sense. And I don't know if you want to speak to the other issue.
Sure. Part of it, we definitely recognize the entrepreneurial spirit that's around Cal Avenue, particularly around maker spaces. That's exemplified through the farmers market, to be honest, and was absolutely inspirational of that recommendation of connecting vacancy with small businesses that have been market tested and getting them into those brick and mortar spaces. Cal Ave would be a wonderful spot to start a program like that. And UVFM seems very on board as we've gone through this process and partnering with the city and property owners and merchants within Cal Avenue to find those spaces and fill them. So if there is, I think there was actually an example where they said, yes, we had a craft vendor who was very successful. They ended up leaving Palo Alto altogether because they found a space nearby in another district, and poof, the idea, let's maybe craft something that helps them stay in the district that they were born.
Thank you. I'm sorry for going over time.
No worries. So we might need to consider continuing this topic because I think that there's a lot more comments and questions. And I think that we might want to see some things back. But I would like to go another round for council members who might have not completed what they wanted to say in terms of giving directions as to what we might want to see come back to us. So if council members have more that they would like to add, please put on your lights. Meanwhile, I just have a few things that I wanted to add. What Ms. Glankoff, some of the public comments have spoken about, I would like for those to be also reviewed, especially her 5 recommendations. Being more aggressive to pursue appropriate new ground floor retail, I think that you basically said, she says, assign an ombudsman. And I do believe that we do need somebody in the economic development office that can pick up the phone and answer questions when those come in, even with regards to planning, even with regards to code enforcements. She did mention Asian Box, that is a office over there versus being a retail spot. I know of another place on El Camino that is now warehousing, where it's a warehouse instead of being actual a retail spot. So I do think that that's something that we have to also address. I kind of wanted to understand what Vice Mayor Stone had mentioned, as well as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames about the vacancy tax, and I hear what you say. But I was kind of wondering if when you come back, City Attorney, that is there a way for us to explore a base rent for some of these spots? And then during the pandemic, I heard a lot of the proprietors who said that they would give a percentage of their sales. So if they're being assisted by property owners with a base rent that helps them continue their business, but because their business gets better, then there is a percentage of their sales that goes to the property owner to supplement the lower rent that they're receiving. Is that something that you can look into to see how that might work?
So that's a form of rent that it is acceptable for a property owner to enter into that type of lease. I'm not aware, and the consultants certainly will have much more information about whether that's typically done in an environment like this. It's not something that the city could impose as a regulatory matter.
It is not.
We can make a suggestion. We can offer options, those kinds of things. Other comments?
I would say again, this issue falls under what you can influence and not control. I mean, getting in between a tenant and a landlord and in their lease is outside of the purview of what you can participate in the discussion, in terms of negotiating.
Very good. Just exploring. The other thing that I'd like to see is also different districts, right? With different kind of businesses over there. So for example, California Avenue, right now it's more restaurants than anything else. Suggestions of times of business for the retail and personal serving, so that when people finish eating, they might be walking down the street looking at goods and so forth, right? So different areas have different, perhaps, suggestion of when the operational hours are that will actually benefit them. And I appreciate Councilmember Burt as well as Lithcott-Hames bringing up South Palo Alto and El Camino. Those are some of the shopping areas that we need to kind of pay attention to, because Southwest Palo Alto really has none of these shops that people can frequent. I would like to see that we have your guiding principle recommendations 9 and 10 be study sessions, especially item 9. So I think on a different time, we might want to do that as a study session. I also need to understand better from staff, what did the parking assessment district do back way when? So that I think all of us need that lesson to understand how much they did, what they didn't do, what they expected. Also, I do support that we have to look at some of our regulations in terms of, some of the spaces that are no longer viable for retail and where are the spots. For example, I don't believe workout gyms are supposed to be on main streets. I don't think people want to be walking by, looking in the window and seeing people doing push-ups or being sweaty or running on their treadmills and stuff like that. But I can see the boxing gym being something like an attraction. So being sweaty too. I don't know, but I think that's something that we should explore and kind of get to know what are some things that should be and would be attractive on main streets, and what are some of the things that should be on the side streets. And, what's next to University Avenue, we have Lytton and we have Hamilton. So what are those two streets? What are some of the benefits or some of the businesses that would benefit being on those streets? And then what are the other ones that are perpendicular to those streets? So as we look from the center point going out, I think you talk about 1-1 redesign University Avenue streetscapes, sidewalks, right? Yes, we want to enlarge sidewalks and make sure that they also allow people with disabilities, to use. But also we need to regulate the signage and the furniture that's on it. So I don't know what you mean when you say a store can have things 2 feet from the storefront. How does that clutter up the street? The street is for people to use, to walk on, and if people have disabilities, they should also be able to use. I do see that, having it market research businesses and retail personal services does need the market testing. Now, the thing is, market research to see whether they're viable here in a certain location. But who does that is what I'd like to hear from staff as well. Another thing I'd like to hear when you return is also, what is our economic development person's manager or coordinator, or the new person's job description looks like? What are they actually doing? Because I thought they were going to be going out doing market research and looking at what business should be attracted to Palo Alto. Anyway, I think I will stop here for now. And oh, wow, it lit up. Council Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to keep my comments more focused so we can give direction back. So 9.3 calls for reevaluating the citywide retail preservation ordinance. I'm interested in a deeper discussion on that issue, especially given the surplus of retail supply that seems to be, at least in part, creating some sort of market failure here. And given if we don't correct it, it's not going to be corrected for at least another 10 years on its own. I think forcing retail where retail is not in demand seems questionable, but I'm also concerned about the pendulum swinging too far the other way and allowing for office conversion there. We've been working to achieve work housing parity, and so allowing for office conversion also doesn't seem wise at this time, and likely against what the community wants. But maybe allowing for conversion to some sort of mixed use with retail and housing could be appropriate. But I think we need to be really careful when this idea comes back that is truly targeted. That if we are going to remove or allow for some mixed use in what would typically have the retail preservation ordinance. I think we got to be careful that that would not apply to areas like downtown core, Cal Ave, neighborhood shopping centers, Midtown, Charleston, Alma Plaza, other neighborhood shopping centers that were not explicitly called out in the report. All that's really critical for our communities, but at least evaluating the ground floor retail preservation outside of those core areas seems appropriate. I am kind of curious as far as, I mean, you mentioned kind of the issue, I guess, of parity within these retail vacancies. Do you see a disproportionate impact of vacancies, in particular shopping areas? I mean, you talked about Cal Ave has major vacancy areas, but also so does Midtown Shopping Center. But of course, Cal Ave is much larger. So if we kind of look at it proportionally, are those vacancies pretty spread out depending on the shopping type?
So the data we have from Q1, we found about 243,000 square feet of vacancy throughout Palo Alto. That's 8%. The national average at that time was 6.5%. We were only able to break it out because the data, we didn't do a site-by-site inventory. It's CoStar data. But we were able to break it out for California Avenue, which, as I said, had a 15% vacancy rate. Town and Country, which at the time had a 12% vacancy rate. Downtown, 10% vacancy rate. Stanford was the 4%. So you can see there's a wide range of where that vacancy occurs as a percentage. When we looked at, of that 243,000, 88,000 is in downtown. 31,000 is on California Ave, and the rest is sort of sprinkled throughout. So, even just taking those big numbers, you can begin to get a sense of where we're seeing the greatest impact.
And if I could perhaps just add to that response, back on the general topic of the retail preservation and what will be coming back to the council, let me just point out that that's an existing assignment. It's already part of your economic development priority. And so before the end of the year, staff will be coming back for that deeper dive on that specific topic. So this is in some ways where the overall strategy that StreetSense is working on really is somewhat distinct from the specific assignments that are in this case already underway. So I again hear the question from council, and we will have the opportunity for you to have that deeper dive, irrespective of what you do with respect to this comprehensive strategy.
Great, thank you. I think to quickly sum up my last couple of thoughts, I'm interested in the pro-housing policies in 10.1 through 10.3, but again, want to see that how targeted that is intended to be, and would continue to have concerns about removing, I guess, ground floor in particular areas of the city. There was a suggestion by a member of the community to have more proactive programs and have staff potentially engage potential retailers. I think the mayor just mentioned that. I think that'd be interesting to see if there are any other cities that do that successfully. And then there was one mention in the report, it didn't really dive into any type of recommendation from the consultants. I don't know if you have one now, or maybe it can come back to us, but the idea of a big box retail ban. And I know I've heard several times that is cannibalizing retail within the city. I'd be interested in a conversation to understand that a little better, and what opportunities that then creates if that was removed or relaxed. So those are my comments for now.
I think it's something that's somewhat neutral right now, because there is so much on the periphery. And if you were to add that into Palo Alto's mix of retail, it would be a gross oversupply of something that's already available. So Palo Alto has an opportunity to really focus on the more niche things that Palo Altans really like and love. And so our recommendations are to continue in that realm. At least for right now, it makes sense because there is such an oversupply regionally and just on the periphery.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thank you. I just want to point out that there are a number of things in this report that I feel like we're going to accept tonight that folks can start on now. You have a very active Chamber of Commerce. I totally support getting together the merchants associations, revitalizing those, the DMEs, as you call them, because we absolutely need stewards. I think that's a lack. And, people have to step up and lead in their local areas. That can happen now. This whole idea of leisure travel, I think, the hotels sit down with Chamber and some other folks and say, hey, what can we do here? Because we do have Stanford and so on. We don't have, the aquarium from Monterey, but, that's an hour and a half away. So a lot of this stuff can happen now. It doesn't even have to come back to us because there's actionable details there, whether it's gift cards or, stand up sort of like pop-ups in vacant stores or whatever. But I'm wondering, colleagues, if we shouldn't try to put a stake in the ground tonight on the big issues, which are 9 and 10. So I would be prepared to make a motion in that regard. First of all, the motion would be to accept the consultant's report. But I would like to, it's going to take a lot of time to figure out the housing aspects if we add to downtown and Cal Ave. So I would say that we could direct staff to return to council with options for increasing housing in the Cal Ave and downtown corridors, addressing such areas as height and density, the kind of the normal parameters. I would bet that Mr. Late's already working on that. And then the next thing, and I'm using this next phrase very cautiously, to create a ad hoc committee to work with staff to create revised ordinances to streamline retail tenant regulations, including CUPs, zoning overlays, and permit processing. Staff has to do a lot of work there. Doing it on their own and then coming back to 7 council members may not be as efficient. But I'm very well aware that we're kind of stacked up with ad hocs. So I accept feedback on that. And the last thing that speaks to a lot of issues here is I think we should, noting that the city manager says that the retail protection ordinance will be on the list this year. But I think by law that has to go to PTC eventually. So I was just going to suggest that we refer to PTC now, a review of the retail protection ordinance with a focus on, this is critical, with a focus on optimal geographic coverage in the city and taking into account the current RENA allocation of 6,086 new homes over the next 8 years. So my assumption there is that it's not going to be cut in half. It's going to be analyzed and it's going to cover El Camino and South Palo Alto and San Antonio and things like that, because those folks need retail as well. So that is my motion to 4 points. The first one was just accept the consultant report.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Burt seconds.
So just to say a couple more things, Mayor. Mayor, may I just say a couple more things?
Please.
So all of this has to be done. And I don't think it's creating any new work. It's just organizing it and getting us committed to particularly emphasizing on 9 and 10, where I think we can have the highest leverage. I'm not, by the way, I'm not bracketing on this, the University Avenue, because there is a downtown plan that's in process for that. And as I said, I think PTC has to deal with the retail protection ordinance anyway, and that takes a lot of work. PTC last dealt with that in 2017. When I think I sat in this chair that night, because it was a temporary ordinance in 15 that had to be made permanent that night. And when we got done, I walked over to another council member and said, we need to go further on this because we have some iconic examples where we haven't gone further enough, like the North Face building that's sitting out there on Alma, and it's still sitting out there on Alma. So there are some inequities that need to be explored, and there needs potentially some expansions, as we've all discussed tonight in the context of building housing.
Councilmember Burke.
Yes, so I seconded the motion because I support these things. I do want to say that I'm not sure that these are the most impactful in the near and medium term. As Councilmember Lowing knows, I've been strongly supportive of greater housing in the two downtowns, and I'm glad to see that there. But if we move forward on this, we're not going to have a lot of new housing in the next couple of years. It'll take a number of years to build that up. I'm all for proceeding, but I actually would like to add to this motion a return to the council for a discussion of near and medium term initiatives that would be focused on enhancing our retail and our hotel use.
Totally acceptable amendment. My only point was to get these points committed to by council.
Yeah. And then if I might just touch on a couple other things that are more broadly related. One of the things that we've had as a problem, I know in Cal Ave, different from downtown, is we had no mechanism for a new food or beverage tenant to be able to occupy a space that had not been previously a restaurant.
Because of the parking requirements.
Parking. They couldn't even, there wasn't even a mechanism to buy into parking spaces. And we've been talking about this for over 2 years. Nothing has happened except the state changed the law so that now we can't mandate parking in those areas. And I know of a number of establishments that would have filled a number of those vacancies who were seeking to do so and couldn't. So I want to make sure the consultants understand that kind of barrier that existed. And then I want to echo and actually maybe see whether there's even an interest. Well, we can have this as the return, but this notion of an ombudsman, I think, is extremely important. We have rightfully earned a reputation in this community for a variety of reasons of having really a lot of barriers toward businesses coming in. And some of them are important for the qualities that we've sought, but others are just barriers, silly things. And we have a development center that we put in place 15 years ago with the intention to streamline permitting. And what it seems to do to some degree is it just concentrates the barriers in one place as opposed to streamlining them. When I moved our manufacturing business to San Carlos, their economic development manager was principally an ombudsman. He came and brought together the different departments and really was an advocate on behalf of not how we get around any of the requirements. The requirements didn't change, but how do we get all the departments to line up and move through the process quickly and not throw up unnecessary barriers. And I think whether we do so by reassigning someone from the development center or having someone out of the economic development office, I think that's really critical for our community. So lastly, I just want to touch on a thing that was brought up about what we can be doing to promote our assets. We have been harping on this for several years. We have a great set of assets that are attractions for people to come to Palo Alto. And we don't promote them. We don't have apps. We don't have, not just, you spoke a lot about the signage, and that's really valuable, but we don't have apps. We don't have walking tours. When I have international delegations that come, I often give them a walking tour in the greater downtown area where they go from seeing Palo Alto Medical Foundation that actually was quite historic in its impact on medical care in the country, to the Hewlett Packard Garage, to our rich cultural history on Ramona Avenue, then to downtown, to what are the first offices of Facebook, Google, PayPal, Pinterest, and they go, where are the signs? This is incredible. If this was our community, and they now come back and say, can we get that tour to see all those places? And we have nothing to recognize what elsewhere throughout the country and globally is viewed largely as the epicenter of this technology revolution. And we just don't do anything. And I've talked with the chamber about doing these walking tours and staff, and it's just a great frustration that we just haven't gotten anywhere. So I would want to put that as a high priority, that we finally get off the dime and do some of that. It's an intrinsic draw that we have that we've just underutilized. So thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I largely support this motion. I do agree that A is a little bit long-term, so I think it's maybe aspirational, but I think it's probably not going to be impactful short-term. I'm glad to hear some of my colleagues mention about the permitting process, because I've talked to a lot of restaurateurs, people who are doing retail, and they have a hell of a time trying to do business in our city. And so I think streamlining the process makes a lot of sense. I think B covers it. Perhaps could be a little bit more emphasized, but I think that's important. I think the other part is, and I think our consultants are doing a good job here. I think they're experts in their field, and I think they've told us many times, and I think each of us have asked them, many different ways. But I think the market needs to decide, right? You can't really force retail to be where it's not going to survive. It's just not going to do well. And so for us to dictate, like restrictions, say you can't have this kind of use, or you can't be here, or you have to be there, when it doesn't make sense, it's not going to be good for anyone. So I think when I look at this, I think B is probably one of the most important things. Maybe C as well, because I do think, like someone mentioned, the North Face. I mean, that thing's been vacant for a decade. I mean, just it's embarrassing. So I think we do need to kind of let the market do what it needs to do, because otherwise we'll just continue to have a lot of vacancies. And then the one thing that I was thinking that we should have in here, and it's mentioned on the report here. In fact, it's the very first item, is 1.1, is, and I think our consultant said it well, which is, it needs to be best in class design. And I don't think, if you look at University Avenue, it's not the best in class design anymore. It's kind of messy, it's kind of dirty, it's kind of like haphazard, right? And it could be so much more. And so I think, so I wanted to see if the maker and seconder would consider taking the first thing on the list that our experts put forward for us onto this list somewhere, because I think that's something that could give us that kind of revitalization that we need. And we've been talking about it, but it's been really, really slow.
As I stated, since there is a downtown plan going on, that's why I didn't include it here.
Maybe we should and accelerate it.
So council members, that is one of your objectives that you've already identified as part of your council priorities.
Is downtown.
Correct.
Yeah. And we have that partially funded in the current budget.
Right. One of your objectives this year is to approve a concept plan for University Avenue streetscape and provide direction on capital project funding. So that is a project that staff is actively working on.
And fully funded.
And fully funded. So I'm not sure adding it. I mean,
that's why I didn't add it.
Yeah.
That's all I had.
Very good. I don't see any other lights. I just want to say also that, with California Avenue, I'd like to really have a way of finding out if the lack of retail business and personal services and why it's not as vibrant in that area, if it has to do with the closed streets. there is a movie theater on California Avenue. It'll be really interesting to find if that's something that can be revitalized as well as an attraction. Okay, and then with that, I think we can go ahead and take a vote.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Before we move to the next item, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then so we'll be back at 9:35. Thank you.
what was previously presented, but also any new or revised terms, those are in italics. So what we heard from council is some level of service metrics included in the term sheet, and we have added those related to hours that the public has access to the animal shelter. That will continue to be 7 days per week and 40 hours per week. Instead of looking at spay, neuter surgeries by numbers and putting a level of service on number of surgeries per month or per year, we are looking at wait time for people to make an appointment for the spay or neuter surgeries, and the wait time would be no longer than 1 month. The intent of that is to really just focus on meeting the demand of the in jurisdiction animals. Reminder, in jurisdiction is Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. We've also added a metric for vaccination clinics, which would continue 1 clinic per week, which is what PIN has been doing already. We've also asked PIN to look at 1 after hours vaccination clinic per month, whether that be in the evening or a weekend. And they are going to pursue looking at how they can make that happen. I wanted to go back to the top of this, the agreement term. There was a recommendation for staff to look at a 3-year term instead of a 5-year term. We're still proposing the 5-year term for the reasons mentioned in the staff report, mostly due to the length of time it'll be for capital projects to be completed. We want to make sure PIN has ample time to benefit from those capital projects that they will be involved in developing. When moving down to compensation, the compensation hasn't changed from what you've heard before, 1.4 million for year 1 with an annual increase based on consumer price index. We have added a $20,000 per year contingency for unforeseen costs. These might be things like storage for PIN when those capital projects are underway and any other unexpected expenses. And then again, we have the interim compensation of $55K per month beginning in June of this year until a new agreement is executed. So next we have the capital improvements. We, in fiscal year 24, added 1.6 million. I know it says 1.5 on the slide, but it was actually 1.6 million to the CIP for animal shelter improvements. This brings it up to that 2.5 million that PIN has asked us to allocate for future capital projects. One change is previously we had in the term sheet that PIN would be responsible for any costs that exceed the 2.5 million. That has been removed. We are going to do our best to have the capital projects fit into a budget of 2.5 million. If it does exceed that, we will have continued conversations and we will renegotiate how we fund anything above the $2.5 million. And then the other terms related to capital improvements have not changed. We did do some very minor modifications to the list of capital projects to specify what in the dog kennels, like what safety improvements are needed in the dog kennels and things like that. Next slide, please. Reporting requirements. So PIN has been submitting monthly reports to us since we've had an agreement with them, providing statistics on the type of animals that come in, the services that are provided to those animals. We've made some very minor modifications to those just based on things. Looking back in hindsight, we thought, well, this would be really good information to know. We've also asked them, or we've added a new term for them to submit quarterly financial reports. They currently submit one financial report. It's their audited financial report. They submit that annually, but we're now asking for quarterly, which would include revenues and expenses. And We've also asked, and this is subject to their board approval because we've asked this after they went to their board. We would like to know how many families or individuals are getting reduced services at reduced fees. So hopefully we can get that reported to us as well. With respect to policies and procedures, we did add similar language that was included in the motion related to our feral cat policy. There was one discrepancy in the staff report and the term sheet, and that is this language "or cause them to be released." So the original motion said the program will continue the current practice of not releasing feral cats or causing them to be released. The PIN board has asked that the "or causing them to be released" be removed. And then animal welfare policies and corrective action plan in lieu of penalties has not changed. Next slide. So now looking at the proposed budget, actually it's not proposed anymore, it's adopted budget. We added 0.5 million to the adopted operating budget for fiscal year 24 and 1.5 million to the adopted CIP for animal shelter renovation. There's likely going to be additional budget needs, which we would bring back when we bring the agreement back, depending on where we get with the final terms. It would include the 20,000 contingency fund and then anything above and beyond what we have budgeted based on adding that 55K per month back to June of 2023. So again, we would bring any budget adjustments back to the council when we bring the agreement back. And back to the staff recommendation, and that's all we have. Laura and I are both here to answer questions. We also have Animal Control Officer Cody McCartney on the line if there's any questions for him, and Laura Birdsall and Terry Dunwoody from PIN are also here. So thank you.
Ms. Toller Gardner, do you have anything to present or say?
Thank you.
Turn on your microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. We would like to say is that we are really pleased with the level and commitment of collaboration that we have worked with city staff to achieve where we have arrived. And Pets in Need is enthusiastic about going forward with the city. In the short period of time that since I have arrived, we've made a lot of really good change at Pets in Need, change that needed to happen. And I think we're well positioned going forward. And so we're enthusiastic. We really want to get going so that we can start to launch into the capital improvements and chart a positive course forward. So appreciate your time tonight and all of your consideration.
Thank you. And with that, let's go to public comments. Madam Clerk, can you let me know how many signed up for comments? This is on the Pets in Need item. This is on the Pets in Need item.
We currently have 14 requests to speak.
14. Let's go to 2 minutes each, please. And will you close speaking after the first speaker finishes? Thank you.
Our first speaker is Carol Hyde.
Honorable Mayor Koo and members of the council. I'm Carol Hyde with Project Humane Kind, which is an organization for teaching humane education. I've spent decades in animal welfare work as a principal with Palo Alto Humane Society, California Humane Coalition, and the Stanford Cat Network. Council members, you have voted unanimously to prohibit TNR, but why reject what works? Best practices in all shelters and cities in the Bay Area support TNR. Right across El Camino is Stanford University, the innovator of TNR. The California legislature now recognizes TNR. TNR is the national gold standard to reduce the killing rates in shelters. You know from last week's press that the killing of healthy animals is abhorrent to the public. Why add to it with this ban? To ban TNR is to fly in the face of everything progressive that is happening in animal sheltering. Mayor Koo, when Leonor Delgado and I met with you, we described the partnership that Audubon chapters have with feral cat groups. The famous one is in Portland, Oregon. There's locally one right here with San Mateo County. These Audubon groups recognize that TNR is how you reduce feral cat numbers. You asked us to reach out to Audubon to discuss a partner program. We did that. We received no response. Clearly, their lobbyists feel no pressure to enter discussions. They have successfully converted the city to a position that offers no solution. Council members, if I may ask, why is the Audubon Society determining animal policy for the people and pets of Palo Alto? Where is the input from Palo Alto's experienced rescue community? I would respectfully ask you to remove the TNR ban from the contract and instead create a stakeholder group to include animal rescue advocates, animal control, and pets in need to come up with a recommended policy for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Michelle Holler.
Hello, my name is Michelle Holler. I'm a longtime homeowner in Palo Alto. I'm a cat trapper and colony manager, caring for cats who have been trapped, neutered, and returned to my colonies. I've been doing this for over 10 years. The ASPCA, the National Institute of Health, and the Humane Society of the United States all agree that trap, neuter, and return, or TNR, is the most effective and humane way to reduce the number of feral cats. This has to be done along with the maintenance of a colony by a caretaker. Pets in Need part will be to provide affordable spay and neuter services. Education of the public about responsible pet ownership needs to be ongoing. The solution being proposed here, trapping to kill cats who have made lives for themselves when abandoned outdoors, is morally repugnant to many people. If cats are only trapped and then killed, remaining cats out there will continue to produce up to 180 kittens per female cat per lifetime. TNR is really the only option that works. In 2018, Penn was tasked with developing a plan for handling feral cats, spay and neuter provisions, and release of feral cats. The agreement states that feral cats will not be released in Palo Alto. Please fulfill your original promise to provide low-cost spay and neuter and return to colonies and homes for feral cats and owned cats. Please delete the ban on releasing feral cats in the service area. If that is their original home, they must go back. I urge you to require Pets in Need to increase, not eliminate, their spay and neuter and return service. I also ask that you authorize returning cats to their colonies or homes if they are in the service area. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlene Mercadante.
Uh-oh. Sorry about that. Hi there. My name is Charlene Mercadante, a resident of Los Altos Hills. I also founded a small cat rescue called Pink Paws for the Cause. I have a message from one of my city council members, Lisa Schmidt. She emailed you all and she said, I am a council member for Los Altos Hills and have an interest in this matter because we contract with Palo Alto for animal services. Charlene raised my awareness of this issue and I want to add my support to her letter. Thank you. Council member Schmidt is lending her support to what I had said to you. I have seen firsthand how colonies of 50 plus cats can be reduced to 5 in a matter of years. These are animals that did not choose to be feral. They were born to a feral mother and no intervention ever happened. That mom was not spayed, her kittens were not fixed, and they were just left to multiply. When efforts are focused on spay and neuter, cat populations reduce. It's just common sense. Refusing to let pets in need do trap, neuter, return because you forbid the return actually results in more unowned cats. Let me be clear what return means. It means returning the cat back to the colony that or backyard that it originally came from, which is the only home it ever knew. It does not mean dumping the cat off at the Baylands or to any other random location in the city. That would just be cruel and inhumane to the cat. Every other jurisdiction in the Bay Area except Palo Alto endorses, supports, and funds, TNR. How do you justify your isolated stance? Why has the city never reached out to me or any other cat experts during its deliberations on this TNR issue? We know from experience how to deal with reducing the cat population. Why are you not including us in the conversation so that we can work together? We all want the same thing. We want to lower the homeless cat population, but do it humanely. The city should also require pets in need to expand spay and neuter surgery.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. I'm waiting for your call too. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Jeanette Washington.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Washington. I'm one of the animal control officers for the city of Palo Alto. I'd like to acknowledge that animal rescue for pets in need is a valuable resource, but that they are just that, a rescue. They are not a municipality. Prior to the pets in need takeover, the Palo Alto Animal Services was a fully functioning animal control and animal services agency. We offered 5 days a week spay and neuter for dogs, cats, and small pocket pets, weekly vaccine clinics, and so much more. Unfortunately, I wish the focus for the in-house model was taken into consideration. Our in-house model would bring back a fully functioning municipality. Staff are given opportunities to learn and grow. We would have knowledgeable and trained staff, bring back educational programs in-house and outside, expand more community involvement, not just adoptions and vaccine clinics, educational programs on livestock, and also redo the coop and aviary. The $1 million mod that was bought for the pets and needs staff can be used for a small animal room and cat room. The mod can also be used for community events and classes. The gravel area for the front parking lot may be made a dog park or a dog run for public dog trainings and public dog trainings with local dog trainers for also shelter animals. Our focus has always been and always will be the citizens, public safety, services, and so much more. If we HR focuses on hiring staff for in-house model, we can do it in just a few months. Currently, the proposed contract asks for more money with less services. If this is the direction that the city council and manager wants to go, require bringing back 5 days a week spay and neuter clinic. Vaccine clinics were brought back just February of 2022. My time, darn. Okay, thank you. Oh, also, if we do stay with this contract, please add Palo Alto Animal Services or Animal Control to the pets in need contract. Fine, thank you.
Our next speaker is Lenore Delgado.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Leonor Delgado, also from Project Humane Kind. I would ask you to ratify the need for establishing a viable TNR program in Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. There are very few feral cats in these cities, and those few are returned to and cared for in well-maintained colonies in which all are spayed and neutered and monitored. Private groups pay for their vet care when such vet care is needed. These cats do not infect their caretakers with diseases, as local Audubon wants us to believe. The rescuers who trap, neuter, return, and feed feral cats are not falling gravely ill or dropping dead all around us. This is because feral cats avoid close contact with people. They're afraid of people. Local Audubon would have us believe that the Baylands is overrun by feral cats. That is not the case. According to Palo Alto animal control officers, there are very, very few feral cats in the Baylands. Feeding feral cats or any other animals in the Baylands and in city parks has been prohibited by city code since 1996, reinforced in 2014. No rescuer is going to release a cat into an area in where the cat cannot find food or water, and no cat rescuer wants to break the law. Releasing a cat in the Baylands would constitute willful abandonment, which is against the law, not to mention inhumane. Those very few Bayland cats were released by non-law-abiding residents, not connected in any way with responsible rescuers. They dumped these cats rather than taking them to the shelter. What is local Audubon proposing in reality instead of a responsible TNR policy? This is what they are proposing. Please hand them out. Okay. Euthanasia of healthy animals is not euthanasia, it's murder. How many of our residents will agree with this? Is it in any way possible for all of us to work together to create a humane policy for the treatment of feral cats? Doing so would place Palo Alto in the current national mainstream, characterized by agreements with local Audubons, other humane organizations, shelters, and city officials to promote reasonable TNR solutions that will in the long run benefit all of us. Thank you for allowing me to complete this.
That's not acceptable.
Our next speaker is Antonia De Matteo.
Good evening. My name is Antonia D'Amato, and I am the
Can you get
co-founder-
closer to the mic,
Sorry,
please?
thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Antonia D'Amato, and I'm the co-founder of Community Cat Rescue, an all-volunteer group that's based in Palo Alto. Since 2011, we have been trapping cats to get them spayed and neutered with the mission of reducing the homeless cats in our community. Thousands of cats, probably tens of thousands if you do the multiplication, are not on the streets today because we spayed and neutered the cats who would have been their ancestors. But banning TNR is the equivalent of trying to reduce teen pregnancy with abstinence-only programs while banning birth control and sex education. Studies have shown that abstinence-only programs actually increase teen pregnancies and STD rates. Like these misguided programs, banning TNR flies in the face of both human nature and the inexorable biological urge to reproduce. But cats, unlike teenagers, can have 2 litters a year of 4 to 6 kittens, and so this ban will backfire much more quickly. People call Community Cat Rescue and other rescue groups because they want to stop this endless cycle of kittens, but they do not want the current cats harmed in any way. People often deny having homeless cats in their yard until they trust that we're there to help both them and the cats. A ban on TNR would only deter people and make these people afraid to seek help. It would drive this whole process underground, and it would inevitably lead to more cats, not fewer cats. To put it bluntly, if people believe that homeless cats are going to be euthanized if they seek help from a shelter, then they will not report those cats, and those cats will continue to procreate. I am actually surprised that the city would consider such a change.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wendy Eilers.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Wendy Eilers. I'm employed at Stanford Healthcare, and I'm a caregiver of cats on the Stanford campus. I'm part of the program that has helped reduce a campus feral cat population of nearly 1,000 to currently only about a half a dozen cats. You may have seen the article in the Daily Post that explains how the Stanford Cat Program can model an effective approach to feral cats in Palo Alto. Trap, neuter, return, TNR, is the only proven humane way to reduce the population of homeless cats in our communities. It's currently banned by the Palo Alto City Council in the city of Palo Alto and sister cities Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. Volunteers who do TNR in every other community in the Bay Area are forbidden to help homeless cats in these 3 cities. This only results in more breeding cats, more kittens for whom there are no homes, and more suffering. You can't have a policy that's humane and reflective of best animal control practices that does not permit the return to colony of feral cats. A ban on return to colony means the killing of animals at the shelter. This is what the local Audubon advocates want. They want staff at the shelter to engage in killing help the animals. Please consider removing the prohibition from the animal shelter contract and allow for a discussion that includes your local rescue community in developing a program to address the feral cat issue. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Deborah King.
Thank you. I was asked to come here and speak tonight because I have been doing TNR for more than 30 years in Santa Clara County and Solano County. I was shocked when I was told that TNR does not occur in Palo Alto. I worked with Stanford Cat Network for many years. And so I went in last night and I read the information, and I got as far as the program will continue the current practice of not releasing feral cats or causing them to be released. And I heard what you said about removing that. And I was flabbergasted. Apparently, the reason is that the feral and homeless cats are believed to be responsible for the reduction in the small bird population. Small birds have many threats: hawks, eagles, owls, snakes, free-roaming pet cats, poisons spread by people, cars, territory encroachment by people, high-density housing, poor maintenance on electrical lines. I could continue on and on forever. And yet the blame is getting laid at the feet of homeless cats who are there because of human neglect. Up to 80% of homeless kittens die within the first year, and usually under unpleasant and painful circumstances. Yet if a mom is brought in with her kittens, they can be adopted at 10 weeks, and the mom can be returned spayed, vaccinated, and sent to a managed colony where the numbers decline through normal attrition. Studies prove that TNR is the single most successful method of stabilizing and reducing the feral cat population. Rounding up cats doesn't work. One unaltered
Your
male.
time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Okay, fine.
Our next speaker is Scotty Zimmerman.
Is this on? Okay. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Koo. Thank you for letting me talk. I have nothing to say that's that new trap, neuter, return. It's not release, it's return. They go to communities where they know what's going to happen. They know when the food is going to arrive. A really excellent example of this is called Project Bay Cat, which started in 2004 with 170 cats. They won't tell you where they are because they don't want people dropping their cats off there. But they have these feral cats, and they show videos of the volunteers showing up with carts, bringing in the food, cats gathering at the feet of the volunteers, bumping heads with each other, all evidence that these are happy cats. They know the food is coming. Plus, they show a whole lot of pigeons walking around along with the cats. I don't know why, but pigeons seem to like to spend time with these cats who are getting fed. The cats don't bother the pigeons. I'm a member of Audubon Society, national and local, and I donate also to Cornell Lab of Ornithology. And so I like birds, but I don't like people that quote ridiculous statistics on how many billions of birds these cats are killing. They make ridiculous claims about how many unowned cats there are in this country, ranging from 20 million to 120 million. That's not a number you can talk about with any credibility. So I'm really in favor of TNR, and I think we should be quick to fix that mistake. It's misguided not to have it.
Our next speaker is Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Thank you, Mayor Koo and council members. We participated in a working group on TNR in the city of Mountain View. That was the most traumatic experience I've had in my advocacy life. There was just no bridging of anything. It's just like zero sum. With me, group members included a biologist on the side that said no TNR. There was a biologist from Valley Water. There was a representative from the Citizens Committee to complete the Don Edwards National Wildlife Refuge. And there was a Mountain View resident who participated in his individual capacity. His name is Dr. Alan Launer. Dr. Launer has been with Stanford for decades, and he is currently the Director of Conservation Planning at Stanford University. TNR advocates often bring Stanford as an example of success. Dr. Launer's opposition to this practice showed that feral cat colonies perpetuate a problem rather than solve it, and the impacts on birds and other creatures is consequential. Also important, there is a risk to public health and to environmental health due to parasites and diseases. Post-mortem of the Palo Alto gray foxes that died showed cat parasites. The motion you all voted on addressing this issue, but the term sheet does not. And listening to Jeanette Washington, again, she is the expert on what happens in Palo Alto and what we should be doing in Palo Alto. I think we should take it back to Palo Alto. And as a resident, the report in the weekly exposed huge weaknesses, and if PIN
Your
is a
time
stable,
is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Please use real guardrails and checkpoints. Don't just approve it as is.
Our next speaker is Ronnie Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Ronnie Fisher, and I volunteer for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Though I have a cat whom I adore, I am here to support your decision to reject TNR. TNR does not significantly reduce the feral cat population or the proportion of pregnant feral cats. 71% to 94% of the cats would need to be neutered in order for the colony population to decrease over time, which is higher than actual neuter rates in TNR colonies. Onomichi, a city in Japan, studied their TNR program, but found that only a third of the cats that they released remained in the community where they wanted them to stay. And within a year, more non-neutered cats immigrated in the community, suggesting that the program had limited efficacy. Feral cats not only hunt birds, but also harm other species by spreading the parasite Toxoplasmosis gondii that causes death to sea otters in Monterey Bay and rabbits at Shoreline Park. Feral cat feces is found in people's vegetable gardens, children's sandboxes, and dogs eat it. Any creature that is exposed to outdoor cat feces picks up this parasite. TNR is especially harmful to wildlife that live and breed on the ground. They are preyed upon by feral cats, from baby rabbits and ducklings to burrowing owls and endangered species, including salt marsh harvest mice and ridgeway rail. Palo Alto is the only city in the area that has dealt responsibly with feral cats, and it should continue to do so. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Fiera.
I attended your last meeting on the topic, not of TNR, but on the topic of Pets in Need contract. And I was under the impression that tonight, the issue before the council would be, does the term sheet in front of you correspond to your instructions at the last meeting? By and large, it does. I know Shani just briefly referenced whether there's an ability to oversee that correctly. And I'm not going to judge that. I do want to reiterate that I am not at all pleased listening to people come in here and denigrate the Audubon Society or Palo Alto for that matter. In my service with the Sierra Club, we greatly value the ardent defense of the environment, the natural world that the Audubon brings to us. And we look upon the Santa Clara Audubon as the best of Audubons. So we believe they have all the best motives. And I really would like, if I may, to compliment the city council for the comments I heard at the last meeting. It left me with rather a warm feeling that, in my estimation, this may very well be one of the best councils in our entire chapter, which comprises San Mateo, Santa Clara, and San Benito counties. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Suzanne Fries.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Fries. I'm a resident of Los Altos. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I have been feeding homeless cats in local colonies for the past several years and have rehomed many previously unwanted cats to loving homes. Cats are domesticated animals and are only homeless because of residents abandoning their animals, leaving them to care for themselves. You will agree you would never leave your dog to fend for itself. So why cats? Let me tell you, the cats cannot take care of themselves. These cats are in need. In the wild, they will breed indiscriminately, producing more and more unwanted kittens, compounding the problem. We live in a caring, empathetic society, which is why we should all care about this issue. If we could change things and have no homeless cats and have people taking care of their animals, we would do exactly that. Today, reality is we have a vulnerable, beautiful animals that need help by the spay and neuter programs. We need the city of Palo Alto to fund this very important TNR project to reduce the homelessness cat population. Give the volunteers the ability to reduce the population by using low-cost spay and neuter programs. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and members of council. I am Eileen McLaughlin, and I'm representing the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. And I was the individual that Shawnee mentioned that participated in that effort at studying this problem in Mountain View. First of all, I want to mention that we continue to appreciate the council and the staff diligence regarding TNR and the release action of those programs, directly protecting wildlife and with it neighborhood annoyance and public health. Thank you. I would like to point out on the term sheet that, and it was mentioned by staff, that PIN wants to remove the phrase at the end that says causing them to be released. I do not think that's appropriate, as we hear here and people even tonight. There may be people that to whom a cat is released that do not abide by what the city and in jurisdiction would be required. The term sheet, what's in the term sheet needs to be corrected. I also want to back up and agree with what Shawnee said, what Ronnie said. They were both referring to facts that are based on peer-reviewed science, much of which I have reviewed myself. I've never seen any studies that have demonstrated that TNR actually works. And so there is a lot of other science also about carrying diseases, sharing them with other cats, owned cats, sharing them with other species. I really hope that you continue with the practices that you proposed last time and include in the term sheet now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rhonda Steigel. Rhonda, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Coe and council members. Thank you for your time. I've been doing TNR work for 40 years. I do it throughout all the counties. I've seen it work. All the colonies I manage have all reduced in size over time due to TNR. TNR is very time-consuming and fiscally draining work, but those of us who do this do so because we care deeply about the welfare of animals. Our goal is to try and reduce the feral cat population through TNR, and we rely heavily on organizations like PIN. Putting constraints on PIN to not release feral cats who have been TNR'd back to the location where they have been trapped is both inhumane and non-viable. There's a wealth of information online from very reputable sources as to why this is. I would ask that the council please ensure they have objectively looked at the benefits of TNR before putting constraints on PIN. I would also ask that the council not let a well-funded organization like the Audubon Society have undue influence on the council. Like Fox News, they are skilled manipulators of the truth. And I refer to one of the prior callers from the Audubon who expressed outrage that there are community members here freely expressing their opinions about a matter, and he disagrees with our positions, and so he does not agree with us being able to call in. That to me speaks to the arrogance of that society. I would also like to say that the Audubon presents no plan as to how the cat population can be reduced if that truly is a concern of theirs. And a true TNR program would reduce, with TNR 75% of the cat population, given the proper resources. We've got boots on the ground, We've got a ton of us out there doing it. We just need the resources. Thank you for your time.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Back to council. If you have questions or comments and motions, please go ahead and light up your light. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you, staff and the Pets in Need staff for the presentations tonight. And thank you to all the public speakers. We really do listen, and it is important that all of these are expressed. So thanks to all of you for that. When we considered this in June, I mentioned that I had toured the Pets in Need our current shelter facility. And I found caring staff and volunteers, but I also found a cramped, rundown, and outdated physical plant. So I wanted to see what a top shelf shelter facility looked like to see what we might aspire to. So this afternoon, I took a tour of the Detkin Oats Animal Shelter in Milpitas that's run by the Humane Society of Silicon Valley. And I invited Councilmember Burt to join me. It's the world's first model shelter as certified by the Association of Shelter Veterinarians. So it's kind of amazing because it has all these policies and protocols. It meets hundreds of criteria to give it that status. So it was interesting to see not just what they have, which is whiz bang, but how they run it and all of these things that they are able to do. And my thoughts upon leaving there were that before we decide on exactly what the capital improvements are, we should be sure what services that we as a city want to offer. And it also became clear to me, just in getting the tour and having ancillary conversations, that I'm coming into this conversation late, right? I'm coming in this year. There's been a lot of years of stuff going on. But that when the Humane Society of Silicon Valley declined to respond to our RFP way back in 2016, it was because of at least one misunderstanding and now a couple of changed circumstances. So that was quite interesting. And one of the things that they wanted to make sure was that animal control officers continued to do animal control functions. And they thought that perhaps we didn't want that. I don't hear anyone suggesting that we should change that. I think we're all very happy that our police department performs that function. So anyway, I think we ought to take a look at that. And because there was that now have a nice surgery suite, so that's gone. It was an issue. We're no longer trying to break even. I mean, there's quite a few dollars attached to this. So things have changed. So my thought is that we should proceed with this contract, but we should take a closer look at what services we really as a municipality should be offering. And that we should do that over the course of the next couple of years, and then let that guide the physical plant improvements, which I'm anxious to see. I am not happy with where we are now, so I don't want this to be a long, slow process. But I think a lot of the finer points of this should be led by a reevaluation and a further understanding of what services we should provide. So that's what I would like. Now, in terms of the MOU compared to what we said in June, it's pretty close. But there is the 5-year term that is different than what our direction was, which was 3. I understand this physical plant position. I'm not fully persuaded by it, but there is a termination clause. However, I do not see it recited in the MOU. So the staff report says there is a termination clause. I don't see it there. So typically, there was one in the prior contract. And typically we would continue standard terms like that. So can I confirm that that's the intent, is that anything that's not specifically in the MOU gets carried over from the prior agreement, including the termination clause?
Thank you for that question, and my apologies for not including that termination clause. So we're expecting the termination clause that's in the current agreement to carry over, which has the standard, if there's a material breach of the contract, Either party has time to cure that breach. And then there's also the part about either the city or PIN may terminate the agreement without cause with 1 year's notice. So that will likely carry over. I mean, maybe
Right.
some minor wording changes, but it would carry
Okay.
over.
I would just ask that's expressly recited because it should be reciprocal. And the 60 days was for material breach and a year was for no cause, just if we change course for some reason, either party. And I think that's really important to make clear. Can I just ask, how many animals per year do we kind of go through our shelter?
I'm going to ask Ms. Toller Gardner to answer that.
Thank you. Are you asking total or just that come in and are adopted? Because we're
Total.
Okay.
Well, actually, both numbers would be great.
Okay. In terms of the really huge total number, I can't tell you that off the top of my head because it includes everyone that we spay, everyone that we vaccinate, everyone who we take in and then is returned the same day. But I can send that to you.
That would be great.
Sure.
That would be really...
I'd be happy to. Unless
they might have
Laura. Okay, hold on. I think we may have something. That's everything?
That's what Cody says, yeah.
All right, this is from Cody McCartney's numbers. This seems slightly low, not that I'm questioning my colleague Cody, but he is saying that total, everything. This doesn't make sense though. No, I'm sorry. We're going to get you that number.
Okay.
I apologize. We will, and Cody, I apologize wherever you are listening.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of the volume, per animal and
Absolutely
things.
understand.
Okay, well, I see my time is up, so I will hold on other comments or questions, but thank you for that.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. Question, we'd asked you to look at revenues and you commented that one revenue you looked at was using donations to Palo Alto for Palo Alto.
Correct.
And then there's a reference to, we would ask customers to cover the full cost. Are we going in at less than full cost just so it's more easily accessible for everybody of every income level?
We are currently abiding by the municipal fees that the city establishes. We are required to charge what the city has established in municipal fees.
Yeah, but as I understand it, that's actually below cost. So that's going to actually be my next comment, which is as we have higher expenses as you have higher expenses for medicines and staff, I presume that both of those could be adjusted over the course of this contract.
They can be. And if we consider doing that, we just need to consider that there is an inverse response. As fees go up, fewer people come and access the services.
Right.
So fewer animals likely will be served.
Yeah,
with
no,
higher
I
fees.
understand that. I just wanted to make sure in terms of the contract that there's that flexibility should we choose to exercise it. And then on the contract, on the termination and also the length of the contract, I understand your point about all of the facility won't be in place at 3 years, but we would know that as we went into it. So I'm not sure that's material, but I did read the termination agreement and the termination clause and expected it to be part of this. So worst case, we have a year to go along if there's a material problem. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I want to talk a bit about the feral cat policy and TNR. First, I appreciate actually the removal of the phrase "or cause them to be released." You know, my reading of the language when we passed that original motion was really intended, I thought, to prevent the release of cats into Palo Alto and the region, but not a complete prohibition on the release of cats. And so, I think this corrects that, but we didn't hear tonight, and I know the language is in the MOU is is going to develop this policy more, but can Pin talk about what's the current process when someone brings in a feral cat? I think there is a perception that they are all euthanized. I've had conversations and I've taken a tour, understand that that is not the case. Can you go over that process so we and the community really understand what's happening and what we can expect to happen in the future if we pass the policy as is?
Sure. Thank you. I want to first start by saying Cody pulled numbers for us earlier today. And in total, in the year 2022, 22 cats were brought in either by ACOs or over the counter that qualified as either having severe behavior. There were 8 of those, and then 14 were deemed feral. So in a year, there were 22. That is not very many. In a situation like that, we do a health assessment, make sure the animals are healthy. If they are not, we treat to the point that it is humane to do so. And then we work with our partners in rescue to get these cats out of jurisdiction into what's considered a barn cat program. Generally, that's outside of the Bay Area because there's not a lot of call for that. We're looking for people who have a lot of acreage, they have barns, or they have wineries. We take in so many truly cats that would be considered feral that cannot be handled, that we are able to do that kind of service and get them out of the jurisdiction. That is what happens. We have to remember, cats don't come with a barcode or a sign that says I'm feral. Cats are frightened when they come to us. Most of the cats that we receive are not feral, they're frightened. And after they've been health checked and after they've been assessed, we give them time to calm down. We let them start to feel confident. We do behavior modification. We send them out to foster homes where they start to calm down. They start to feel confident. They get love and affection, and they start to become cats who are adoptable. That's the vast majority of the cats that we deal with.
And of those 22 cats brought in 2022, 14 were deemed feral. How many of those were euthanized, if any?
I don't believe any of them were. I believe we were able to get them out into programs.
Wonderful. And what would be a reason then for euthanizing a cat that's brought in?
Well, medical,
okay.
a health issue, clearly, a serious injury, illness, and if it truly were a cat that could not be handled at all, and there was not an alternative program for it.
And I take it one of your registered vets kind of makes that ultimate determination?
No, actually, we have a very involved process, and it's never a unilateral decision. We have counsel from not only our internal vets, but a veterinary behaviorist consultant so it's a large group. And no, there's never a unilateral decision about euthanasia ever.
Great, thanks. And one more question on this. So the term sheet says our feral cat policy will develop a humane practice that reflects shelter best practices. Now, I've spoken with many in the community who are subject matter experts. Seems like we heard a few of them today who are arguing that TNR is the accepted best practice. I mean, can you kind of speak to whether you agree with that, whether this policy, I mean, the policy as is, to me, seems like a version of TNR, maybe not what we traditionally hear. So maybe can you just kind of speak to what you think about that best practice and how the model that you've developed fits in with that?
Well, our hope is that we can be in dialogue with the city and with partners, really to come up with something that is positive for birds, for wildlife, and for community cats. Because we all ultimately want the same thing. We want there to be many fewer community cats. So that is really our hope, is that from a place of partnership and collaboration, we can move in the direction of dialogue and true collaboration. That's really genuinely our hope.
I appreciate that. This seems to be like a good, a positive solution that has been worked out to have some win-wins on all sides. I grew up with adopted cats as well, and don't want to see a policy where we are then euthanizing those cats. Glad to see the policy that is in place is not doing that, and want to make sure as we move forward that is prioritized.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on and this issue that Councilmember Vinker was raising about the dilemma we have on sequencing what our capital investment should be for the facility, and really needing to precede those actions with making sure that we're aligned on what are the functions that really should be done in Palo Alto. Certainly spay and neuter, certainly vaccines, and certainly dealing with strays and abandoned animals. A question that I'm not clear on is the valuable function that is done by Pets in Need and by the Humane Society and elsewhere on adoptive services. And do those need to be done in Palo Alto? And would we possibly be better to invest in high quality facilities for these core functions? And if I want to adopt a pet, I go a few miles away and have a wider choice of animals to look at in a better facility. And I don't know the answer to that, but that's something that I think that we haven't decided, and we're ready to go forward with a significant investment without really defining the functions that we should perform in city. And Pets in Need needs to have us get going on that capital investment as soon as possible. So my real question is, could we, over the course of not 1 to 2 years, but 1 year, define the scope of services that we agree on we want to support in the community and invest in a new capital facility to support, and then go forward on that basis? So I don't know whether staff has any thoughts on that, but we really, when we started going down this path of outsourcing our animal services, we went from looking at a partner to provide the services that we thought were most important to a hybrid between what we think is important and what they do, without really stopping and reconciling those things. So I don't have the answers, but I do have the questions.
I think if you're seeking some initial feedback, I would have to say that from the perspective of the scope of services that's currently defined, the question is really whether Palo Alto gets out of the providing the service of adoptions within the city. And I think it's fair to say, and I wasn't intimately involved at the time of the original RFP, but the scope of services is developed around the assumption that the answer is yes, and that we'll continue to provide that. So I think if the council wants to revisit that question, that is perhaps a separate but pretty significant question that would need to be considered going forward.
I'll just add to what Councilmember Vinker said. When we today toured the Humane Society of Silicon Valley, their adoption facilities and breadth of animals that were up for adoption was really impressive. It was such high quality. And I just don't think we can duplicate that on either the scale nor the quality. I mean, this far exceeds what the facility far exceeds what we're looking at investing. Probably they have a bigger service area and bigger facility, but I'm sure it's about 10x the cost of what we're looking at investing. So I think the conclusion may be that we say, yeah, we want to do all of those services, and we'll only be able to upgrade the facility to a modest level if we want to perform all those services. And maybe that's going to be the conclusion, but we haven't stepped back and really asked ourselves that, because $2.5 million is not going to give us a really outstanding facility that can support all of those programs.
So, council member?
Yeah.
I know Laura would like to respond as well, but we already do perform all those services. We do adoptions, we do
Oh, I know
spay neuter,
that.
we do vaccination.
I know that.
Okay.
Yeah. The
I thought
question
you just
is,
said if the city wanted to do all those.
should we be doing adoptive services, and what portion of the facility is currently being used for adoptive services? Are we best at that? Will we be best at it going forward? Is this the right model versus these other vital functions that I think we're more clear must be done in the city, or we strongly feel that way?
I don't want to be out of order here. May I ask a question? Okay. Are you envisioning one model where Palo Alto residents, Los Altos Hills, Los Altos residents are not able to adopt animals in their own community and they have to leave to adopt animals?
Yeah, it might go to Redwood City or Milpitas or whatever. When we adopted our dog, we went to Pleasanton. And I don't think out of all those functions, I just don't have a heartburn if I have to go to Redwood City to look at animals, and I have a broader choice there.
I hear that. Thank you. And with respect, there are those who it actually would cause heartburn for. The travel, the inability to do that in their community actually might be a barrier to adoption. And one of the things that we are absolutely committed to is barrier-free adoption, so that the experience of animal family is not excluded for some and not others.
That might be the case, but we haven't been presented with any evidence that that's the case. And I'm open to that evidence, but I just, intuitively, I'm not sure that's the case, and I'd certainly be open to whatever evidence is there.
I think that the evidence is the work that we've been doing for all of this period of time.
Well, that doesn't prove that needs to be here versus Redwood City.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I have a question. So when you have the animals that come in and you're gonna have them up for adoption, if they come into your facility, and then what will you do in order to, what would be the cost and the procedure that you will have to take in order to send them somewhere else?
Right.
If your Redwood City one does not have enough room,
Precisely.
So what?
That would be,
I think that was, if you're going to come back with some evidence, I think that should be part of what you detail as well, so you have all of the points that make to help us make a decision in terms of whether adoption is one of the services that we should provide. So I think add that in.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if I could, again, just for clarification, I think it's really important to separate this discussion from what's in front of the
Right,
council
it's a term,
today.
yes.
And again, ultimately, if the council wants really staff to explore discontinuing the adoption services in-house. That's somewhat separate, well, it is a separate discussion from continuing the services we have ongoing with PIN.
Okay, so then I withdraw, but take that into, I withdraw that directive to do that. But if you are going to be looking at providing evidence, I think that's something that should be included. I actually wanted to go to the page, packet page 264, which shows the aerial view of the site. I see the back part of where there's these buildings backing up to Pets in Need for the animal shelter. You know, many years ago when this contract came to us, I actually thought that that portion back there actually was supposed to go to Pets in Need. And when I was visiting the site, I also noticed these buildings that are erected back there. I think they're containers and so forth. And there's one that is like I don't know what, but structure. It's really close to the fence, and you know, they have dogs back there and so forth. So I don't know how mobile they are, but if anything, one, I want to see if we can explore returning that portion back to Pets in Need. And if not, then I think those buildings perhaps should move to the other side so that it's not backed up to the Pets in Need site. Anyway, since the aerial view was provided, I thought I should, I wanted to bring that up. So can I just confirm whether that portion was part of the decision back then to allocate towards Pets in Need?
I don't, well, so I'll just work off my recollection and others can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's been a change. There has been, this has been a topic of discussion longer than I've been with the city. But there has not been a change. I know there has been interest in expanding the footprint for the animal shelter. And at this point, there's not a proposal in front of us as to how to accomplish that.
That's correct. Those, I think it's these, right?
Right.
So those, that is police department and Office of Emergency Services. So we would just need to make sure if we continue that conversation with them that they have the ability to store what they need to store in the event of an emergency and they can access those storage containers. So we can continue that conversation with the police department.
Okay, that would be great. And then also I read in here that there is also a determination, working towards an emergency preparedness plan. How far is that? How far is that along?
It's in process. It's in process.
Do we have approximately when it will be completed?
We don't. It will probably be completed right around the time that if we reach agreement on a contract.
Okay. When we reach a contract, so that's what, a year?
Oh, I hope not.
Okay. Well,
I hope
today's approval of the term sheet, but then they still have to put the agreement together. Okay,
And
so
our goal is, because we already have the existing agreement, and if we have these terms approved, that we would have a new contract by the end of the calendar year.
okay, so that's even better. It's shorter than. I think most of my other questions has been asked by council members. Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. So just to kind of follow up on the line that I got into before my time ran out. So, I think part of it in 2016, as I understand it, when these services were outsourced, it was a financial thing. And so one of the things that I think is a consideration in considering what services we offer is what we can afford and what we should be paying for. It's a different decision than perhaps mission driven like a nonprofit. It's more what should a municipality be doing. And so, yes, I concur with, my intent was much like the city manager articulated, that we would decide on this contract and then we would try quickly to go look at the separate question. Or when I say we, I mean the staff or through a consultant or however best it should be done. But, and that could be, with adoption services and without, and it would be very interesting to know the delta in the dollar figure, whether it's significant, what kind of budgetary relief it would give us or not, because I think that is a factor in how this whole thing got started. And so just knowing our options, and it would be at that point we could do the research on what is the demand in terms of people being willing to drive to Redwood City to adopt or drive to Milpitas to adopt or not. All of that could be looked at, I think, in that year. So it need not get in the way of this contract, but it's something that I would like to see as part of a motion that in approval of the contract to also direct that we go look at that. And so that's sort of my thinking. And I think it's because there are economies of scale. We're a small city. We also service a couple other cities, but we don't have Mountain View anymore. We don't service a lot of massive areas. And so what should we duplicate? What should we not? It depends on dollars. It depends on our responsibilities to our residents, and it depends on our resident preferences. So all of that, I think, should be looked at, and it's somewhat different now as we understand it than it was in 2016. So that's kind of where I was going with that. But then to follow up on that, if circumstances change so that it's not to Pets in Need's liking or ours, I mentioned the termination clause being made express before, but also item U in the term sheet has a corrective action set of provisions. And generally I like those because I like the notice and trying to fix things. But in the next 3 months, as we try to wrap this up, I would want to make sure that that did not somehow interfere with the termination clause for material breach or for 1 year without cause. But that when there's not a material breach or we don't want to terminate, and then we should go through that process. So somehow whoever's drafting them, I would request that those be made compatible. Does that, if that's the intent of the conversations?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I followed.
Let me put it real simply. I want to make sure that the corrective action provision in item U does not mess up the termination clause. That's all. And I think our city attorney is more than capable of doing that. I just wanted to.
Yeah,
okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Then I have a question about the feral cats. This is new to me. For the colonies, so two questions. One, just does anybody happen to know? I don't understand where the colonies are that are around here. And then I also am curious, I also then wanted to say that I do not think that was the intent at the time of our June meeting to say that someone else could take them out of jurisdiction like has been the past practices. Now, whether or not, I don't know that, so I think that if you had been taking them out of jurisdiction, I don't think that was what we meant then, but now I'm intrigued to know about these colonies around here. What does that look like? Like, where are they? If they're not in the Baylands? I know all those people out there know.
I would like to ask Cody McCartney to jump on and respond to that. He would have the best knowledge, and he's on Zoom.
Thank you.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I mean, we have not over the past several years done studies on where colonies are. Baylands has always been a hotspot, but in my anecdotal knowledge, there are, hotspots around town where we may have 15 to 20 cats living in a neighborhood, and the residents there require help dealing with that. So there are multiple areas where there are high level of cats, but without doing more research on that, I couldn't give you a direct answer.
Okay, well, it's just that when people are talking about being caretakers for them, and I'm just trying to understand if they're in residential areas, so they're in other people's yards, or if they're out more in, I don't know, in areas that aren't residential. I don't know where they are.
Yeah, mostly residential areas.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we also have Officer Washington here. Do you
Yes.
wanna-
If through the mayor, if you would like for her to answer,
Come on up.
I'd love to hear.
Can I push the button? So as you know, I've grown up here in Palo Alto. I don't know how long you all have lived here for feral cats. Don't know if you were here prior to, do you remember the train tracks that were across McDonald's? So that stretch is a dirt area alongside Palo Alto Square. That was a real big hotbed of feral cats. But over the years, with Palo Alto Humane Society help and NISBOM and some other, unfortunately, who have passed away, feral cat trappers, the colonies basically have disappeared in that area. Sure, there will be a few cats that pop up, but I won't give away any other areas, but they have been dealt with by trappers over the years. Barron Park area, Hillview area, those are just a few other ones. But yes, we know that they're there. We understand feral cats. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lowing.
I just wanted to address the possible idea that's here on the table, because I think we need to ask the CEO if they would even be interested in such an agreement that could change substantially over the course of a year, which would be a major reduction in their revenues. So they're not signing up for a 5-year contract with a 5-year renewal. They're signing up for maximum of a 1-year contract with a possible suggestion that the revenue is going to go down. And we might as well know that now. Well, you said that something would develop over the course of a year, and if we decided that, we don't want adoption services, we just sort of cut that out of the contract, is how I understood your idea. And that may not be acceptable to the, the current party here. So.
Thank you. I am surprised to hear this as a consideration. Understanding sort of the cycle of humane work, adoption is really critical to it. And having adoption services in communities ensures that animals stay in the shelter as short as possible. That's really one of our major goals. It's for efficiency, but it's also for quality of life and overall well-being and health. I'm not prepared tonight to say what Pets in Need would or wouldn't do, but I would say this is not a sheltering best practice. There's very few, if any, shelters in the country that I'm aware of that separate out this kind of service, that they completely divorce adoption from everything else that they do. Now, there may be those in the country that do it, but they do it probably because of fiscal constraints, not because it's a best practice, not because it's what's good for the community or what's good for animals. So we would really have to study this and really understand the implications. There's also the issue of what this would do to our ability in Redwood City. Because in Redwood City, we are limited intake. In Palo Alto, as a municipal shelter, we're open intake. That is a great hybrid that really works well because it allows us to be able to move animals back and forth from the two shelters and really meet the needs of the communities and meet the needs of the animals. not being able to do that would be a significant hindrance, honestly. And it would be something that we would really have to look at very seriously to understand the impacts of that, not only in Palo Alto, but to our 60-year legacy in Redwood City and all of our donors and volunteers and supporters there. So I'm not really prepared tonight to speak to this. I appreciate the creativity, and I understand something that will have to go back to the drawing board if in fact this is something that you wanted to explore. And I really can't make any promises.
Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're all understanding that out of the animals that are adopted locally, certainly not all of them, and I'd be interested in if we have a notion of the percentage that are from animals that were abandoned or strays from local versus ones that are being brought in from outside the area to really try to help facilitate adoption and do that. So I don't know if you have those statistics on what portion of the animals that are up for adoption at our facility are from our community.
Hold on one second. We're pulling that up right now. Intake. Approximately 80% that are intaken in Palo Alto and adopted through Palo Alto. Is that correct?
Well, adopted through Palo Alto or Redwood City.
Correct.
The animals up for adoption.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry. Laura Birdsall, Director of Shelter Operations. I was told I should state that each time, so I hope I did a good job. Approximately 80% of the animals on the adoption floor in Palo Alto originated from Palo Alto. So when you speak to, and I'm going to deviate very quickly. I love HSSB. That's my alma mater. So when you brought up the whole model shelter, I was a huge part of that. So I'm like, yay, I love that you guys got to see that because that was a huge deal. They have a beautiful facility. They don't take in any strays from last time I was there, any place except for Sunnyvale. So almost all the animals you saw for adoption there were specifically brought in. So they chose what animals they wanted to bring in. And that's just one thing I would really caution the city when looking at this is the animals that come into Palo Alto may not be the ones that organizations like PHS or HSSB will want to bring in. Typically, they're not. Typically, they're not the cute white fluffy dogs. Typically, they're the German Shepherds or the Pit Bulls. And those are not the kind that HSSB is going to intentionally bring in because those are not great adoption candidates. So while I appreciate that, HSSB is a very different model. They're an adoptions juggernaut and they do a fantastic job at saving lives, but they are not to the point a municipal intake. So the question would be, what are you going to do with the animals? If HSSB won't take them, if PHS won't take them, are you euthanizing the ones that they're not taking that because you don't have an adoptions program? There has to be a plan in here for what happens with them. And if you're looking at doing some of the models that I have seen done, which is paying rescues to do that, to take those animals, those will run $3,000 to $5,000 an animal to pass that animal off to someone else. So I think this is a great question and I love it. And I'm all in for discussing it if any of you are, but those are the direct answers to that question.
I'm good for now.
Okay, I don't see any other lights. Oh, okay. Councilmember Vinker.
Sorry, I'll try to keep it short. We saw Germans and pit bulls just by the by, and they do intake from Sunnyvale. And I'm a little confused with all due respect that you're saying that people wouldn't go out of jurisdiction, but if you couldn't take the animals back and forth between Palo Alto and Redwood City, it'd be a problem. So aren't you taking them out of I can't reconcile those two, but it's late. I'm probably not getting it.
No, thank you. That is a great question. Let me clarify. Part of what Laura has talked about, and I think what really makes the partnership with PIN and Palo Alto Animal Services unique, is that we do have an adoption center in Redwood City, and we utilize that. We leverage that a lot. So a lot of the animals that do come into Palo Alto are moved to Redwood City. If we did not have a contract with the city of Palo Alto where we're operating the Palo Alto facility, that would most likely not happen. That's something that we do to try to help the movement of the animals in the Palo Alto shelter to get them to adoption outcomes more quickly. So you would have to find a similar partner that would probably have some sort of financial investment.
But it is kind of two different services to do stray holds when animals are brought in, and you can't adopt them outright for a certain period of time to make sure that they're truly stray or nobody's going to claim them. And then at that point, you start the adoption process. And we're just suggesting that perhaps we don't do it at the same site. But I don't know that that's the answer, but it's that exploration you were talking about.
Absolutely. PHS. I would encourage you to go to PHS. They have two very different locations, one organization, but they have a big intake public spay neuter facility, and then they have their large adoption center that's much more similar to what you saw at HSSV. When you saw HSSV, their adoption center is the big public area. I'm not sure if they took you in the back, but they have all of so they have all the intake holding areas. So it is one location, but it's a very separate experience that you go to. So I think it's like, I can't say enough good things about HSSV. I love it. So please know I'm not saying anything negative about them.
Noted.
Okay.
And I mean, it's a whole nother order of magnitude with all the different services and all the different places and spaces. And so.
And the giant dog parks that we could never compete with.
Giant dog parks and cat facilities now, if you haven't been there.
Their outdoor cat area. I actually recommended an architect that designed that with you guys because I thought that work was so splendid.
It's pretty.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I was just looking at the time. It's 11:10, and I see a bunch of people here who I assume is here for the next item. And I'm just trying to think of what our plan is here. I don't know if we're converging or not, but I'm a little bit concerned. So I don't know if the mayor had any thoughts, or otherwise I don't know if we're not going to hear the next item, and if so, maybe we should let people know so that they're not hanging out here all night. But do you have a thought?
We're gonna try to finish this because we have lobbyists, staff from Sacramento here.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about this item then. So as I'm listening to, first of all, thank you, staff and Betsy and everyone involved in speaking about this. So as I've been listening to the conversation, it really it's not a simple city service in that it's not just for our city, it's for other cities too. And there's ties to other cities like Redwood cities that aren't even in our own county. So this is actually quite complex. And so as I listen to this, I do wonder whether this should be more of a regional thing versus us trying to foot the bill for everything. And I know at one point we were doing things with Mountain View, but maybe we should try to jump on Mountain View's program or do something else. It just seems like this is not just our city's program. It's a multi-city program. It's a regional program. So I mean, that's also why I was asking the mayor about, are we going to try to finish this tonight? Because it's not very clean, right? If it's just something within our city boundaries and just for our residents, okay, I get it. Okay, you could kind of understand that, but it's not. It is way more complicated than that. And there's also questions about like, well, what services should we provide, right? Because it's not like Mountain View is that far away from here. People could go. I mean, some pet owners here also said, well, what's the big deal about going to Redwood City, right? So I do wonder about that myself. Like, is it that big of a deal just go to a neighboring city? Do we have to have our own? I mean, we were running a $7 million deficit this year. So do we really need to add on to that or not? So anyways, that's what I've just been listening to this. I'm not a pet owner, so I don't really feel that strongly on this, but I do think about, of all the different things we have needs for, going out on our own while this is kind of a regional issue, makes me wonder about this whole thing. So I don't know if staff has any thoughts about this.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. So a couple of thoughts come to mind. One is the city of Palo Alto is not paying for any services for Redwood City or Redwood City residents or animals. That is solely paid for by Pets in Need. We serve, in addition to Palo Alto, Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. and they pay their share of the services that are provided to them. So that's my first thought. My second thought, with all due respect, is the council has already directed us to continue negotiating with Pets in Need. So I do feel if that is now something that we're deviating from, we're going back about, I think, a year and a half in progress. So
Yeah,
I think it's important to recognize that we're following the direction of the council, and that's how we're moving forward.
Sure. And so I need to know just some basics, right? So if I had a pet, am I not allowed to go Mountain View and get the pet serviced, or like what's the rules around this kind of stuff?
So sorry.
Let me be clear. Mountain View does not provide the service. They work through the Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority, which is a joint power authority headquartered in Santa Clara.
Okay.
So to your point, you could certainly take, well, actually, I'm not sure if you could take an animal to be spayed or neutered there. We do have rates, as we've talked about before. In fact, you raised specifically resident versus non-resident rates, and I would assume that other jurisdictions would do the same.
Okay, so so someone goes to Santa Clara, or they could go Redwood City, or some other place that, you know, it's not like they have to go to Timbuktu, right? Or they have to go all the way up to San Francisco. Santa Clara is not that close, but it's not that far either. So I just wonder, like, how much of this, they can also go private, right? I see there's private animal shelters too. So I just wonder, like, how much of this do we have to have in-house? Like, as a city, we have to think about what are services that we want to provide. As we know, we only have so much money. We can only keep dipping into our BSRs for so long and so deep. And so I just, it really makes me wonder about all this.
Appreciate the thought. I just have to say this, that quite frankly, we are here with our partner that has worked with us in order to get to this point and hopefully to proceed. If I were a prospective partner listening to the council's discussion, I'd be wondering about the nature of that partnership going forward. And so ultimately, we'll take the council direction, but I do think we should be mindful of the impact that brainstorming has on our attractiveness as a partner.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make the staff recommendation.
Second.
I'll move the second. Yep. Sorry.
Who second?
Yes, thank you.
Would you like to speak to it?
I mean, just briefly, I appreciate staff and PIN's work on this. My reading of the MOU is consistent with our past motion. We've already vetted these items. I got the clarification I needed tonight on what appears to be humane handling of our feral cats, and I'm encouraged that we will see a policy come back that is even more developed. That and I do hope that there will be at least an attempt to consult with some of these other stakeholders that we've heard. I know the MOU mentions conversations between staff and community, but hoping that you'll be able to reach out to those as well, and just kind of agree with the city manager just said as far as we have discussed these items, and I think it's time to move on.
Thank you. I agree with what Vice Mayor said. All right, I don't see any more lights. So if Madam Clerk, oh, okay, hold, Council Member Linker.
So, you know, I've been saying tonight, well, I've been asking these questions and wanting to explore things. I have throughout said that I would like to still go forward with a contract with Pets in Need at this point, with the appropriate provisions we talked about as represented in the staff report, with respect to termination and such. But I would also like, I want to offer a friendly amendment to also direct the staff to explore the appropriate services for us to offer and the corresponding financial, what's the word I want? Financial attributes for the shelter. So I don't know whether that you would entertain that motion, that amendment.
You're talking about long-term.
Specifically, whether or not this scope of services is what we want, or whether for financial reasons and municipal responsibility, we want an amended set of service offerings, such as whether or not to continue adoption services, for example.
Within the contract term?
Oh, not, it's separate from that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Accept that.
Yeah, I don't want to amend the contract.
May I ask a question? So with this amendment, we're going into a 5-year contract agreement. So are you asking for exploration only to come back when our contract expires? Or are you telling them to change in the middle of our 5 years?
So the contract would be the contract. We in parallel would look at if this was the set of services that is best for our city, and we would hopefully do that in consultation and conversation with our partner and with other community, members, just to understand what that is. And then at that point, we may propose a contract amendment. They could accept it or reject it. And then we can do what we do. So we would hopefully discuss it, in year 2. And then what happens depends on how it's received. And we may say that this scope is exactly right and we don't want to amend it. But I think exploring it in year 1 in parallel is what I'm suggesting. So this contract would be set and done. And then in parallel, we would explore if we had done the right thing.
I do want to say that, I have concerns about that. I mean, what city manager had just said, we're operating in good faith, negotiating for the past year in good faith and moving forward. I certainly don't want to cause our partner to have any kind of iffy feelings about where is this taking us. So, I'm sorry. Does it matter if I say I can't accept that since you said okay? Okay, then I don't think I can accept this.
Okay. Well, then I'll just move to amend with the same amendment, partly because this has become a pretty big expense. This was originally brought, meant to be something that would be nominally additionally expensive, perhaps even break even. Maybe that was aspirational. I just think it's responsible to our citizenry to really look to fully coincide with the Pets in Need nonprofit mission. That's part of why I think we should explore this. And I think there could be some other options if they decline, if it comes out that we want a different scope of services and if they declined, then we could figure out what to do.
I'll second it.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't. Directs have to explore.
Financial investments, or is that what you said?
And the corresponding financial, it's too late. What word do I want?
You said attributes.
Responsibilities are financial.
Investment, is it?
And the corresponding, no, it's not necessarily an investment though, because they were talking about services. So financial, what, you don't like attributes? Well, we shouldn't have crosstalk.
No. I thought you were talking about the capital investment ramification. You're talking about operations and
well, all of it, right? So it would be, if we go one way versus another, what are the financial implications? How's that? Financial and the corresponding financial implications for the shelter. That would include both capital costs and ongoing service costs, annual financial obligations.
City manager.
let's see, as I guess you've got a motion and a second here, perhaps a perspective to consider. First off would be historically, again, things can always change, but I would say what set us on this direction from the initial RFP was the understanding that community demand was that we would have a full service shelter in Palo Alto. I do recall specific discussions on the alternatives being to provide these services outside the city limits. And again, at that point in time, it was based upon community feedback that the decision was made to, by all means, maintain a shelter here in Palo Alto. The second item I would note would be that staff has no bandwidth to do this work. So if council, in terms of timing, were to direct it, my recommendation would be that we bring this forward as a proposal for consideration next fiscal year. Really no sooner than that. And if council wants us to do this year, it would require reprioritization of existing work.
Can I just clarify on your first comment when you say these services? I mean, we're still talking spay neuter. We're not going to remove that facility. That you were still talking, and if you're doing that, you can do vax and basic stuff. So I'm not
kenneling and everything except adoption, which again, I'm not an expert in this area, but seems hard to imagine.
Well, nor am I, but I just don't want you to think that we're saying stray holds only. Like it sounded like you thought we were going to get rid of all services. And I think what we're looking at is what? I'm sorry.
Well, the earlier discussion was the potential to do everything except adoption. And again, I would imagine, and again, I'm simply supposing here that based upon the prior community feedback we received, that would be a significant reduction in services provided. And so in and of itself, this would be a significant work effort, is the point I think I really want to make, which would presumably require community outreach and feedback on the potential to reduce some or all of these services and what's provided in Palo Alto. Right. Some, not all.
Would you have bandwidth to explore just the cost of outsourcing that? And then if that were an acceptable cost, we could decide whether or not.
Well, again, I don't want to speak for Penn, and I won't speak for Penn, but I do think we're potentially changing the scope in ways that make it no longer attractive for them to be the partner. And I would caution against doing that at this point in entering into a multi-year agreement.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, I'm not going to be supporting this. I
Hey,
don't
so
think
as a
it's-
seconder, do I get to talk?
Sorry?
Oh, second who wants to talk. He seconded the motion and.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'll make it quick. It's 11:30. So as I mentioned, now we're having a deficit this year. Maybe we're flush with cash, I wouldn't mind. There's uncertainties about what services we need. I see that services, Santa Clara, Redwood City, other places. So it makes me wonder how much of this we actually have to do. So I think Councilmember Vinker's suggestion is a good one. I know it's a hard question to ask because we're kind of on the way there, but I think it's a responsible question to be asking. And our duty is to the people of the city, not just the pet owners of the city, but the people of the city, all people. And by doing this, that means there's other programs that we perhaps can fund. So I think it's right. It's good for us to kind of right size things and try to do the responsible thing for the people here. So I support it. I think it's a good question, and I hope my other colleagues will do that as well.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks. I'll restart. I'm not going to be supporting this. I don't think it's acceptable at all for a lot of reasons. But before tonight, we directed council not to do any outsourcing analysis and to finish up a term sheet with Pets in Need. So at this 11th hour to now say, well, we're going to do the contract, but we're really going to have a side deal here where we're going to see if we can reduce services, and then we'll figure out later how we wrap that in. I just don't think that's where we are with this partner. They were specifically picked because of their broad adoption facility with Redwood City, which actually helps us essentially free. And we have all that taken care of. So that's all in place. We've already picked the partner. Now we're dropping all of this stuff and saying we're going to look at some other services. I mean, we can look at those going forward, but I don't think it has anything to do with this contract. At any point in the contract, the two parties say, hey, we both got a good idea. Why don't we amend the contract? That's a whole different thing than let's go investigate ways to reduce the service. And in so doing, reduce the revenues of the partner who signed up for a 5+5 year contract. So I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay, I don't see any more lights. Shall we please take the vote, Madam Clerk? On the amendment.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
No.
Vice Mayor Stone,
No.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion fails.
So that would be item number 3 that is failed.
Yes, the amendment to the main motion. So I'll take the vote on the main motion.
We'll return to the main motion, and if you'll take the vote, please.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And this concludes item number 6. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for staying so late. And to our lobbyists as well. Our next item is item 7, and it's update on pending state and federal legislation and advocacy and grant writing support activities. Also, the consideration of resolution offering comments on SB 532, the Safe, Clean, and Reliable Bay Area Public Transportation Emergency Act. City Manager?
Good evening, Mayor Ku, members of the City Council, Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. If we can have the presentation pulled up, we will breeze through it very quickly, given the hour. All right, while she's bringing it up, I'll actually introduce the team. We have folks from Townsend Public Affairs here with us as well this evening. So we have Mr. Nicolo DeLuca, Ms. Carly Shelby, Mr. Alex Gibbs, and
Mr. Joseph Mello from our DC office.
thank you. So you have a little bit of everyone from the project team. Next slide, please. So the intention this evening is to give you a quick update on state and federal and grants, all the different pieces of your legislative portfolio. And specifically on state bills, we're seeking council action on the bills with recommended action. There are 3. 2 of them relate to mental health and 1 of them relates to transportation. If the council would like to take an action on those, we're recommending it. And then feedback on anything on the monitoring list or any other bills. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. DeLuca to go through the slides.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members, Nicolo DeLuca, Vice President Townsend Public Affairs out of our Sacramento team. So if we could please go to slide 2, and I'm going to be very respectful of everyone's time. I know it's been a long evening. So on slide 2, you'll see that we've got an overview of what we want to talk about tonight. If we could just go to slide 2. Thank you so much. So quickly, going to talk about what's going on at the state session, then an overview quickly of our efforts, recommended positions. Our federal team's going to give a quick update of what's going on in DC, and then Mr. Gibbs, our grants manager, is going to quickly talk about all the great work we've been doing with city staff. So next slide. So quickly, the city has formally engaged with 14 measures ranging from housing and land use, homeless prevention, energy and utilities, and climate resiliency. We've also been very active on 47 measures on behalf of the city. Really want to thank Ms. Cotton Gaines and the team for the format for the weekly updates that we send to the council about all the various bills that we're working on and that we're tracking. So today actually kicked off the last month of the legislative session. So August 14th through September 14th is the final month of the leg session. So you all know once session ends on September 14th, the governor has 30 days, October 14th, to take any action on any pieces of legislation. We've got some really big committee. It's going to be the Appropriations Committee towards the end of August, which is a real big choke point for various pieces of legislation. So then quickly, Ms. Shelby, if you want to just quickly go through slides 4 through 11.
Yeah, so for the Carlin Shelby, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Carly Shelby with Townsend Public Affairs. Out of the interest of time, slides 4 through 11 represent all of the positions that the city has taken a formal position on. All of these measures currently pen consideration in their second House Appropriations Committee, aside from Senate Bill 719 by Senator Becker. That was held in the current session, maybe acted upon in January of 2024. So we can move on to the next few slides and we can go back for questions once we're done.
So we're on slide 12,
yes,
which is going to be recommended legislative positions.
Yes, so slide 12, perfect. So Assembly Bill 531 by Assemblymember Ehrman and Senate Bill 326 by Senator Eggman comprise a comprehensive package to reform the state's behavioral health care continuum. AB 531 serves as kind of the cash injection vehicle to kickstart the development of unlocked residential care facilities for those experiencing behavioral health or substance use disorders throughout the state. And then SB 326 provides the policy reforms to make those developments long-lasting and supported by reforming how we spend our Mental Health Services Act dollars. So this is a top priority for the governor and the legislature. Their goal is to qualify it for the upcoming March primary election. And then this is kind of another step toward re-centralizing our mental health care service structure since it was dismantled previously in the late 1960s. These efforts really build upon efforts such as the Care Court proposal from last year. It's likely there will be more proposals coming in the next year to build upon this. And we are recommending a support position for this package. There are little responsibilities that the city would have to take as a whole because it would mostly be implemented by the counties, but we are looking to kind of structure this as a stakeholder and kind of regional collaborative proposal. And it's expected to improve our resources and capacity to address homeless, substance use disorders, and behavioral health disorders to our most vulnerable populations. So AB 531 places a $4.68 billion general bond authorization before the voters at the March 2024 statewide primary. And then SB 326 recast the Mental Health Services Act, which you guys know is the billionaire's tax, which was enacted, I believe, in 2001, and just kind of restructures how we would spend those dollars, prioritizing housing and supportive services. And I will turn it back over to Nicolo to discuss our second measure.
And just closing the loop, as Ms. Shelby said, the governor is very focused on these two measures, clearly focusing on the March ballot for the voters to take action. It's going to have a big hearing on Wednesday. We've been waiting to see some of the amendments that are coming. There had been a lot of municipalities have been supporting these two measures. And there has been some, there was a 13-page letter from a lot of the county behavioral health specialists on some changes to make, as there's some concerns about using some of these operational dollars more towards housing. So as Carly said, that's definitely something we're recommending. The next piece of legislation, slide 13, is what we're seeking comments from the council on. We first proposed it as a resolution, but happy to do it as a letter. And it's Senate Bill 532 from Senator Weiner. This is a bill that deals with the 7 state bridges in the 9 barrier counties. It's excluding the Golden Gate Bridge. And it's saying, in addition to what you're paying now for your tolls, starting next year, $1.50 charge, which would go to MTC and BADA, Bay Area Toll Authority, for funding for all the different transit operators. This would go for 5 years, and be up to the legislature if after that 5th year, if they want to reduce to $1.50. So it's $1.50. I think right now, and I'm sorry because I use Fast Track, we're around $10. So this is in addition to where we're at now. Funny, as the years go by, we obviously have worked on so many different pieces of legislation. I remember Regional Measure 2, and I remember Regional Measure 3. Those were toll increases, but for capital projects. This is just for operations for the 9 barrier counties from the 7 bridges, ideally BART, Muni, Caltrain, what have you. Senator Weiner amended this bill in June. It used to be something on ballot measures. So this was a change. As more backdrop, as you recall, last year, this legislature worked really, really hard to have a big pot of infrastructure funds for transportation projects. And then just this year, due to hearing about the fiscal cliff, the legislature and the governor said that $4 billion pot can also be used for operations. Senator Weiner, after hearing from BART, Muni, and others, will propose this measure to create a larger pot for operations. We've had many discussions with his office. One of the things we asked about was, would this be a proposal? Would you be interested in having these funds go to capital? His office was really clear, saying, yes, there are capital needs, but this point in time, the focus is really on operations. So we're seeking input from the council on how we'd like to communicate some thoughts, some suggestions, some recommendations on this piece of legislation. That is it on the state side. I want to then quickly move over to slide 14, which just talks about what we're looking at quickly for the rest of the year. The various upcoming bond proposals, ongoing advocacy from this legislative session and further on. We've been doing some great work with the city team on the Project Home Key extension. One session is over. We're going to provide implementation guidance on a handful of statutes following the end of session. After that, we'll be meeting with council and staff as we work on our 24 legislative platform. And then also preparation for state advocacy trips in 24 and additional funding. So that's the state side. I'm going to quickly pass the microphone to my coworker, Mr. Mello, to talk briefly about what's going on federal. And we'll do a quick summary of what's going on with grants. And then we're happy to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Joseph Mello, Senior Associate with Townsend Public Affairs, working outside of our DC office with the federal team. So glad to be back in my home state of California for a little bit. Wanted to give a quick update on the state appropriations and earmarks on the federal side. So the funding fight continues as the House and Senate are on their August recess, and the House will come back September 12th and the Senate on September 5th. And all appropriations bills have been passed out of their respective committees, their respective appropriations committees, and they will need to reach an agreement by September 30th to avoid a government shutdown. So the House has passed one of their 12 bills on the floor. The Senate has passed none at this juncture. Although the Senate has been working in a more bipartisan manner, the funding levels between the House and the Senate remain pretty far apart. So they continue negotiations over August recess, and we're going to continue to monitor how that plays out. And wanted to touch on an earmark from Congresswoman Eshoo for $850,000 that was included in the Transportation, Housing, Urban Development bill out of the House for the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. And this was a really big win, especially since Democrats in the House got about 20% of what they requested this year. So very pleased to work with Congresswoman Eshu's staff on that. And we'll continue to advocate for that until it was ideally signed into law later this year. So continuing to work with your staff and Eshu's staff on that. And then let's see, next slide here. Want to touch on a few more items relevant to the city, including the FFA reauthorization. This comes up every 5 years, and the House has passed its version, and similar to appropriations, the Senate's lagging a little bit on that, and they need to reach an agreement by September 30th as well, or approve an extension for this. And there's several items they're looking at, including consumer protection, improving travel experience. And Congresswoman Eshu was successful in getting an amendment included into the House version. There were over 300 amendments filed, and one of hers was included to involve the FFA, requiring them to involve communities affected by aircraft noise. And that kind of plays into a recent FAA noise policy review. They have requested comment on noise policy, and this is due September 29th. And we are working with city staff on crafting a comment for that by September 29th. And then next slide. Lastly, just looking forward with federal advocacy, ongoing advocacy with the funding requests in Congress with Congresswoman Eshu's office, seeing that through to the final appropriations packages, and continuing to work with the city on crafting that FAA comment. And then lastly, just working with city staff to identify funding priorities and federal grant programs that match with eligible projects. And this ties into preparing for a federal advocacy trip coming up in 2024. So hope to see you all out in DC next year, and look forward to continuing to work with you until that happens. So thanks.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Alex Gibbs, the Grants Manager here at Townsend Public Affairs. I see that you have saved the very best for the very last this evening, as grants and other people's funding is usually everyone's favorite topic. With that, I won't take up too much of your time. Going to slide 18, I'd like to highlight some of the great grant programs that we currently have pending. I will highlight with particular detail the organized retail theft grant and the amount of $5.1 million. This is a grant that would provide additional funding for your local law enforcement to respond to organized retail theft incidents that have taken place at regional shopping centers, specifically here in Palo Alto. Palo Alto has some fantastic shopping opportunities, but in recent years we have seen upticks in retail theft given laws at the state level that have impacted the way that those thefts are handled. So this would provide significant funding for your local law enforcement to deal directly with that and potentially apprehend more suspects and deter future thefts, which I believe, just off the top of my head, would save your local retailers several $100,000s a year in lost products. So that's just one of the opportunities that we have listed. In the interest of time, I won't go through all those. Moving forward to slide 19, these are applications that are currently pending that we are currently working on staff with. I'd like to compliment your staff who do a fantastic job in assembling applications, submitting them, and advocating. We are playing a role in reviewing a lot of these applications, adding additional context and making sure that they're hitting all of the points needed to score maximum points and have competitive applications to hopefully have an uptick in successful funds. The mega grant program would be for grade separation projects, specifically at Meadows and Charleston. The Strategic Growth Council Community Resilience Center grant is currently examining locations for a potential resilience center at your libraries. And finally, the Reconnecting Communities pilot program would be for the rehabilitation of Newell Bridge Road that we're currently studying. So those are just three that we have upcoming here in the very near future. Once again, very quickly looking forward, we will continue to work very closely with your staff on a monthly basis to discuss upcoming grant programs and create a tax strategy for how best to tackle those. We will continue our post-grant submittal advocacy. This includes not only advocating with your locations, learning from past mistakes, if you will. Finally, providing strategic support and augmenting staff capacity as your grant writers. Our job is to be that extension of your own staff and provide additional benefits wherever we can, be it either public safety, transportation, parks and recreation, et cetera. And then finally, streamlining internal processes for tracking your grant submitted. This is something that we inherited when we first arrived here at the city, and we're working very closely with staff to come up with a very streamlined process so that going forward, we're on top of everything, including grant administration and reporting. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and I will hand it back to Chantal.
Thank you. So if you advance 2 slides, one just has beautiful photos, and then the last slide is the recommendation. The first 2 bills related to mental health, we recommend support for the council. Our legislative guidelines pretty much cover these bills, but since we were coming to council, we wanted to get your confirmation of support for these. And the last bill, SB 532, we have some draft language if you wanted to use that as a starting point, and letting us know if you would like to support, oppose, or have comments on that, or nothing at all. And then lastly, the monitoring list, if there's anything else that you would like us to be paying attention to or elevate in any way. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you guys for your work. I love it that you guys got us money. That's awesome. Keep it up. Question about the bridge funding. So in our community, one of the bridges that causes a lot of flooding is the Chaucer Bridge. I don't know if you guys heard about that. And so like like Crescent Park area, basically near the river or creek, whatever, floods. And so what's the story about that? Can we use funding for that? Because I know a lot of the residents are very concerned about the flooding caused by that bridge.
Absolutely. If I may, through the mayor, Councilmember Tanaka. So this past Friday, we had a great meeting with your Public Works team. We're working closely with them for legislative strategy, which we have to get Caltrans to help front some of the funds for Newell Bridge. And your Public Works team was clear. Once Newell's addressed, then we go to the bridge that you were talking about. Something that we have seen.
Well, actually, so I have a different opinion. I think the Chaucer Bridge for our community is a bigger deal because that one causes a lot of property damage. I mean, last winter when it rained a lot, I know people that live there that, talked about the bridge overflowing. So I think in terms of impact to our community, that's in my mind a higher priority.
Definitely. And so your Public Works team has identified that working with Alex and his team are looking at state and federal grants. In addition, something that we've seen over the last 3 years has been district directed funding on the state side, also known as earmarks. So then working with your team, we want to start socializing a lot of our asks, which includes like a 1-pager cost, benefit, what else is going on, ensure that with our delegation and others. So if district spending comes back on the state side, we're ready to rock. And that would be one of the projects we discussed.
Okay, great.
And if I may jump in on that as well, council member, we've focused on the Newell Bridge predominantly because that's where the council's efforts have been to make that project happen, close that funding gap, and the JPA is leading on the Pope Chaucer.
Well, I think the Newell Bridge is nice because I guess it's gonna be a little wider. But I think property damage, people losing their homes or having some significant damage to me is a higher priority than a slightly wider bridge. But I understand what you're saying. Okay.
If I could also add that, if I understand correctly, the reason we're focusing on the Newell Bridge is also because it's the downstream one that has to be taken care of before we can address the Chaucer one.
Maybe the case, but I just know that Newell Bridge is, the Chaucer Bridge is the one that's being impacting people right now. But I think we could all talk about that later. Okay, second thing is, I think the grant about the what do you call it? The mass retail thefts, is that what you guys call it?
Organized retail theft.
Organized retail thefts. Okay, I think that's great. So besides, but I thought that the fundamental issue is that if someone steals less than $900 or something around that amount, they can't do anything. So I guess how does, what do we actually do to stop this? Because actually I saw this video, was yesterday or the day before yesterday, was Nordstrom's or something like 50 people robbing Nordstrom's, right? And it's like crazy, right? So, and I thought the reason why that happens now is because you can't do anything if someone steals less than 900. So how do we actually how does this money actually change anything?
I can speak to the grant and the implementation strategy that was suggested through that. And it was additional law enforcement officers partnering directly with those shopping centers so that you would have law enforcement located at the shopping centers that are considered hotspots. These would be additional staff time that are currently not being provided. So you would almost always have an officer located in these locations. You would have additional police vehicles, which would be a larger visible presence that acts as a deterrence. There would also be additional measures in place that would help the apprehension of these individuals after those crimes were committed. And between those two strategies, it would reduce the number of retail thefts taking place in the city of Palo Alto.
Okay, but even if they did arrest them, I thought you couldn't do anything. You have to just let them go, right? Isn't that?
No, if I may, if I can chime in here, in addition to the retail theft funding that Mr. Gibbs is talking about, the governor, I mean, he led hard on this last year about an increase in pot for public safety. There's also funding for DAs, sheriff's departments, and others to not just be point of, well, something's happening, but going after the organized rings. And that's been a big focus of the state. I can't recall the data off the top of my head, but I know they've had some pretty big wins about going after the organized side of it. Yes, you're correct. It was what Prop 47 that talked about the $900 value of theft. Each year, beginning of the session, we kind of hear some rumblings about maybe some changes. We've seen legislation not really go past the first committee on that because Prop 47 is still relatively recent. I know the legislature wants some years on a proposition to really have some data to make decisions. But to answer your question more directly, council member, the other pot of funding was to actually go after the organized crime rings.
Okay. Well, I think any legislation that can help cut that back, I think is good because in my mind, the primary duty of government is to make sure people feel safe. And when people are getting robbed, I don't think people feel safe. Okay. The other one here is, I saw that we have some support and not decline and whatnot. I don't know. Were these automatic ones like on page slide 9? Was this like, was this just aligned to our policy or did we actually vote on this? Like 12, AB 12?
Yeah, so this bill we took to you all at our last council meeting that we appeared before. I believe it was in April. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was approved by council.
Okay. Well, anyways, AB 12, I don't support that, and especially don't support it for furnished rental properties because I think that could be very tough. And then let's see. The other one is. I think you wanted us to comment on, what slide number was that with the proposed? Oh, here it is, last page. So I don't really know these mental health ones that well, so it's hard for me to even comment. The housing was generally pro-housing, so I probably 532. I'm not sure though. So you guys are gonna have to explain a little bit better than, because I don't have these numbers memorized, so I don't really know. But maybe my colleagues know what it is, but I don't. So you guys might have to explain it a little bit. So if you want my opinion, you have to explain it, and maybe for others as well.
Which bill are you talking about?
The 3 listed on slide, I guess slide 23. Is it slide 23?
Oh, AB 531, SB 326, and SB 532?
Yeah.
So, do you want to just quickly go
Sure,
over
Ms.
that
Shelby, would
again?
you like to talk about the 2 mental health ones?
Yes, so on slide 12, both of these bills work in tandem with one another. And the goal is to create unlocked residential care facilities for those that are experiencing behavioral health and substance use disorders. This is kind of a newer concept. It's something that it kind of harkens back to decades ago when we had more of a centralized mental health system in the state. So what this looks like in actuality is not kind of as concrete as we would think of like typical multifamily housing developments. But the goal is to identify sites throughout the state to develop these facilities and then house some of our vulnerable individuals that are experiencing behavioral health crises within them and provide them with services. And the funding component via AB 531 would kind of really kickstart this by authorizing a near $5 billion bond throughout the state to kind of kickstart the development of these facilities.
And then in addition, Senate Bill 326 from Senator Eggman, as Ms. Shelby said, that makes alterations to the billionaire's tax. So the funding that used to go to operations would also be able to go to capital to help create more beds and more facilities to help address those that are having mental health issues. This is something that the governor has been leading on, and it helps complement his care court proposal from last year. So essentially, it's also funding to help with his entire mental health focus.
And then SB 532.
SB 532 is the bill from Senator Weiner on the toll, $1.50 for the toll increase for the 7 barrier bridges for 5 years for operations for transit agencies through MTC. And we're seeking comments from the council on that.
Okay, without knowing more, I'll probably support all three. Thank you. That's all I had.
Seeing no lights, we'll go to public comments. We're going to do 1 minute. I don't know how many we have, Madam Clerk. How many speakers is signed up?
We currently have one, if she is still.
We have one.
In,
If
however, will we be accepting comment on SB 403 for those that have not spoken earlier?
For those that have not spoken, yes.
Okay. I believe there are 5 that would like to speak, but it is a video that they would like to share. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. Our first speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Dina Levin with Seamless Bay Area and Friends of Caltrain. I'm here encouraging you to support or modify the comments on SB 532, which is the bridge toll bill that will keep Caltrain and BART and AC Transit and SMTA running while the region lays the groundwork for a regional funding measure. The letter that I sent earlier today has brand new information that's newer than what you have in the staff report. I appreciate the City Council's concerns about equity and new data from MTC and BATA as of last week is showing that people who are driving across the bridge remain more higher income than people who are the general population, and certainly than people who are taking transit. And the author is working on equity amendments. There is update as of about 5 o'clock today about the equity amendments that they are considering, which include relief for fines and fees for people who cross more than one bridge, which is less related to Palo Alto, and a cap for people who cross more bridges more than multiple times in a week. 67% only cross a bridge once a week. So putting a cap for low-income people would provide significant relief for people coming into Palo Alto. And Palo Alto really does depend on continuing to have Caltrain and BART and AC Transit run in order to meet the city's goals for congestion relief, for parking, for environmental goals, and having that service cuts before ridership goes back would be a significant detriment to those goals. With Friends of Caltrain and Seamless have been working very closely with the bill author and co-sponsors. There were other people who are going to speak tonight, but I'm probably the only person left standing. And so I would be happy to answer any more questions that were in this letter that I was not able to get to in a minute of comment. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Atuk Sham. Video.
So can we just play the video? Don't mind moving.
22 seconds. There. Okay. Oh gosh, I don't know where it went now. Where it is? Oh, there it is. No, but that's the. Oh, there we go. Oh, shoot, but I have to just select. Share sound. Where's it? Right there.
What I've learned is if you ask 5 South Asians what caste is, you get 15 different opinions about what it is. I know that there have certainly been 5 South Asians. About caste, I know a little about caste. What I've learned is if you ask 5 South Asians what caste is, you get 15 different opinions about what it is. I know that there have certainly been discriminatory practices in societies all over the world since the beginning of time. As district attorney, I'm focused on whether there is discrimination or hate crime or violence based on discrimination in my county. And while there have been hate crimes committed in our county, I'm not aware of anything related to caste and hate crimes or criminal violations. And so I just wonder if the bill is necessary. I'm also very concerned about anyone being stigmatized or any community being assumed to be racist because they look a certain way or come from a certain place. And so one of the concerns I certainly would have about a bill that talks about caste discrimination is it strikes me as discriminating against Indian Americans and making them suspect in some way that others are not.
Our next speaker is Kritik P. Okay. Then our next speaker is Sharish A.
Respected Mayor, Deputy Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I admire your stamina in sitting through these long council meetings. This is the first time for me, and I really appreciate all of the hard work that you guys have been doing. I'm strongly opposed to, sorry, I forgot to mention, I've been a long-time resident of Palo Alto here since almost 2015. I'm strongly opposed to SB 403, and I would love for the city to pass a resolution condemning this bill. There are 2 reasons why I feel this way. My daughter is almost 20. In 20 years of raising my daughter, I have never had to discuss caste. She doesn't know her caste and is oblivious to caste as any other American. Caste is not an issue in America. Let's keep it that way by opposing SB 403. Second, this bill is not facially neutral. It is an attempt to stigmatize the Hindu Americans and can result in widespread discrimination in schools, offices, and other institutions. I implore the city to pass a resolution opposing SB 403. Say no to divisive politics. Say no to SB 403. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Ravi B.
Yeah. Namaste, Honorable City Council members, Honorable Vice Mayor and Mayor. My name is Ravi, and I'm a longtime Palo Alto resident. I'm here to say no against SB 403. This bill, SB 403, is discriminatory, converse to what it claims to achieve. It is based on an incorrect conducted survey by a for-profit organization, Equality Labs, that will make great monetary gains with the passage of this bill, but chooses to hide behind the mask of equality. SB 403 also references a case that was tossed out by the court as a frivolous lawsuit There have been no cases of any discrimination in California based on caste ever. This bill is constructed today is completely discriminatory and not facially neutral at all. There have been further studies done by Carnegie Institute and Pew Research that debunk the caste discrimination claims. I request the council to pass the resolution against SB 403. Say no on the usage of the word caste. Stop reverse discrimination. Thank you.
This concludes public comments. We're bringing it back to council. Anybody have any questions? Comments? No. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Finker.
Or I could wait till a motion is made.
Um,
I can withdraw until then.
You want to make a motion?
No,
later?
no, I don't.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, I want to ask our lobbyist here. So you heard some of the comments about 403. And I've had some office hours on this. I'm not an expert on this at all, but are you guys able to weigh in on this a little bit? Like we heard tonight during public comment, kind of comes both ways. Do you guys have any thoughts about this?
I'm happy to provide some insight as to where it is in the legislative process. So SB 403 by Senator Wahab makes ancestry a protected characteristic under the state's anti-discrimination laws and makes further definitions for certain elements of caste. So the bill is supported by organizations such as the California Labor Federation. It's opposed by the Hindu American Foundation. And there are logged concerns positions from the Jewish Institute for Liberal Values. Currently, there are no local governments in the last reported analysis that have weighed in on the issue. However, we do know that it has been a debated bill over the last few weeks. There's been a lot of buzz about it. It will appear before the Assembly Appropriations Committee this Wednesday, which will give us some additional insight as to its progress and whether or not it moves forward in the legislative process. So we're happy to send over any updates regarding its progress later this week.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we oppose it. And I'm not an expert in this, so if someone could tell me a good reason why we should not oppose it, I'm also willing to listen to that as well.
You made a motion to oppose it? Councilmember Finker, did you want to say something?
I did. Yes, but I did not to his motion. I didn't realize he made that.
Okay, then I'll second your motion. Want to speak to it?
No, I think, yeah.
I mean, on this legislation, proposed legislation, we already have anti-discrimination laws in place in the state constitution as well as in the national constitution. So I just have a lot of concerns what are the unintended consequences of this, that it could muddy, it could actually cause confusion and potentially have even further discrimination acts that could happen. But we also saw today, the divisiveness that has this proposed legislation has caused. And, Palo Alto actually has a resolution number 9653 that specifically states the city of Palo Alto does not tolerate discrimination, hate crimes, harassment, or assault. And it also opposes any attempts to undermine the safety, security, and rights of members of our community. So I think that we already have plenty of laws that addresses discrimination, and I don't think that we should muddy it or make it even more confusing than it needs to be with unintended consequences. Thank you. So Councilmember Burke, did you want to speak to the motion because your light was on before? Yeah, no. Okay, Vice Mayor Stone.
I'd like to offer a substitute motion to refer SB 403 to the Human Relations Commission for discussion.
Second.
Thank you. May I speak to the motion?
Yes, please.
I think Mayor Koo made strong arguments in opposition of SB 403. We heard compelling testimony tonight and in emails that we have received in opposition. We also heard strong arguments in support. I think this issue is too complicated for us to make an absolute decision tonight. And so I think it would be better suited to be referred to the HRC.
Do we have a second?
May I speak to my second?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am supporting this motion because I feel that while compelling arguments have been made against SB 403, we've also begun to hear compelling arguments in favor of it, particularly the notion that there are many civil rights groups nationally, like the ACLU and the NAACP, the American Bar Association, that are coming out in favor of it. In short, I think we all care deeply about equity and people being treated fairly. I personally don't have enough information to vote on this tonight and really trust that the HRC is better positioned to help Palo Alto formulate an opinion.
Councilmember Vink.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Koo. So we have heard a lot of varied opinion on this bill. It is a complex bill. On the original motion, I would have voted against it on the grounds that I believe it's outside of our council policy on which bills we weigh in on. However, now that there's a motion to take it to HRC, I can support that, but I would ask that the Human Relations Commission look at this question, because in 2021, the council adopted a policy called Strategic Weighing In on Issues of Interest to the City. And that in that strategy was that the city would lean heavily on the categories identified in the legislative guidelines and would comment only on a handful of bills. And with respect to draft bills, the strategy would focus on bills that directly impact Palo Alto and have a fair or high likelihood of passage. And witness tonight, it's after midnight. And here we are looking at a bill that arguably doesn't directly impact our city. Yes, our residents is important to you, but it's not specific to Palo Alto. It's a state bill. Our legislative foundational principles are 4. It should affect either local revenue. It should increase funding. It should deal with the authority of local governments to effectively operate local programs, or health and safety of the community. So I can support this motion, but I would generally caution us that we are very careful with what we spend our time and attention on, because we have an overflowing docket. We have very, very lengthy meetings. We have our staff here after midnight, and I think we should be very careful on what things we take positions on.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, I do like to substitute motion because I think they could dig into it more. My only concern here, I just want to ask, because I don't know where this is on, like in the legislature in terms of passing. Does it have time to go to a round trip through our HRC, which I don't know how busy our HRC is, but I think it's going to take a while. But so when is this thing being voted on?
So it will be voted on this Wednesday, which is its last committee before it would go to the floor for a final vote. But I will say that all bills that fail in the first year of a 2-year session can become alive again in the second year next January. I would imagine that because this is such kind of a hotly contested issue right now, that we may see the resurgence of this in a future legislative cycle. So if we deem it appropriate to take to the HRC, then I would guess that we could see other versions of this in future legislative sessions if it doesn't pass in the next month before the end of session.
So wait, are you saying that do you have any impact? It has to be something that's done before Wednesday, or are you saying that's a lot of time for this?
I think that we will know more on Wednesday as to whether it makes it out of the Appropriations Committee. But if it is held, then it may be acted upon in January of 2024.
Oh, January. Okay, so it should go through HRC by then, I would think.
Yes, but this session ends on September 14th. That marks the final day of the 2023 legislative session, but it's a 2-year cycle. So there would be time, yes.
I'd say the long short of that is if the bill isn't positively passed by September 14th, this current session is over, but the bill could be reintroduced in January, in which case you would have time to hear opinions from the HRC on whatever iteration of the bill comes back.
Okay, so it wouldn't be too late. I don't know, Mayor, what do you think?
You know, I would prefer to give clear opposition or support as we go forward. You know, this bill has taken effect on, well, I recognize Councilmember Vinker saying that, you know, it's late and it's not part of our legislative foundation. It does affect the residents of our city, and it's going to have ramifications either way. So I prefer to give clear direction, but we have a substitute motion and it's up to you if you want to withdraw. You are the maker.
I would actually like more research to be done. I just want to make sure that we have effect, because otherwise, if it's like too late, because HRC, how busy is HRC? When are they meeting? Do you guys know?
Typically, I believe they meet once a month. I don't know their next meeting date, but I think the point that Ms. Shelby was referencing of this bill being such a topic of interest, there's a high likelihood it'll be reintroduced in January if it doesn't get passed this week.
Do you think it'll pass this week?
I can't surmise that at all. I think that there's just a lot of discussion around it. And so I think that there's opportunity for further discussion on the bill if it doesn't make it.
So what do our lobbyists think? Do you think it's going to pass, or do you think that there's time for us to think about it more?
If I may, through the mayor, just like what Ms. Cotton-Gain said, we don't know. It's definitely a highly contested bill. The list of support is very long. The list of opposition is very long. The author is very focused on this bill. It's a priority bill. And just like what Ms. Shelby said, if it's held this year, it could very well be introduced next year.
Okay, I'll go with the mayor then.
All right, I see no other comments. So Madam Clerk, if you take the vote, please conduct the vote.
Just to confirm, who is the seconder of the,
The HRC meets next on September 14th.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes, excuse me, yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. So that's the motion. So what was the other matter that you wanted to discuss, SB 3532?
Yes, comments on SB 532.
Okay, anybody with comments on 532? Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So I was surprised to see this come before us, and in part because this is an issue that's been the transit agencies in the area have been grappling with in recent weeks. At VTA, there's been discussion on whether we would consider endorsing it. VTA staff had been working with the bill's authors to try to assure that there would be funds that would be critical to VTA that would be part of the bill. They received written commitment from the bill's author that that would be the case, that a portion of this, the dollars that go to BART would be able to fund the obligation that VTA has to make up for any ridership and revenue shortfalls from the BART extension to San Jose going forward. And there was a question whether those shortfalls would exist prior to recent times. Now with the kind of the change in the whole hybrid work model, it seems much more likely that there will be that, and that if those funds aren't backfilled one way or another, they're going to come out of operations, meaning bus service and light rail service in the county. So VTA still has not determined whether they're going to take a position on it. I also checked with Caltrain, and they are, Caltrain staff indicated that they're moderately supportive of the bill. There are good arguments on either side of this. There are concerns that this could undermine public support for what's anticipated to be a mega measure for transit in 2026 that MTC and others are hoping to get on the ballot. There's the issues about social equity. If you didn't get a chance, I found the Spur and Transform letter to us to be very helpful in filling in some of that information. So aside from that, I also wanted to say I have concerns with some of the material statements in this draft resolution. It basically, in the third paragraph, it refers to that the legislature and the governor had provided $5.1 billion in transit capital and operating funding, including $1.1 billion of new funding. That's $1.1 billion in new funding statewide. My understanding is $400 million would go toward the Bay Area transit agencies, which is supposedly about 15% of the shortage that they're expecting in operating costs in the coming few years. And so the transit agencies are not agreeing with the statement at the bottom of that paragraph that said that those additional dollars allow transit to avoid any fiscal cliffs until 2027. There's still, several of the transit agencies are still projecting that real jeopardy. And I think the other thing that is on the horizon is that between not only the nearer term downturn in the tech industry, but more importantly, the long-term impacts of hybrid work, along with what we've now seen is from both Caltrans and the Department of Finance, projections on statewide population growth that are basically flat for the next 40 years. That transit agencies are going to see less ridership than they had been anticipating. Longer term, they may be adjusting their capital plans because a portion of that capital plan was to meet unmet needs right now, but a sizable portion was to address the future expanding needs. And those are going to be diminished. The Bay Area is projected to have some modest growth in population of that period, but nowhere near what was previously projected. So overall, the transit agencies are going to have a struggle in the coming years to maintain the service levels that they even have had historically. Separate issue from being able to expand the service levels. Their argument is that if you cut service, it kind of creates a death spiral for transit agencies because nobody wants to ride a system that has, 1 train an hour or whatever. So those are the pros and cons. VTA is not clear that they're going to take a position on the bill. But I think it's not black and white in terms of the impacts of it. So I would recommend that we don't take a position on it. But let's see.
Councilmember Finker?
I think my light may have been on from before, but I can just very quickly say that I would agree with and associate myself with the comments of Councilmember Burt, including for the reasons I mentioned before about the legislative guidelines and the scope of what we should be taking positions on. This bill was actually the reason I went and looked into it, not the other bill. So I would concur. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
I would also concur. And I must say that I don't like a bill from Mr. Weiner that sends all the money to San Francisco, which is how I read that. So.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
I will concur. I was thinking of opposing or supporting the bill because I think I'm persuaded that the social justice issues are on balance tipping in favor of the imperative to keep transit funded with the ameliorative effects that have been raised to try to ensure that people aren't disproportionately impacted. But I can also support not taking a position.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move we support AB 531, SB 326, and continue monitoring SB 532.
I can second that.
That was Councilmember Lowing who seconded. Correct.
And lobbyists made the arguments for 531 and 326. I just think we should continue monitoring 532, given we heard the possibility of amendments addressing the equity concerns, which has been my biggest concern and why I would oppose it. But hearing that made me reconsider and think monitoring is the best solution for now.
I don't see any other lights. Oh, Ed, I'm so sorry.
No, I totally concur with that.
Okay, when you're ready to take the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku.
Yes, I would have said no to SB 532, but yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you for being here so late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to go get breakfast now, so we appreciate everyone's time. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're adjourned.